Chapter 11 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 11. The Rescue Fails. Our breakfast on the following morning was a somewhat gloomy meal. By common consent, no allusion was made to the events of the previous day, or to our conversation at bedtime. Indeed, there was no talk at all to speak of, since, not knowing what else to do, I thought I could best show my attitude of mind by preserving a severe silence, while Quick seemed to be absorbed in philosophical reflections, and Orme looked rather excited and dishevelled, as though he had been writing poetry, as I daresay was the case. In the midst of this dreary meal, a messenger arrived, who announced that Walda Nagasta would be pleased to see us all within half an hour. Fearing lest Orme should say something foolish, I answered briefly that we would wait upon her, and the man went, leaving us wondering what had happened to cause her to desire our presence. At the appointed time we were shown into the small audience room, and, as we passed its door, I ventured to whisper to Oliver, "For your own sake and hers, as well as that of the rest of us, I implore you to be careful. Your face is watched as well as your words." "All right, old fellow," he answered, coloring a little. "You may trust me." "I wish I could," I muttered. Then we were shown in ceremoniously, and made our bows to Maqueda, who was seated, surrounded by some of the judges and officers, among them Prince Joshua, and talking to two rough-looking men clad in ordinary brown robes. She greeted us, and after the exchange of the usual compliments, said, "Friends, I have summoned you for this reason. This morning, when the traitorous Shadrach was being led out to execution at the hands of these men, the officers of the law, he begged for a delay. When asked why, as his petition for reprieve had been refused, he said that if his life was spared he could show how your companion, he whom they call Black Windows, may be rescued from the Fung." "How?" asked Orme and I in one breath. "I do not know," she answered, "but wisely they spared the man. Let him be brought in." The door opened and Shadrach entered, his hands bound behind his back and shackles on his feet. He was a very fearful and much chastened Shadrach, for his eyes rolled and his teeth chattered with terror, as, having prostrated himself to the Walda Nagasta, he wriggled round and tried to kiss Orme's boot. The guards pulled him to his feet again, and Maqueda said, "What have you to tell us, traitor, before you die?" "The thing is secret, O bud of the rose. Must I speak before so many?" "Nay," she answered, and ordered most of those present to leave the room, including the executioners and soldiers. "The man is desperate, and there will be none left to guard him," said Joshua nervously. "I'll do that, your Highness," answered Quick in his bad Arabic, and stepping up behind Shadrach he added in English, "Now then, pussy, you behave, or it will be the worse for you." When all had gone again, Shadrach was commanded to speak, and say how he could save the Englishman whom he had betrayed into the hands of the Fung. "Thus, child of kings," he answered, "Black Windows, as we know, is imprisoned in the body of the great idol." "How do you know it, man?" "Oh, lady, I do know it, and also the Sultan said so, did he not? Well, I can show a secret road to that idol whence he may be reached and rescued. In my boyhood I, who am called Cat, because I can climb so well, found that road, and when the Fung took me afterward and threw me to the lions, where I got these scars upon my face, by it I escaped. Spare me, and I will show it to you." "It is not enough to show the road," said Maqueda. "Dog, you must save the foreign lord whom you betrayed. If you do not save him, you die. Do you understand?" "That is a hard saying, lady," answered the man, Am I God that I should promise to save this stranger who perchance is already dead? Yet I will do my best, knowing that if I fail you will kill me, and that if I succeed I shall be spared. At any rate, I will show you the road to where he is or was imprisoned, although I warn you that it is a rough one." "Where you can travel, we can follow," said Maqueda. "Tell us now what we must do." So he told her, and when he had done the Prince Joshua intervened, saying that it was not fitting that the Child of Kings, in her own sacred person, should undertake such a dangerous journey. She listened to his remonstrances and thanked him for his care of her. "Still I am going," she said, "not for the sake of the stranger who is called Black Windows, but because, if there is a secret way out of Mur, I think it well that I should know that way. Yet I agree with you, my uncle, that on such a journey I ought not to be unprotected, and therefore I pray that you will be ready to start with us at noon, since I am sure that then we shall all be safe." Now Joshua began to make excuses, but she would not listen to them. "No, no," she said, "you are too honest. The honour of the Abati is involved in this matter, since, alas! it was an Abati that betrayed Black Windows, and an Abati, namely yourself, must save him. You have often told me, uncle, how clever you are at climbing rocks, and now you shall make proof of your skill and courage before these foreigners. It is a command, speak no more." And she rose, to show that the audience was finished. That same afternoon Shadrach, by mountain paths that were known to him, led a little company of people to the crest of the western precipice of Mur. 1,500 feet or more beneath us lay the great plains upon which, some miles away, could be seen the city of Harmac. But the idol in the valley we could not see, because here the precipice bent over and hid it from our sight. "What now, fellow?" said Maqueda, who was clad in the rough sheepskin of a peasant woman, which somehow looked charming upon her. "Here is the cliff, there lies the plain. I see no road between the two, and my wise uncle, the prince, tells me that he never heard of one." "Lady," answered the man, "now I take command, and you must follow me. But first let us see that nobody and nothing are lacking." Then he went round the company and numbered them. In all we were 16, Maqueda and Joshua, we three Englishmen, armed with repeating rifles and revolvers, our guide Shadrach, and some picked mountaineers chosen for their skill and courage. For even in Mur there were brave men left, especially among the shepherds and huntsmen, whose homes were on the cliffs. These sturdy guides were laden with ropes, lamps, and long slender ladders that could be strapped together. When everything had been checked and all the ladders and straps tested, Shadrach went to a clump of bushes which grew feebly on the wind-swept crest of the precipice. In the midst of these he found and removed a large flat stone, revealing what evidently had been the head of a stair, although now its steps were much worn and crumbled by the water that in the wet season followed this natural drain to the depths below. "This is that road the ancients made for purposes of their own," explained Shadrach, "which, as I have said, I chanced to discover when I was a boy. But let none follow it who are afraid, for it is steep and rough." Now Joshua, who was already weary with his long ride and walk up to the crest of the precipice, implored Maqueda almost passionately to abandon the idea of entering this horrid hole, while Oliver backed up his entreaties with few words but many appealing glances, for on this point, though for different reasons, the prince and he were at one. But she would not listen. "My uncle," she said, "with you, the experienced mountaineer, why should I be afraid? If the doctor here, who is old enough to be the father of either of us," so far as Joshua was concerned this remark lacked truth, "is willing to go, surely I can go also. Moreover, if I remained behind, you would wish to stay to guard me, and never should I forgive myself if I deprived you of such a great adventure. Also, Like you, I love climbing. Come, let us waste no more time." So we were roped up. First went Shadrach, with Quick next to him, a position which the sergeant insisted upon occupying as his custodian, and several of the Mountaineers, carrying ladders, lamps, oil, food, and other things. Then, in a second gang, came two more of these men: Oliver, Maqueda, myself, and next to me, Joshua. The remaining Mountaineers brought up the rear, carrying spare stores, ladders, and so forth. When all was ready the lamps were lit, and we started upon a very strange journey. For the first 200 feet or so, the stairs, though worn and almost perpendicular, for the place was like the shaft of a mine, were not difficult to descend, to any of us except Joshua, whom I heard puffing and groaning behind me. Then came a gallery running eastward at a steep slope for perhaps 50 paces, and at the end of it a second shaft of about the same depth as the first, but with the stairs much more worn, apparently by the washing of water, of which a good deal trickled out of the sides of the shaft. Another difficulty was that the air rushing up from below made it hard to keep the lamps alight. Toward the bottom of this section there was scarcely any stair left, and the climbing became very dangerous. Here, indeed, Joshua slipped, and with a wail of terror slid down the shaft and landed with his legs across my back in such a fashion that had I not happened to have good hand and foot hold at the time, he would have propelled me on to Maqueda, and we must have all rolled down headlong, probably to our deaths. As it was, this fat and terrified fellow cast his arms about my neck, to which he clung, nearly choking me, until, just when I was about to faint beneath his weight and pressure, the Mountaineers in the third party arrived and dragged him off. When they had got him in charge, for I refused to move another step while he was immediately behind me, we descended by a ladder which the first party had set up, to the second level, where began another long eastward sloping passage that ended at the mouth of a third pit. Here arose the great question as to what was to be done with the prince Joshua, who vowed that he could go no farther, and demanded loudly to be taken back to the top of the cliff, although Shadrach assured him that thenceforward the road was much easier. At length we were obliged to refer the matter to Maqueda, who settled it in very few words. "My uncle," she said, "you tell us that you cannot come on, and it is certain that we cannot spare the time and men to send you back. Therefore it seems that you must stop where you are until we return, and if we should not return, make the best of your own way up the shaft. Farewell, my uncle, this place is safe and comfortable, and if you are wise, you will rest a while." "Heartless woman!" gobbled Joshua, who was shaking like a jelly with fear and rage. "Would you leave your affianced lord and lover alone in this haunted hole, while you scramble down rocks like a wild cat with strangers? If I must stay, do you stay with me?" "Certainly not," replied Maqueda with decision. "Shall it be said that the child of kings is afraid to go where her quests can travel?" Well, the end of it was that Joshua came on in the center of the third body of Mountaineers, who were practically obliged to carry him. Shadrach was right, since for some reason or other the stairs thenceforward remained more perfect. Only they seemed almost endless, and before we reached our goal I calculated that we must have descended quite 1,200 feet into the bowels of the rock. At length, when I was almost tired out and Maqueda was so breathless that she was obliged to lean on Oliver, dragging me behind her like a dog on a string, of a sudden we saw a glimmer of daylight that crept into the tunnel through a small hole. By the mouth of yet another pit or shaft we found Shadrach and the others waiting for us. Saluting, he said that we must unrope, leave our lamps behind, and follow him. Oliver asked him whither this last shaft led. "To a still lower level, lord," he answered, "but one which you will scarcely care to explore, since it ends in the great pit where the Fung keep their sacred lions." "Indeed," said Oliver, much interested for reasons of his own, and he glanced at Quick, who nodded his head and whistled. Then we all followed Shadrach to find ourselves presently upon a plateau about the size of a racquet court, which, either by nature or by the hand of man, had been recessed into the face of that gigantic cliff. Going to the edge of this plateau, whereon grew many tree ferns and some thick green bushes that would have made us invisible from below even had there been any one to see us, we saw that the sheer precipice ran down beneath for several hundred feet. Of these yawning depths, however, we did not at the moment make out much, partly because they were plunged in shadow and partly for another reason. Rising out of the gulf below was what we took at first to be a rounded hill of black rock, oblong in shape, from which projected a gigantic shaft of stone ending in a kind of fretted bush that alone was of the size of a cottage. The point of this bush-like rock was exactly opposite the little plateau onto which we had emerged, and distant from it not more than 30 or at most 40 feet. "What is that?" asked Maqueda of Shadrach, pointing in front of her, as she handed back to one of the mountaineers a cup from which she had been drinking water. "That, O Walda Nagasta," he answered, "is nothing else than the back of the mighty idol of the Fung, which is shaped like a lion. The great shaft of rock with the bush at the end of it is the tail of the lion. Doubtless this platform on which we stand is a place whence the old priests, when they owned Mur as well as the land of the Fung, used to hide themselves to watch whatever it was they wanted to see. Look," and he pointed to certain grooves in the face of the rock. "I think that here there was once a bridge which could be let down at will onto the tail of the lion god, though long ago it has rotted away. Yet ere now I have travelled this road without it." We stared at him astonished, and in the silence that followed I heard Maqueda whisper to Oliver, "Perhaps that is how he whom we call Cat escaped from the Fung, or perhaps that is how he communicates with them as a spy." "Or perhaps he is a liar, my lady," interrupted Quick, who had also overheard their talk, a solution which, I confess, commended itself to me. "Why have you brought us here?" asked Maqueda presently. "Did I not tell you in Mur, lady, to rescue Black Windows? Listen now. It is the custom of the Fung to allow those who are imprisoned within the idol to walk unguarded upon its back at dawn and sunset. At least this is their custom with Black Windows. Ask me not how I know it. This is truth. I swear it on my life, which is at stake. Now this is my plan. We have with us a ladder which will reach from where we stand to the tail of the idol. Should the foreign lord appear upon the back of the god, which, if he still lives, as I believe he does, he is almost sure to do at sundown, as a man who dwells in the dark all day will love the light and air when he can get them, then some of us must cross and bring him back with us. Perhaps it had best be you, my Lord Orme, since if we went alone, or even with these men, after what has passed, Black Windows might not altogether trust me." "Fool," broke in Maqueda, "how can a man do such a thing?" "Oh, lady, it is not so difficult as it looks. A few steps across the gulf, and then 100 feet or so along the tail of the lion, which is flat on the top, and so broad that one may run down it, if careful to follow the curves. That is on a still day, nothing more. But of course, if the Lord Orme is afraid, which I did not think, who have heard so much of his courage—" And the rogue shrugged his shoulders and paused. "Afraid, fellow?" said Oliver. "Well, I am not ashamed to be afraid of such a journey. Yet if there is need I will make it, though not before I see my brother alone yonder on the rock, since all this may be but a trick of yours to deliver me to the Fung, among whom I know that you have friends." "It is madness. You shall not go," said Maqueda You will fall and be dashed to pieces. I say that you shall not go." "Why should he not go, my niece?" interrupted Joshua. "Shadrach is right. We have heard much of the courage of this Gentile. Now let us see him do something." She turned on the prince like a tiger. "Very good, my uncle, then you shall go with him. Surely one of the ancient blood of the Abati will not shirk from what a Gentile dares." On hearing this, Joshua relapsed into silence, and I have no clear memory of what he did or said in connection with the rest of that thrilling scene. Now followed a pause in the midst of which Oliver sat down and began to take off his boots. "Why did you undress yourself, friend?" asked Maqueda nervously. "Because, lady," he answered, "if I have to walk yonder road it is safer to do so in my stockings. Have no fear," he added gently. "From boyhood I have been accustomed to such feats, and when I served in my country's army it was my pleasure to give instruction in them, although it is true that this one surpasses all that ever I attempted." "Still I do fear," she said. Meanwhile Quick had sat down and begun to take off his boots. "What are you doing, Sergeant?" I asked. "Getting ready to accompany the captain upon forlorn hope, Doctor." "Nonsense," I said. "You are too old for the game, Sergeant. If anyone goes, I should, seeing that I believe my son is over there. But I can't try it, as I know my head would give out, and I should fall in a second, which would only upset everybody." "Of course," broke in Oliver, who had overheard us, "I'm in command here, and my orders are that neither of you shall come. Remember, Sergeant, that if anything happens to me it is your business to take over the stores and use them if necessary, which you alone can do. Now go and see to the preparations, and find out the plan of campaign, for I want to rest and keep quiet. I dare say the whole thing is humbug, and we shall see nothing of the professor. Still, one may as well be prepared." So Quick and I went to superintend the lashing of two of the light ladders together, and the securing of some planks which we had brought with us upon the top of the rungs, so as to make these ladders easy to walk on. I asked who would be of the party besides Shadrach and Orme, and was told no one, as all were afraid. Ultimately, however, a man named Japhet, one of the mountaineers, volunteered upon being promised a grant of land from the Child of Kings herself, which grant she proclaimed before them all was to be given to his relatives in the event of his death. At length everything was ready, and there came another spell of silence, for the nerves of all of us were so strained that we did not seem able to talk. It was broken by a sound of sudden and terrible roaring that arose from the gulf beneath. "It is the hour of the feeding of the sacred lions which the Fung keep in the pit about the base of the idol," explained Shadrach. Then he added, "Unless he should be rescued, I believe that black windows will be given to the lions tonight, which is that of full moon and a festival of Harmac, though maybe he will be kept till the next full moon when all the Fung come up to worship." This information did not tend to raise anyone's spirits, although Quick, who always tried to be cheerful, remarked that it was probably false. The shadows began to gather in the valley of Harmac, whereby we knew that the sun was setting behind the mountains. Indeed, had it not been for a clear and curious glow reflected from the eastern sky, the gulf would have plunged us in gloom. Presently, far away upon a rise of rock, which we knew must be the Sphinx head of the huge idol, a little figure appeared outlined against the sky, and there began to sing. The moment that I heard the distant voice I went near to fainting, and indeed should have fallen had not Quick caught me. "What is it, Adams?" asked Oliver, looking up from where he and Maqueda sat whispering to each other, while the fat Joshua glowered at them in the background. "Has Higgs appeared?" "No," I answered. "But, thank God, my son still lives. That is his voice. Oh, if you can, save him too." Now there was much suppressed excitement, and someone thrust a pair of field glasses into my hand, but either they were wrongly set or the state of my nerves would not allow me to see through them. So Quick took them and reported. Tall, slim figure wearing a white robe, but at the distance in this light can't make out the face. One might hail him, perhaps, only it would give us away. Ah, the hymn is done, and he's gone. Seemed to jump into a hole in the rock, which shows that he's all right, anyway, or he couldn't jump. So cheer up, doctor, for you have much to be thankful for. Yes, I repeated after him, much to be thankful for, but still I would that I had more after all these years to search. To think that I should be so close to him, and he know nothing of it. After the ceasing of the song, and the departure of my son, there appeared upon the back of the idol 3 Fung warriors, fine fellows clad in long robes and armed with spears, and behind them a trumpeter who carried a horn or hollowed elephant's tusk. These men marched up and down the length of the platform from the rise of the neck to the root of the tail, apparently to make an inspection. Having found nothing, for, of course, they could not see us hidden behind the bushes on our little plateau, of which no doubt they did not even know the existence, and much less that it was connected with the mountain plain of Mur, the trumpeter blew a shrill blast upon his horn, and before the echoes of it had died away, vanished with his companions. Sunset tour of inspection. Seen the same kind of thing as at Gib, said the sergeant. Oh, by jingo, Pussy isn't lying after all. There he is. And he pointed to a figure that rose suddenly out of the black stone of the idol's back, just as the guards had done. It was Higgs. Higgs, without a doubt. Higgs wearing his battered sun helmet and his dark spectacles. Higgs smoking his big meerschaum pipe, and engaged in making notes in a pocketbook as calmly as though he sat before a new object in the British Museum. I gasped with astonishment, for somehow I had never expected that we should really see him. But Orme, rising very quietly from his seat beside Maqueda, only said, "Yes, that's the old fellow right enough. Well, now for it. You, Shadrach, run out your ladder, and cross first that I may be sure you play no trick." "Nay," broke in Maqueda, "this dog shall not go, for never would he return from his friends, the Fung. Man," she said, addressing Japhet, the mountaineer to whom she had promised land, "go you over first, and hold the end of the ladder while this lord crosses. If he returns safe, your reward is doubled." Japhet saluted. The ladder was run out, and its end set upon the roughnesses in the rock that represented the hair of the Sphinx's tail. The mountaineer paused a moment, with hands and face uplifted. Evidently he was praying. Then, bidding his companions hold the hither end of the ladder, and having first tested it with his foot and found that it hung firm, calmly he walked across, being a brave fellow, and presently was seen seated on the opposing mass of rock. Now came Oliver's turn. He nodded to Maqueda, who went white as a sheet, muttering some words to her that did not reach me. Then he turned and shook my hand. "If you can, save my son also," I whispered. "I'll do my best if I can get hold of him," he answered. "Sergeant, if anything happens to me, you know your duty." "I'll try and follow your example, Captain, under all circumstances, though that will be hard," replied Quick in a rather shaky voice. Oliver stepped out on the ladder. I reckoned that 12 or 14 short paces would take him across, and the first half of these he accomplished with quiet certainty. When he was in the exact middle of the passage, however, the end of one of the uprights of the ladder at the farther side slipped a little, notwithstanding the efforts of Japhet to keep it straight, with the result that the plank bound on the rungs lost its level, sinking an inch or so to the right, and nearly causing Oliver to fall from it into the gulf. He wavered like a wind-shaken reed, attempted to step forward, hesitated, stopped, and slowly sank onto his hands and knees. "Ah!" panted Maqueda. "The Gentile has lost his head," began Joshua in a voice full of the triumph that he could not hide. "He will—" Joshua got no further, for Quick, turning, threatened him savagely with his fist, saying in English, "Stow your jaw, if you don't want to follow him, you swine!" Whereon Joshua, who understood the gesture, if not the words, relapsed into silence. Now the mountaineer on the farther side spoke, saying, "Have no fear, the ladder is safe." For a moment Oliver remained in his crouching posture on the board, which was all that separated him from an awful death in the gulf beneath. Next, while we watched, agonized, he rose to his feet again, and with perfect calmness walked across to its other end. "Well done on our side," said Quick, addressing Joshua. "Why don't your Royal Highness cheer? No, you leave that knife alone, or presently there'll be a hog the less in this world." And stooping down he relieved the prince of the weapon which he was fingering with his round eyes fixed upon the sergeant. Maqueda, who had noted all, now interfered. "My uncle," she said, "brave men are risking their lives yonder while we sit in safety. Be silent and cease from quarreling, I pray you." Next moment we had forgotten all about Joshua, being utterly absorbed in watching the drama in progress upon the farther side of the gulf. After a slight pause to recover his nerve or breath, Orme rose, and preceded by Japhet, climbed up the bush-like rock till he reached the shaft of the Sphinx's tail. Here he turned and waved his hand to us, then following the mountaineer, walked, apparently with the utmost confidence, along the curves of the tail to where it sprang from the body of the idol. At this spot there was a little difficulty in climbing over the smooth slope of rock onto the broad terrace-like back. Soon, however, they surmounted it, and vanishing for a few seconds into the hollow of the loins, which of course was a good many feet deep, reappeared moving toward the shoulders. Between these we could see Higgs standing with his back toward us, utterly unconscious of all that was passing behind him. Passing Japhet, Oliver walked up to the professor and touched him on the arm. Higgs turned, stared at the pair for a moment, and then, in his astonishment, or so we guessed, sat down plump upon the rock. They pulled him to his feet. Orme pointed to the cliff behind, and evidently explaining the situation and what must be done. Then followed a short and animated talk. Through the glasses we could even see Higgs shaking his head. He told them something. They came to a determination, for now he turned, stepped forward a pace or two, and vanished, as I learnt afterwards, to fetch my son, without whom he would not try to escape. A while went by. It seemed an age, but really was under a minute. We heard the sound of shouts. Higgs' white helmet reappeared, and then his body, with two Fung guards clinging on to him. He yelled out in English, and the words reached us faintly. "Save yourself! I'll hold these devils! Run, you infernal fool, run!" Oliver hesitated, although the mountaineer was pulling at him, till the heads of more Fung appeared. Then, with a gesture of despair, he turned and fled. First ran Oliver, then Japhet, whom he had outpaced, and after them came a number of priests or guards, waving knives, while in the background Higgs rolled on the rock with his captors. The rest was very short. Orme slid down the rump of the idol onto the tail, followed by the mountaineer, and after them in single file came three Fung, who apparently thought no more of the perilous nature of their foothold than do the sheikhs of the Egyptian pyramids when they swarm about those monuments like lizards. Nor, for the matter of that, did Oliver or Japhet, who doubled down the tail as though it were a race-track. Oliver swung himself onto the ladder, and in a second was half across it, we holding its other end, when suddenly we heard his companion cry out. A Fung had got hold of Japhet by the leg, and he lay face downward on the board. Oliver halted and slowly turned round, drawing his revolver as he did so. Then he aimed and fired, and the Fung, leaving go of Japhet's leg, threw up his arms and plunged headlong into the gulf beneath. The next thing I remember is that they were both among us, and somebody shouted, "Pull in the ladder!" "No," said Quick. "Wait a bit." Vaguely I wondered why, till I perceived that three of those courageous Fung were following across it, resting their hands upon each other's shoulders, while their companions cheered them. "Now pull, brothers, pull!" shouted the sergeant, and pull we did. Poor Fung! They deserved a better fate. "Always inflict loss upon the enemy when you get a chance," remarked the sergeant, as he opened fire with his repeating rifle upon other Fung who by now were clustering upon the back of the idol. This position, however, they soon abandoned as untenable, except one or two of them who remained there, dead or wounded. A silence followed, in the midst of which I heard Quick saying to Joshua in his very worst Arabic: "Now does your Royal Highness think that we Gentiles are cowards, although it is true those Fung are as good men as we any day?" Joshua declined argument, and I turned to watch Oliver, who had covered his face with his hands, and seemed to be weeping. "What is it, O friend? What is it?" I heard Maqueda say, in her gentle voice, a voice full of tears, tears of gratitude, I think. "You have done a great deed. You have returned safe. All is well." "Nay," he answered, forgetting her titles in his distress. "All is ill. I have failed, and tonight they throw my brother to the lions. He told me so." Maqueda, finding no answer, stretched out her hand to the Mountaineer, his companion in adventure, who kissed it. "Japhet," she said, "I am proud of you. Your reward is fourfold, and henceforth you are a captain of my Mountaineers." "Tell us what happened," I said to Oliver. "This," he answered. "I remembered about your son, and so did Higgs. In fact, he spoke of him first. They seem to have become friends. He said he would not escape without him, and could fetch him in a moment, as he was only just below. Well, he went to do so, and must have found the guard instead, who, I suppose, had heard us talking. You know as much about the rest as I do. Tonight, when the full moon is 2 hours high, there is to be a ceremony of sacrifice, and poor Higgs will be let down into the den of lions. He was writing his will in a notebook when we saw him, as Barung had promised to send it to us." "Doctor," said the sergeant, in a confidential voice, when he had digested this information, "would you translate for me a bit, as I want to have a talk with Cat there in my Arabic. Don't run to it." I nodded, and we went to that corner of the plateau where Shadrach stood apart, watching and listening. "Now, Cat," said the sergeant. I gave his remarks in his own language, leaving out my rendering. "Just listen to me, and understand that if you tell lies or play games, either you or I don't reach the top of this cliff again alive. Do you catch on?" Shadrach replied that he caught on. "Very well. You told us that once you were a prisoner among the Fung and thrown to these holy lions, but got out. Now just explain what happened." "This, oh quick. After ceremonies that do not matter, I was let down in the food basket into the feeding den, and thrown out of the basket like any other meat. Then the gates were lifted up by the chains, and the lions came in to devour me according to their custom." "And what happened next, Shadrach?" "What happened? Why, of course, I hid myself in the shadow as much as possible, right against the walls of the precipice, until a Satan of a she-lion snuffled me out and gave a stroke at me. Look, here are the marks of her claws," and he pointed to the scars upon his face. "Those claws stung like scorpions. They made me mad. The terror which I had lost when I saw their yellow eyes came back to me. I rushed at the precipice as a cat that is hunted by a dog rushes at a wall. I clung to its smooth side with my nails, with my toes, with my teeth. A lion leapt up and tore the flesh of my leg. Here, here," and he showed the marks, which we could scarcely see in that dim light. He ran back for another spring. Above me I saw a tiny ledge, big enough for a hawk to sit on. No more. I jumped. I caught it, drawing up my leg so that the lion missed me. I made the effort a man makes once in his life. Somehow I dragged myself to that ledge. I rested one thigh upon it, and I pressed against the rock to steady myself. Then the rock gave, and I tumbled backward into the bottom of a tunnel. Afterwards I escaped to the top of the cliff in the dark. O God of Israel! In the dark! smelling my way, climbing like a baboon, risking death 1,000 times. It took me 2 whole days and nights, and the last of those nights I knew not what I did. Yet I found my way, and that is why my people name me Cat." "I understand," said Quick, in a new and more respectful voice. "And however big a rascal you may be, you've got pluck. Now, say, remembering what I told you," and he tapped the handle of his revolver, "is that feeding den where it used to be?" "I believe so, O Quick. Why should it be changed?" "The victims are let down from the belly of the god, just there between his thighs, where are doors. The feeding place lies in a hollow of the cliff. This platform on which we stand is over it. None saw my escape, therefore none searched for the means of it, since they thought that the lions had devoured me, as they have devoured thousands. No one enters there, only when the beasts have fed full they draw back to their sleeping dens, and those who watch above let down the bars. Listen." As he spoke we heard a crash and a rattle far below. "They fall now, the lions having eaten. When black windows, and perhaps others, are thrown to them, by and by, they will be drawn up again." "Is that hole in the rock still there, Shadrach?" "Without doubt, though I have not been down to look." "Then, my boy, you are going now," remarked Quick grimly. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. The Den of Lions. We returned to the others and told them everything that we had learned from Shadrach. "What's your plan, Sergeant?" asked Oliver, when he had heard. "Tell me, for I have none. My head is muddled." "This, Captain, for what it is worth, that I should go down through the hole that Cat here speaks of, and get into the den. Then, when they let down the Professor, if they do, and pull up the gates, that I should keep back the lions with my rifle, while he bolts to the ladder, which is ready for him, and I follow if I can." "Capital," said Orme, "but you can't go alone. I'll come too." "And I also," I said. "What schemes do you make?" asked Maqueda eagerly, for of course she could not understand our talk. We explained. "What, my friend," she said to Oliver reproachfully, "would you risk your life again tonight? Surely it is tempting the goodness of God." "It would be tempting the goodness of God much more if I left my friend to be eaten by lions, lady," he answered. Then followed much discussions. In the end it was agreed that we should descend to the level of the den, if this were possible, that Oliver and Quick should go down into the den with Japhet, who instantly volunteered to accompany them, and that I, with some of the mountaineers, should stop in the mouth of the hole as a reserve, to cover their retreat from the lions. I pleaded to be allowed to take a more active part, but of this they would not hear, saying with some truth that I was by far the best shot of the three, and could do much more to help them from above, if, as was hoped, the moon should shine brightly. But I knew they really meant that I was too old to be of service in such an adventure as this. Also they desired to keep me out of risk. Then came the question as to who should descend the last tunnel to the place of operations. Oliver wished Maqueda to return to the top of the cliff and wait there, but she said at once that she could not think of attempting the ascent without our aid, also that she was determined to see the end of the matter. Even Joshua would not go. I think that being an unpopular character among them, He distrusted the mountaineers, whose duty it would have been to escort him. It was suggested that he should remain where he was until we returned, if we did return, but this idea commended itself to him still less than the other. Indeed, he pointed out with much truth what we had overlooked, namely, that now the Fung knew of the passage and were quite capable of playing our own game, that is, of throwing a bridge across from the Sphinx's tail and attempting the storm of myrrh. "And then what should I do if they found me here alone?" he added pathetically. Maqueda answered that she was sure she did not know, but that meanwhile it might be wise to block the mouth of the tunnel by which we had reached the plateau in such a fashion that it could not be easily forced. "Yes," answered Oliver, "and if we ever get out of this, to blow the shaft in and make sure that it cannot be used." "That shaft might be useful, Captain," said Quick doubtfully. "There is a better way, Sergeant, if we want to mine under the Sphinx. I mean through the Tomb of Kings. I took the levels roughly, and the end of it can't be far off. Anyhow, this shaft is of no more use to us now that the Fung have found it out." Then we set to work to fill in the mouth of the passage with such loose stones as we could find. It was a difficult business, but in the end the mountaineers made a very fair job of it under our direction, piling the rocks in such a fashion that they could scarcely be cleared away in any short time without the aid of explosives. While this work was going on, Japhet, Shadrach, and the sergeant in charge of him undertook to explore the last shaft, which led down to the level of the den. To our relief, just as we had finished building up the hole, they returned with the news that now, after they had removed a fallen stone or two, it was quite practicable with the aid of ropes and ladders. So in the same order as before, we commenced its passage, and in about half an hour, for it was under 300 feet in depth, arrived safely at the foot. Here we found a bat-haunted place, like a room that evidently had been hollowed out by man. As Shadrach had said, at its eastern extremity was a large oblong boulder, so balanced that if even one person pushed on either of its ends, it swung around, leaving on each side a passage large enough to allow a man to walk through in a crouching attitude. Very silently we propped open this primeval door and looked out. Now the full moon was up, and her brilliant light had begun to flood the gulf. By it we saw a dense shadow that reached from the ground to 300 feet or so above us. This we knew to be that thrown by the flanks of the gigantic Sphinx, which projected beyond the mountain of stone whereon it rested, those flanks whence, according to Shadrach, Higgs would be lowered in a food basket. In this shadow, and on either side of it, covering a space of quite 100 yards square, lay the feeding den, whence arose a sickly and horrible odour such as is common to any place frequented by cats, mingled with the more pungent smell of decaying flesh. This darksome den was surrounded on 3 sides by precipices, and on the 4th, that toward the east, enclosed by a wall or barrier of rock, pierced with several gates made of bars of metal, or so we judged by the light that flowed through them. From beyond this eastern wall came dreadful sounds of roars, snarls, and whimperings. Evidently there the sacred lions had their home. Only one more thing need be mentioned. On the rock floor, almost immediately beneath us, lay remains which, from their torn clothes and hair, we knew must be human. As somebody explained, I think it was Shadrach, they were those of the man whom Orme had shot upon the tail of the Sphinx, and of his companions who had been tilted off the ladder. For a while we gazed at this horrible hole in silence. Then Oliver took out his watch, which was a repeater, and struck it. "Higgs told me," he said, "that he was to be thrown to the lions 2 hours after moonrise, which is within 15 minutes or so. Sergeant, I think we had better be getting ready." "Yes, Captain," answered Quick, "but everything is quite ready, including those brutes, to judge by the noise they make, excepting perhaps Samuel Quick, who never felt less ready for anything in his life. Now then, Pussy, run out that ladder. Here's your rifle, Captain, and 6 reload clips of cartridges, 5 hollow-nosed bullets in each. You'll never want more than that, and it's no use carrying extra weight. In your right-hand pocket, Captain, don't forget. I've the same in mine. Doctor, here's a pile for you, laid upon that stone. If you lie there, you'll have a good light and rest for your elbow, and at this range ought to make very pretty shooting, even in the moonlight. Best keep your pistol on the safe, Captain. At least I'm doing so, as we might get a fall, and these new-fangled weapons are very hair-triggered. Here's Japhet ready too, so give us your marching orders, sir, and we will go to business. The doctor will translate to Japhet." "We descend the ladder," said Orme, "and advance about 50 paces into the shadow, where we can see without being seen, where also, according to Shadrach, the food basket is let down. There we shall stand and await the arrival of this basket. If it contains the professor, he whom the Fung and the Abati know as Black Windows, Japhet, you are to seize him and lead, or if necessary carry, him to the ladder, up which some of the mountaineers must be ready to help him. Your duty, Sergeant, and mine, also that of the doctor firing from above, will be to keep off the lions as best we can, should any lions appear, retreating as we fire. If the brutes get one of us, he must be left, since it is foolish that both lives should be sacrificed needlessly. For the rest, you, Sergeant, and you, Japhet, must be guided by circumstances and act upon your own discretion. Do not wait for special orders from me, which I may not be able to give. Now, come on. If we do not return, Adams, you will see the Child of Kings safely up the shafts and conduct her to Mur. Goodbye, lady." "Goodbye," answered Maqueda in a brave voice. I could not see her face in the darkness. "Presently, I am sure, you will return with your brother." Just then Joshua broke in. "I will not be outdone in courage by these Gentiles," he said. "Lacking their terrible weapons, I cannot advance into the den, but I will descend and guard the foot of the ladder." "Very well, sir," answered Orme in an astonished voice. "Glad to have your company, I am sure. Only remember that you must be quick in going up it again, since hungry lions are active, and let all take notice that we are not responsible for anything that may happen to you." "Surely you had better stop where you are, my uncle," remarked Maqueda. "To be mocked by you for ever after, my niece? No, I go to face the lions." And very slowly he crept through the hole and began to descend the ladder. Indeed, when Quick followed after an interval, he found him only halfway down, and had to hurry his movements by accidentally treading on his fingers. A minute or two later, peeping over the edge, I saw that they were all in the den, that is, except Joshua, who had reascended the ladder to the height of about 6 feet, and stood on it face outward, holding to the rock on either side, with his hands as though he had been crucified. Fearing lest he should be seen there, even in the shadow, I suggested to Maqueda that she should order him either to go down or to return, which she did vigorously, but without effect. So in the end we left him alone. Meanwhile the three had vanished into the shadow of the Sphinx, and we could see nothing of them. The great round moon rose higher and higher, flooding the rest of the charnel house with light, and save for an occasional roar or whimper from the lions beyond the wall, the silence was intense. Now I could make out the metal gates in this wall, and even dark and stealthy forms which passed and repassed beyond their bars. Then I made out something else also, the figures of men gathering on the top of the wall, through whence they came I knew not. By degrees their number increased, till there were hundreds of them, for the wall was broad as a roadway. Evidently these were spectators, come to witness the ceremony of sacrifice. "Prince," I whispered to Joshua, "you must get down off the ladder, or you will betray us all. Nay, it is too late to come up here again, for already the moonlight strikes just above your head. Go down, or we will cast the ladder loose and let you fall." So he went down and hid himself among some ferns and bushes, where we saw no more of him for a while, and, to tell the truth, forgot his existence. Far, far above us, from the back of the idol I suppose, came a faint sound of solemn chanting. It sank, and we heard shouts. Then suddenly it swelled again. Now Maqueda, who knelt near me, touched my arm and pointed to the shadow which gradually was becoming infiltrated, with the moonlight flowing into it from either side. I looked, and high in the air, perhaps 200 feet from the ground, saw something dark descending slowly. Doubtless it was the basket containing Higgs, and whether by coincidence or no, at this moment the lions on the farther side of the wall burst into peal upon peal of terrific roaring. Perhaps their sentries watching at the gate saw or smelt the familiar basket, and communicated the intelligence to their fellows. Slowly, slowly it descended, till it was within a few feet of the ground, when it began to sway backward and forward like a pendulum, at each swing covering a wider arc. Presently, when it hung over the edge of the shadow that was nearest to us, it was let down with a run and overset, and out of it, looking very small in those vast surroundings and that mysterious light, rolled the figure of a man. Although at that distance we could see little of him, accident assured us of his identity, for as he rolled the hat he wore fell from him, and I knew it at once for Higgs' sun helmet. He rose from the ground, limped very slowly and painfully after the helmet, picked it up, and proceeded to use it to dust his knees. At this moment there was a clanking sound. "Oh, they lift the gates," murmured Maqueda. Then followed more sounds, this time of wild beasts raging for their prey, and of other human beasts shrieking with excitement on the wall above. The professor turned and saw. For a moment he seemed about to run, then changed his mind, clapped the helmet on his head, folded his arms and stood still, reminding me in some curious way perhaps, because of the shortness of his thick figure, of a picture I had seen of the great Napoleon contemplating a disaster. To describe what followed is extremely difficult, for we watched not one but several simultaneous scenes. For instance, there were the lions, which did not behave as might have been expected. I thought that they would rush through the doors and bound upon the victim, but whether it was because they had already been fed that afternoon, or because they thought that a single human being was not worth the trouble, they acted differently. Through the open gates they came, in two indolent yellow lines, male lions, female lions, half-grown lions, cub lions, that cuffed each other in play. In all, perhaps 50 or 60 of them. Of these, only 2 or 3 looked towards the professor, for none of them ran or galloped, while the rest spread over the den, some of them vanishing into the shadow at the edge of the surrounding cliff, where the moonlight could not reach. Here one of them, at any rate, must have travelled fast enough, for it seemed only a few seconds later that we heard a terrific yell beneath us, and craning over the rock I saw the Prince Joshua running up the ladder more swiftly than ever did any London lamplighter when I was a boy. But quickly as he came, the long, thin, sinuous thing beneath came quicker. It reared itself on its hind legs. It stretched up a great paw. I can see the gleaming claws in it now, and struck or hooked at poor Joshua. The paw caught him in the small of the back and seemed to pin him against the ladder. Then it was drawn slowly downward, and heaven, how Joshua howled! Up came the other paw to repeat the operation, when, stretching myself outward and downward, with an body holding me by the ankles, I managed to shoot the beast through the head, so that it fell all of a heap, taking with it a large portion of Joshua's nether garments. A few seconds later he was among us, and tumbled groaning into a corner, where he lay in charge of some of the mountaineers, for I had no time to attend to him just then. When the smoke cleared at length, I saw that Japhet had reached Higgs, and was gesticulating to him to run, while 2 lions, a male and a female, stood at a little distance, regarding the pair in an interested fashion. Higgs, after some brief words of explanation, pointed to his knee. Evidently he was lamed and could not run. Japhet, rising to the occasion, pointed to his back, and bent down. Higgs flung himself upon it, and was hitched up like a sack of flour. The pair began to advance toward the ladder, Japhet carrying Higgs as one schoolboy carries another. The lion sat down like a great dog, watching this strange proceeding with mild interest, but the lioness, filled with feminine curiosity, followed sniffing at Higgs, who looked over his shoulder. Taking off his battered helmet, he threw it at the beast, hitting her on the head. She growled, then seized the helmet, playing with it for a moment, as a kitten does with a ball of wool, and next instant, finding it unsatisfying, uttered a short and savage roar, ran forward, and crouched to spring, lashing her tail. I could not fire, because a bullet that would hit her must first pass through Japhet and Higgs. But just when I thought that the end had come, a rifle went off in the shadow, and she rolled over, kicking and biting the rock, whereon the indolent male lion seemed to awake, and sprang, not at the men, but at the wounded lioness, and a hellish fight ensued, of which the details and end were lost in a mist of dust and flying hair. The crowd upon the wall, becoming alive to the real situation, began to scream in indignant excitement, which quickly communicated itself to the less savage beasts. These set up a terrible roaring, and ran about, keeping for the most part to the shadows, while Japhet and his burden made slow but steady progress toward the ladder. Then from the gloom beneath the hind quarters of the Sphinx rose a sound of rapid firing, and presently Orme and Quick emerged into the moonlight, followed by a number of angry lions that advanced in short rushes. Evidently the pair had kept their heads, and were acting on a plan. One of them emptied his rifle at the pursuing beasts, while the other ran back a few paces, thrusting in a fresh clip of cartridges as he went. Then he began to fire, and his companion in turn retreated behind him. In this way they knocked over a number of lions, for the range was too short for them to miss often, and the expanding bullets did their work very well, paralyzing even when they did not kill. I also opened fire over their heads, and although in that uncertain light the majority of my shots did no damage, the others disposed of several animals which I saw were becoming dangerous. So things went on until all four, that is, Japhet with Higgs upon his back, and Orme and Quick, were within 20 paces of the ladder, although separated from each other by perhaps half the length of a cricket pitch. We thought that they were safe, and shouted in our joy, while the hundreds of spectators on the wall, who fortunately dared not descend into the den because of the lions, which are undiscriminating beasts, yelled with rage at the imminent rescue of the sacrifice. Then of a sudden the position changed. From every quarter fresh lions seemed to arrive, ringing the men round and clearly bent on slaughter, although the shouting and the sound of firearms, which they had never heard before, frightened them and made them cautious. A half-grown cub rushed in and knocked over Japhet and Higgs. I fired and hit it in the flank. It bit savagely at its wound, then sprang on to the prostrate pair and stood over them growling, but in such pain that it forgot to kill them. The ring of beasts closed in. We could see their yellow eyes glowing in the gloom. Orme and Quick might have got through by the help of their rifles, but they could not leave the others. The dreadful climax seemed at hand. "Follow me," said Maqueda, who all this while had watched panting at my side, and rose to run to the ladder. I thrust her back. "Nay," I shouted, "follow me, a body. Shall a woman lead you?" Of how I descended that ladder I have no recollection, nor do I in the least know how the mountaineers came after me, but I think that the most of them rolled and scrambled down the 30 feet of rock. At least, to their honour be it said, they did come, yelling like demons and waving long knives in their hands. The effect of our sudden arrival from above was extraordinary. Scared by the rush and the noise, the lions gave way, then bolted in every direction, the wounded cub, which could not or would not move, being stabbed to death, where it stood over Higgs and Japhet. 5 minutes more, and all of us were safe in the mouth of the tunnel. That was how we rescued Higgs from the den of the sacred lions, which guarded the idol of the Fung. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. The Adventures of Higgs. A more weary and dishevelled set of people than that which, about the hour of dawn, finally emerged from the mouth of the ancient shaft onto the cliffs of Muir, it has seldom been my lot to behold. Yet, with a single exception, the party was a happy one, for we had come triumphant through great dangers, and actually effected our object, the rescue of Higgs, which, under the circumstances, most people would have thought impossible. Yes, there he was in the flesh before us, having injured his knee and lost his hat, but otherwise quite sound, save for a few trifling scratches inflicted by the cub, and still wearing what the natives called his black windows. Even the Prince Joshua was happy, though wrapped in a piece of coarse sacking, because the lion had taken most of his posterior clothing, and terribly sore from the deep cuts left by the claws. Had he not dared the dangers of the den, and thus proved himself a hero, whose fame would last for generations? Had I not assured him that his honourable wounds, though painful, as a matter of fact, after they had set, they kept him stiff as a mummy for some days, so that unless he stood upon his feet, he had to be carried, or lie rigid on his face, would probably not prove fatal? And had he not actually survived to reach the upper air again, which was more than he ever expected to do? No wonder that he was happy. I alone could not share in the general joy, since, although my friend was restored to me, my son still remained a prisoner among the Fung. Yet even in this matter things might have been worse, since I learned that he was well treated and in no danger. But of that I will write presently. Never shall I forget the scene after the arrival of Higgs in our hole, when the swinging boulder had been closed and made secure, and the lamps lighted. There he sat on the floor, his red hair glowing like a torch, his clothes torn and bloody, his beard ragged and stretching in a Newgate frill to his ears. Indeed, his whole appearance, accentuated by the blue spectacles with wire gauze side pieces, was more disreputable than words can tell. Moreover, he smelt horribly of lion. He put his hand into his pocket and produced his big pipe, which had remained unbroken in its case. "Some tobacco, please," he said. Those were his first words to us. I have finished mine, saved up the last to smoke just before they put me into that stinking basket. I gave him some, and as he lit his pipe, the light of the match fell upon the face of Maqueda, who was staring at him with amused astonishment. "What an uncommonly pretty woman," he said. "What's she doing down here, and who is she?" I told him, whereon he rose, or rather tried to, felt for his hat, which of course had gone, with the idea of taking it off, and instantly addressed her in his beautiful and fluent Arabic, saying how glad he was to have this unexpected honour, and so forth. She congratulated him on his escape, whereon his face grew serious. "Yes, a nasty business," he said. "As yet I can hardly remember whether my name is Daniel or Ptolemy Higgs." Then he turned to us and added, "Look here, you fellows, if I don't thank you, it isn't because I am not grateful, but because I can't. The truth is, I'm a bit dazed. Your son is all right, Adams. He's a good fellow, and we grew great friends. Safe? Oh, yes, he's safe as a church. Old Barung, he's the Sultan, and another good fellow, although he did throw me to the lions because the priests made him. He is very fond of him, and is going to marry him to his daughter." At this moment the men announced that everything was ready for our ascent, and when I had attended to Joshua with a heart made thankful by Higgs' news, we began that toilsome business, and, as I have already said, at length accomplished it safely. But even then our labours were not ended, since it was necessary to fill up the mouth of the shaft, so as to make it impossible that it should be used by the Fung, who now knew of its existence. Nor was this a business that could be delayed, for as we passed the plateau, whence Oliver and Japhet had crossed to the Sphinx, we heard the voices of men on the farther side of the rough wall that we had built there. Evidently the priests, or idol guards, infuriated by the rescue of their victim, had already managed to bridge the gulf, and were contemplating assault, a knowledge which caused us to hurry our movements considerably. If they had got through before we passed them, our fate would have been terrible, since at the best we must have slowly starved in the pit below. Indeed, as soon as we reached the top and had blocked it temporarily, Quick, weary as he was sent off on horseback, accompanied by Maqueda, Shadrach, now under the terms of his contract once more a free man, and 2 mountaineers to gallop to the palace of Mur and fetch a supply of explosives. The rest of us, for Higgs declined to leave, and we had no means of carrying Joshua, remained watching the place, or rather the Abati watched while we slept with our rifles in our hands. Before noon Quick returned, accompanied by many men with litters and all things needful. Then we pulled out the stones, and Oliver, Japhet, and some others descended to the first level and arranged blasting charges. A while after he reappeared with his companions, looking somewhat pale and anxious, and shouting to us to get back. Following our retreat to a certain distance, unwinding a wire as he came, presently he stopped and pressed the button of a battery which he held in his hand. There was a muffled explosion and a tremor of the soil like to that of an earthquake, while from the mouth of the shaft stones leapt into the air. It was over, and all that could be noted was a sinkage in the ground where the ancient pit had been. "I am sorry for them," said Oliver presently, "but it had to be done." "Sorry for whom?" I asked. "For those Fung priests or soldiers. The levels below are full of them, dead or alive. They were pouring up at our heels. Well, no one will travel that road again." Later, in the guest house at Mur, Higgs told us his story. After his betrayal by Shadrach, which, it appeared, was meant to include us all, for the professor overheard the hurried talk between him and a Fung captain, he was seized and imprisoned in the body of the great Sphinx, where many chambers and dungeons had been hollowed out by the primeval race that fashioned it. Here Barang, the Sultan, visited him, and informed him of his meeting with the rest of us, to whom apparently he had taken a great liking, and also that we had refused to purchase a chance of his release at the price of being false to our trust. "You know," said Higgs, "that when first I heard this I was very angry with you, and thought you a set of beasts. But on considering things I saw the other side of it, and that you were right, although I never could come to fancy the idea of being sacrificed to a sphinx by being chucked like a piece of horseflesh to a lot of holy lions. However, Barang, an excellent fellow in his way, assured me that there was no road out of the matter without giving grave offence to the priests, who are very powerful among the Fung, and bringing a fearful curse on the nation. Meanwhile, he made me as comfortable as he could. For instance, I was allowed to walk upon the back of the idol, to associate with the priests, a suspicious and most exclusive set, and to study their entire religious system, from which I have no doubt that of Egypt was derived. Indeed, I have made a great discovery which, if ever we get out of this, will carry my name down to all generations. The forefathers of these Fung were undoubtedly also the forefathers of the pre-dynastic Egyptians, as is shown by the similarity of their customs and spiritual theories. Further, intercourse was kept up between the Fung, who then had their headquarters here in Mur, and the Egyptians in the time of the ancient empire, till the 20th dynasty, indeed, if not later. My friends, in the dungeons in which I was confined, there is an inscription, or rather a graffiti, made by a prisoner extradited to Mur by Ramses II, after 20 years' residence in Egypt, which was written by him on the night before he was thrown to the sacred lions, that even in those days were an established institution. And I have got a copy of that inscription in my pocket-book. I tell you," he added in a scream of triumph, "I've got a certified copy of that inscription, thanks to Shadrach, on whose dirty head be blessings." I congratulated him heartily upon this triumph, and before he proceeded to give us further archaeological details, asked him for some information about my boy. "Oh," said Higgs, "he is a very nice young man, and extremely good-looking. Indeed, I am quite proud to have such a godson. He was much interested to hear that you were hunting for him after so many years, quite touched indeed. He still talks English, though with a Fung accent, and of course would like to escape. Meanwhile, he is having a very good time, being chief singer to the god, for his voice is really beautiful, an office which carries with it all sorts of privileges. I told you, didn't I, that he is to be married to Barang's only legitimate daughter on the night of the next full moon but one. The ceremony is to take place in Harmac city, and will be the greatest of its sort for generations, a feast of the entire people, in short. I should very much like to be present at it, but being an intelligent young man, he has promised to keep notes of everything, which I hope may become available in due course." "And he is attached to this savage lady?" I asked, dismayed. "Attached? Oh dear no. I think he said he had never seen her, and only knew that she was rather plain, and reported to possess a haughty temper. He is a philosophical young man, however, as might be expected from one who has undergone so many vicissitudes, and therefore takes things as they come, thanking heaven that they are no worse. You see, as the husband of the Sultan's daughter, unless the pair quarrel very violently, he will be safe from the lions, and he could never quite say as much before. But we didn't go into these domestic matters very deeply, as there were so many more important things to interest us both. He wanted to know all about you and our plans, and naturally I wanted to know all about the Fung and the ritual and traditions connected with the worship of Harmac, so that we were never dull for a single moment. In fact, I wish that we could have had longer together, for we became excellent friends. But whatever happens, I think that I have collected the cream of his information. And he tapped a fat notebook in his hands, adding, "What an awful thing it would have been if a lion had eaten this. For myself, it did not matter. There may be many other better Egyptologists, but I doubt if any one of them will again have such opportunities of original research. However, I took every possible precaution to save my notes by leaving a copy of the most important of them, written with native ink, upon sheepskin, in charge of your son. Indeed, I meant to leave the originals also, but fortunately forgot in the excitement of my very hurried departure." I agreed with him that his chances had been unique, and that he was a most lucky archaeologist, and presently he went on puffing at his pipe. Of course, when Oliver turned up in that unexpected fashion on the back of the idol, remembering your wishes and natural desire to recover your son, I did my best to rescue him also. But he wasn't in the room beneath, where I thought I should find him. The priests were there instead, and they had heard us talking above, and you know the rest. Well, as it happens, it didn't matter, though that descent into the den of lions, there were 200 or 300 feet of it, and the rope seemed worn uncommonly thin with use, was a trying business to the nerves. "What did you think about all the time?" asked Oliver curiously. "Think about? I didn't think much, was in too great a fright. I just wondered whether St. Paul had the same sensations when he was let down in a basket, wondering what the early Christian martyrs felt like in the arena, wondering whether Barung, with whom my parting was quite affectionate, would come in the morning and look for me as Darius did for Daniel, and how much he would find if he did. Hoped that my specs would give one of those brutes appendicitis, and so forth. My word, it was sickening, especially that kind of school treat swing and bump at the end. I never could bear swinging. Still, it was all for the best, as I shouldn't have gone a yard along that sphinx's tail without tumbling off, tight-rope walking not being in my line. And I'll tell you what, you are just the best 3 fellows in the whole world. Don't you think I forget that, because I haven't said much. And now let's have your yarn, for I want to hear how things stand, which I never expected to do this side of Judgment Day." So we told him all, while he listened open-mouthed. When we came to the description of the tomb of the kings, his excitement could scarcely be restrained. "You haven't touched them," he almost screamed. "Don't say you have been vandals enough to touch them, for every article must be catalogued in situ, and drawings must be made. If possible, specimen groups with their surrounding offerings should be moved so that they can be set up again in museums. Why, there's 6 months' work before me, at least. And to think that if it hadn't been for you, by now I should be in process of digestion by a lion, a stinking, mangy, sacred lion." Next morning I was awakened by Higgs, limping into my room in some weird sleeping suit that he had contrived with the help of Quick. "I say, old fellow," he said, "tell me some more about that girl, Walda Nagasta. What a sweet face she's got, and what pluck! Of course such things aren't in my line. Never looked at a woman these 20 years past, hard enough to remember her next morning. But, by jingo, the eyes of that one made me feel quite queer here. And he hit the sleeping suit somewhere in the middle, though perhaps it was only because she was such a contrast to the lions. Ptolemy, I answered in a solemn voice, let me tell you that she is more dangerous to meddle with than any lion. And what's more, if you don't want to further complicate matters with a flaming row, you had better keep to your old habits and leave her eyes alone. I mean that Oliver is in love with her. Of course he is. I never expected anything else. But what's that got to do with it? Why shouldn't I be in love with her too? Though I admit, he added sadly, contemplating his rotund form, the chances are in his favor, especially as he's got the start. They are, Ptolemy, for she's in love with him, and I told him what we had seen in the Tomb of Kings. First he roared with laughter, then on second thoughts grew exceedingly indignant. I call it scandalous of Oliver, compromising us all in this way, the lucky dog. These selfish, amorous adventures will let us in for no end of trouble. It is even probably, Adams, that you and I may come to a miserable end solely because of this young man's erotic tendencies. Just fancy neglecting business in order to run after a pretty, round-faced Jewess, that is, if she is a Jewess, which I doubt, as the blood must have got considerably mixed by now. And the first queen of Sheba, if she ever existed, was an Ethiopian. As a friend almost old enough to be his father, I shall speak to him very seriously. All right, I called after him as he hobbled off to take his bath. Only if you are wise, you won't speak to Maqueda, for she might misinterpret your motives if you go on staring at her as you did yesterday. That morning I was summoned to see the Prince Joshua and dress his wounds, which, although not of a serious nature, were very painful. The moment that I entered the man's presence, I noticed a change in his face. Like the rest of us, I had always set this fellow down as a mere poltroon and windbag, a blower of his own trumpet, as Oliver had called him. Now I got an insight into his real nature, which showed me that although he might be these things and worse, he was also a very determined and dangerous person, animated by ambitions which he meant to satisfy at all hazards. When I had done what I could for him, and told him that in my opinion he had no ill results to fear from his hurts, since the thick clothes he was wearing at the time had probably cleaned the lion's paws of any poison that might have been on them, he said, "Physician, I desire private words with you." I bowed, and he went on. "The child of kings, hereditary ruler of this land, somewhat against the advice of her council, has thought fit to employ you and your Gentile companions, in order that by your skill and certain arts, of which you are masters, you may damage its ancient enemies, the Fung, and in reward has promised to pay you well should you succeed in your endeavours. Now I wish you to understand that though you think yourselves great men, and may for aught I know be great in your own country, here you are but servants like any other mercenaries whom it may please us to hire." His tone was so offensive that, though it might have been wiser to keep silent, I could not help interrupting him. "You use hard words, Prince," I said. "Let me then explain what is the real pay for which we work, and undergo some risks. Mine is the hope of recovering a son, who is the slave of your enemies. That of the Captain Orme is the quest of adventure and war, since being a rich man in his own country, he needs no further wealth. That of him whom you call Black Windows, but whose name is Higgs, is the pure love of learning. In England and throughout the West he is noted for his knowledge of dead peoples, their languages and customs, and it is to study these that he has undertaken so terrible a journey. As for Quick, he is Orme's man, who has known him from childhood, an old soldier who has served with him in war and comes hither to be with the master whom he loves." "Ah," said Joshua, "a servant, a person of no degree, yet who dares to threaten me, the premier prince of the Abati, to my face." "In the presence of death all men are equal, Prince. You acted in a fashion that might have brought his lord, who was daring a desperate deed, to a hideous doom." "And what do I care about his lord's desperate deeds, physician? I see that you set store by such things, and think those who accomplished them great and wonderful. Well, we do not. There is no savage among the barbarous Fung would not do all that your Orme does, and more, just because he is a savage. We who are civilized, we who are cultivated, we who are wise, know better. Our lives were given us to enjoy, not to throw away or to lose at the sword's point, and therefore, no doubt, you would call us cowards. Yet, Prince, those who bear that title of coward, which you hold one of honour, are apt to perish at the sword's point. The Fung wait without your gates, O Prince. And therefore, O Gentile, we hire you to fight the Fung. Still, I bear no grudge against your servant, Quick, who is himself but a white-skinned Fung, for he acted according to his nature, and I forgive him. Only in the future let him beware. And now for a greater matter. The child of kings is beautiful. She is young and high-spirited. A new face from another land may perchance touch her fancy. But, he added meaningly, let the owner of that face remember who she is, and what he is. Let him remember that for any outside the circle of the ancient blood, to lift his eyes to the daughter of Solomon is to earn death, death slow and cruel for himself, and all who aid and abet him. Let him remember, lastly, that this high-born lady, to whom he, an unknown and vagrant Gentile, dares to talk as equal to equal, has from childhood been my affianced, who will shortly be my wife, although it may please her to seem to flout me after the fashion of maidens, and that we Abati are jealous of the honour of our women. Do you understand?" "Yes, Prince," I answered, for by now my temper was roused. "But I would have you understand something also, that we are men of a high race, whose arm stretches over half the world, and that we differ from the little tribe of the Abati, whose fame is not known to us, in this, that we are jealous of our own honour, and do not need to hire strangers to fight the foes we fear to face. Next time I come to attend to your wounds, O Prince, I trust that they will be in front and not behind. One word more. If you will be advised by me, you will not threaten that captain whom you call a Gentile and a mercenary, lest you should learn that it is not always well to be a coward of blood, however ancient." Then, in a towering rage, I left him, feeling that I had made a thorough fool of myself. But the truth was that I could not sit still and hear men such as my companions, to say nothing of myself, spoken of thus by a bloated cur, who called himself a prince, and boasted of his own poltroonery. He glowered at me as I went, and the men of his party, who hung about the end of the great room and in his courts, glowered at me also. Clearly he was a very dangerous cur, and I almost wished that instead of threatening to slap his face down in the tunnel, Quick had broken his neck and made an end of him. So did the others when I told them the story, although I think it opened their eyes, and especially those of Oliver, to the grave and growing dangers of the situation. Afterward he informed me that he had spoken of the matter with Maqueda, and that she was much frightened for our sakes, and somewhat for her own. Joshua, she said, was a man capable of any crime, who had at his back the great majority of the Abati, a jealous, mean, and intolerant race, who made up in cunning for what they lacked in courage. Yet, as I saw well, the peril of their situation did nothing to separate this pair, or to lessen their love. Indeed, rather did it seem to bind them closer together, and to make them more completely one. In short, the tragedy took its appointed course, whilst we stood by and watched it helplessly. On the afternoon of my angry interview with Joshua, we were summoned to a meeting of the council, whither we went, not without some trepidation, expecting trouble. Trouble there was, but of a different sort to that which we feared. Scarcely had we entered the great room, where the Child of Kings was seated in her chair of state, surrounded by all the pomp and ceremony of her mimic court, when the big doors at the end of it were opened, and through them marched 3 grey-bearded men in white robes, whom we saw at once were heralds or ambassadors from the Fung. These men bowed to the veiled Maqueda, and turning towards where we stood in a little group apart, bowed to us also. But of Joshua, who was there supported by 2 servants, for he could not yet stand alone, and the other notables and priests of the Abati, they took not the slightest heed. "Speak," said Maqueda. "Lady," answered the spokesman of the embassy, "we are sent by our Sultan, Barung, son of Barung, ruler of the Fung nation. These are the words of Barung. O Walda Nagasta, by the hands and the wit of the white lords, whom you have called to your aid, you have of late done much evil to the god Harmac, and to me his servant. You have destroyed one of the gates of my city, and with it many of my people. You have rescued a prisoner out of my hands, robbing Harmac of his sacrifice, and thereby bringing his wrath upon us. You have slain sundry of the sacred beasts that are the mouth of sacrifice. You have killed certain of the priests and guards of Harmac in a hole of the rocks. Moreover, my spies tell me that you plan further ills against the god and against me. Now I send to tell you that for these and other offences I will make an end of the people of the Abati, whom hitherto I have spared. In a little while I marry my daughter to the white man, that priest of Harmac, who is called Singer of Egypt, and who is said to be the son of the physician in your service. But after I have celebrated this feast, and my people have finished the hoeing of their crops, I take up the sword in earnest, nor will I lay it down again until the Abati are no more. Learn that last night, after the holy beasts had been slain and the sacrifice snatched away, the god Harmac spoke to his priests in prophecy, and this was his prophecy, that before the gathering in of the harvest his head would sleep above the plain of myrrh. We know not the interpretation of the saying, but this I know, that before the gathering of the harvest I, or those who rule after me, will lie down to sleep within my city of myrrh. Now choose, surrender forthwith, and, save for the dog, Joshua, who the other day tried to entrap me against the custom of peoples, and 10 others whom I shall name, I will spare the lives of all of you. Though Joshua and these 10 I will hang, since they are not worthy to die by the sword. Or resist, and by Harmac himself I swear that every man among the Abati shall die save the white lords, whom I honour because they are brave, and that servant of yours who stood with them last night in the den of lions, and that every woman shall be made a slave, save you, O Walda Nagasta, because of your great heart. Your answer, O lady of the Abati?" Now Maqueda looked around the faces of her council, and saw fear written upon them all. Indeed, as we noted, Many of them shook in their terror. "My answer shall be short, ambassadors of Barung," she replied. "Still I am but one woman, and it is fitting that those who represent the people should speak for the people. My uncle, Joshua, you are the first of my council. What have you to say? Are you willing to give up your life with 10 others, whose names I do not know, that there may be peace between us and the Fung?" "What?" answered Joshua, with a splutter of rage. "Do I live to hear a Walda Nagasta suggest that the first prince of the land, her uncle and affianced husband, should be surrendered to our hereditary foes, to be hanged like a worn-out hound? And do you, O unknown 10, who doubtless stand in this chamber, live to hear it also?" "My uncle, you do not. I asked if such was your wish, that is all." "Then I answer that it is not my wish, nor the wish of the 10, nor the wish of the Abati. Nay, we will fight the Fung and destroy them, and of their beast-headed idol Harmac we will make blocks to build our synagogues and stones to pave our roads. Do you hear, savages of Fung?" And assisted by his 2 servants, he hobbled towards them, grinning in their faces. The envoys looked him up and down with their quiet eyes. "We hear, and we are very glad to hear," their spokesman answered, "since we Fung love to settle our quarrels with the sword, and not by treaty. But to you, Joshua, we say, make haste to die before we enter Mur, since the rope is not the only means of death whereof we know." Very solemnly the 3 ambassadors saluted, first the Child of Kings, and next ourselves, then turned to go. "Kill them!" shouted Joshua. "They have threatened and insulted me, the prince." But no one lifted a hand against the men, who passed safely out of the palace to the square, where an escort awaited with their horses. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 14. How Pharaoh Met Shadrach. When the ambassadors had gone, at first there was silence, a very heavy silence, since even the frivolous Abati felt that the hour was big with fate. Of a sudden, however, the members of the council began to chatter like so many monkeys, each talking without listening to what his neighbor said, till at length a gorgeously dressed person, I understood that he was a priest, stepped forward and shouted down the others. Then he spoke in an excited and venomous fashion. He pointed out that we Gentiles had brought all this trouble upon Mur, since before we came the Abati, although threatened, had lived in peace and glory. He actually used the word glory for generations, but now we had stung the Fung, as a hornet stings a bull, and made them mad, so that they wished to toss the Abati. He proposed, therefore, that we should at once be ejected from Mur. At this point I saw Joshua whisper into the ear of a man who called out, "No, no, for then they would go to their friend Barung, a savage like themselves, and having learned our secrets, would doubtless use them against us. I say that they must be killed instantly," and he drew a sword and waved it. Quick walked up to the fellow and clapped a pistol to his head. "Drop that sword," he said, "or you'll never hear the end of the story." And he obeyed, whereupon Quick came back. Now Maqueda began to speak, quietly enough, although I could see that she was quaking with passion. "These men are our guests," she said, "come hither to serve us. Do you desire to murder our guests? Moreover, of what use would that be? One thing alone can save us, the destruction of the god of the Fung, since, according to the ancient saying of that people, when the idol is destroyed, the Fung will leave their city of Harmac. Moreover, as to this new prophecy of the priests of the idol, that before the gathering in of the harvest his head shall sleep above the plain of myrrh, how can that happen if it is destroyed? Unless indeed it means that Harmac shall sleep in the heavens. Therefore, what have you to fear from threats built upon that which cannot happen? But can you destroy this false god Harmac, or dare you fight the Fung? You know that it is not so, for had it been so, what need was there for me to send for these Westerns? And if you murder them, will Barung thereby be appeased? Nay, I tell you that being a brave and honourable man, although our enemy, he will become 10 times more wroth with you than he was before, and exact a vengeance even more terrible. I tell you also that then you must find another Walda Nagasta to rule over you, since I, Maqueda, will do so no more." "That is impossible," said someone. "You are the last woman of the true blood." "Then you can choose one of the blood that is not true, or elect a king, as the Jews elected Saul, for if my guests are butchered, I shall die of very shame." These words of hers seemed to cow the council, one of whom asked what would she have them do? "Do," she replied, throwing back her veil, "why, be men! Raise an army of every male who can carry a sword. Help the foreigners, and they will lead you to victory. People of the Abati, would you be slaughtered? Would you see your women slaves, and your ancient name blotted out from the list of peoples?" Now some of them cried, "No." "Then save yourselves. You are still many. The strangers here have skill in war. They can lead if you will follow. Be brave a while, and I swear to you that by harvest the Abati shall sit in the city of Harmac, and not the Fung in Mur. I have spoken. Now do what you will." And rising from her chair of state, Maqueda left the chamber, motioning to us to do likewise. The end of all this business was that a peace was made between us and the council of the Abati. After their pompous, pedantic fashion, they swore solemnly on the roll of the law that they would aid us in every way to overcome the Fung, and even obey such military orders as we might give them, subject to the confirmation of these orders by a small council of their generals. In short, being very frightened, for a time they forgot their hatred of us foreigners. So a scheme of operations was agreed upon, and some law passed by the council, the only governing body among the Abati, for they possessed no representative institutions, under which law a kind of conscription was established for a while. Let me say at once that it met with the most intense opposition. The Abati were agriculturalists who loathed military service. From their childhood they had heard of the imminence of invasion, but no actual invasion had ever yet taken place. The Fung were always without, and they were always within, an inland isle, the wall of rock that they thought impassable being their sea which protected them from danger. They had no experience of slaughter and rapine. Their imaginations were not sufficiently strong to enable them to understand what these things meant. They were lost in the pettiness of daily life and its pressing local interests. Their homes in flames, they themselves massacred, their women and children dragged off to be the slaves of the victors, a poor remnant left to die of starvation among the wasted fields, or to become wild men of the rocks. All these things they looked upon as a mere tale, a romance such as their local poets repeated in the evenings of a wet season, dim and far-off events which might have happened to the Canaanites and Jebusites and Amalekites in the ancient days whereof the book of their law told them, but which could never happen to them, the comfortable Abati. In that book the Israelites always conquered in the end, although the Philistines, alias Fung, sat at their gates, for it will be remembered that it includes no account of the final fall of Jerusalem and awful destruction of its citizens, of which they had little, if any, knowledge. So it came about that our recruiting parties, perhaps press gangs would be a better term, were not well received. I know it, for this branch of the business was handed over to me, of course as adviser to the Abati captains, and on several occasions, when riding round the villages on the shores of their beautiful lake, we were met by showers of stones, and were even the object of active attacks, which had to be put down with bloodshed. Still an army of 5,000 or 6,000 men was got together somehow, and formed into camps, whence desertions were incessant, once or twice accompanied by the murder of officers. "It's 'opeless, downright 'opeless, Doctor," said Quick to me, dropping his H's as he sometimes did in the excitement of the moment. "What can one do with a crowd of pigs, every one of them bent on bolting to his own sty, or anywhere except toward the enemy? The sooner the Fung get them the better for all concerned, say I, and if it wasn't for Our Lady yonder," Quick always called Maqueda after Our Lady, after it had been impressed upon him that Her Majesty was an incorrect title. "My advice to the captain and you gentlemen would be, get out of this infernal hole as quick as your legs can carry you, and let's do a bit of hunting on the way home, leaving the Abati to settle their own affairs." "You forget, Sergeant, that I have a reason for staying in this part of the world, and so perhaps have the others. For instance, the Professor is very fond of those old skeletons down in the cave," and I paused. "Yes, Doctor, and the Captain is very fond of something much better than a skeleton, and so are we all. Well, we've got to see it through, but somehow I don't think that every one of us will have that luck, though it's true that when a man has lived fairly straight according to his lights a few years more or less don't matter much one way or the other. After all, except you gentlemen, who is there that will miss Samuel Quick?" Then, without waiting for an answer, drawing himself up straight as a ramrod, he marched off to assist some popinjays of Abati officers whom he hated and who hated him, to instil the elements of drill into a newly raised company, leaving me to wonder what fears or premonitions filled his honest soul. But this was not Quick's principal work, since for at least 6 hours of every day he was engaged in helping Oliver in our great enterprise of driving a tunnel from the end of the Tomb of Kings deep into the solid rock that formed the base of the mighty idol of the Fung. The task was stupendous, and would indeed have been impossible had not Orme's conjecture that some passage had once run from the extremity of the cave toward the idol proved to be perfectly accurate. Such a passage, indeed, was found walled up at the back of the chair containing the bones of the hunchbacked king. It descended very sharply for a distance of several hundred yards, after which, for another 100 yards or more, its walls and roof were so riven and shaky that, for fear of accidents, we found it necessary to timber them as we went. At last we came to a place where they had fallen in altogether, shaken down, I presume, by the great earthquake which had destroyed so much of the ancient cave city. At this spot, if Oliver's instruments and calculations could be trusted, we were within about 200 feet of the floor of the den of lions, to which it seemed probable that the passage once led, and of course the question arose as to what should be done. A council was held to discuss this problem, at which Maqueda and a few of the Abati notables were present. To these Oliver explained that even if that were possible, it would be useless to clear out the old passage, and at the end find ourselves once more in the den of lions. "What, then, is your plan?" asked Maqueda. "Lady," he answered, "I, your servant, am instructed to attempt to destroy the idol Harmac, by means of the explosives which we have brought with us from England. First, I would ask you if you still cling to that design." "Why should it be abandoned?" inquired Maqueda. "What have you against it?" "Two things, lady. As an act of war the deed seems useless, since, supposing that the Sphinx is shattered and a certain number of priests and guards are destroyed, how will that advance your cause? Secondly, such destruction will be very difficult, if it can be done at all. The stuff we have with us, it is true, is of fearful strength. Yet who can be sure that there is enough of it to move this mountain of hard rock, of which I cannot calculate the weight, not having the measurements or any knowledge of the size of the cavities within its bulk? Lastly, if the attempt is to be made, a tunnel must be hollowed of not less than 300 feet in length, first downward and then upward into the very base of the idol, and if this is to be done within 6 weeks, that is, by the night of the marriage of the daughter of Barang, the work will be very hard, if indeed it can be completed at all, although hundreds of men labour day and night." Now Maqueda thought a while, then looked up and said, "Friend, you are brave and skilful. Tell us all your mind. If you sat in my place, what would you do?" "Lady, I would lead out every able-bodied man and attack the city of the Fung, say on the night of the great festival when they are off their guard. I would blow in the gates of the city of Harmac and storm it and drive away the Fung, and afterwards take possession of the idol, and if it is thought necessary, destroy it piecemeal from within." Now Maqueda consulted with her councillors, who appeared to be much disturbed at this suggestion, and finally called us back and gave us her decision. "These lords of the council," she said, speaking with a ring of contempt in her voice, "declared that your plan is mad, and that they will never sanction it, because the Abati could not be persuaded to undertake so dangerous an enterprise as an attack upon the city of Harmac, which would end, they think, in all of them being killed. They point out, O Orme, that the prophecy is that the Fung will leave the plain of Harmac when their god is destroyed and not before, and that therefore it must be destroyed. They say further, O Orme, that for a year you and your companions are the sworn servants of the Abati, and that it is your business to receive orders, not to give them. Also that the condition upon which you earn your pay is that you destroy the idol of the Fung. This is the decision of the council, spoken by the mouth of the Prince Joshua, who command further that you shall at once set about the business, to execute which you and your companions are present here in Mur." "Is that your command also, O child of kings?" answered Oliver, colouring. "Since I also think that the Abati can never be forced to attack the city of the Fung, it is, O Orme, though the words in which it is couched are not my words." "Very well, O child of kings, I will do my best. Only blame us not if the end of this matter is other than these advisers of yours expect. Prophecies are two-edged swords to play with, and I do not believe that a race of fighting men like the Fung will fly and leave you triumphant, just because a stone image is shattered, if that can be done in the time and with the means which we possess. Meanwhile, I ask that you should give me 250 picked men of the mountaineers, not of the townspeople, under the captaincy of Japhet, who must choose them, to assist us in our work." "It shall be done," she answered, and we made our bows and went. As we passed through the council, we heard Joshua say in a loud voice, meant for us to hear, "Thanks be to God, these hired Gentiles have been taught their place at last." Oliver turned on him so fiercely that he recoiled, thinking that he was about to strike him. "Be careful, Prince Joshua," he said, "that before this business is finished you are not taught yours, which I think may be lowly." And he looked meaningly at the ground. So the labour began, and it was heavy indeed, as well as dangerous. Fortunately, in addition to the picrate compounds that Quick called azure stinging bees, we had brought with us a few cases of dynamite, of which we now made use for blasting purposes. A hole was drilled in the face of the tunnel, and the charge inserted. Then all retreated back into the Tomb of Kings till the cartridge had exploded, and the smoke cleared off, which took a long while, when our people advanced with iron bars and baskets, and cleared away the debris, after which the process must be repeated. Oh, the heat of that narrow hole deep in the bowels of the rock, and the reek of the stagnant air, which sometimes was so bad that the lights would scarcely burn. Indeed, after 100 feet had been completed, we thought that it would be impossible to proceed, since 2 men died of asphyxiation, and the others, although they were good fellows enough, refused to return into the tunnel. At length, however, Orme and Japhet persuaded some of the best of them to do so, and shortly after this the atmosphere improved very much, I suppose because we cut some cranny or shaft which communicated with the open air. There were other dangers also, notably of the collapse of the whole roof, where the rock was rotten, as we found it to be in places. Then it proved very hard to deal with the water, for once or twice we struck small springs, impregnated with copper or some other mineral that blistered the feet and skin, since every drop of this acid water had to be carried out in wooden pails. That difficulty we overcame at last by sinking a narrow well down to the level of the ancient tunnel, of which I have spoken as having been shaken in by the earthquake. Thus we, or rather Oliver and Quick with the mountaineers, toiled on. Higgs did his best, but after a while proved quite unable to bear the heat, which became too much for so stout a man. The end of it was that he devoted himself to the superintendence of the removal of the rubbish into the Tomb of Kings, the care of the stores, and so forth. At least that was supposed to be his business, but really he employed most of his time in drawing and cataloguing the objects of antiquity and the groups of bones that were buried there, and in exploring the remains of the underground city. In truth, this task of destruction was most repellent to the poor professor. "To think," he said to us, "to think that I, who all my life have preached the iniquity of not conserving every relic of the past, should now be employed in attempting to obliterate the most wonderful object ever fashioned by the ancients. It is enough to make a Vandal weep, and I pray heaven that you may not succeed in your infamous design. What does it matter if the Abati are wiped out, as lots of better people have come before them? What does it matter if we accompany them to oblivion, so long as their noble Sphinx is preserved, to be the wonder of future generations? Well, thank goodness, at any rate I have seen it, which is more, probably, than any of you will ever do. There, another brute is dumping his rubbish over the skull of number 14. Thus we labored continually, each at his different task, for the work in the mine never stopped, Oliver being in charge during the day, and Quick at night for a whole week, since on each Sunday they changed with their gangs, Quick taking the day shift and Oliver the night, or vice versa. Sometimes Maqueda came down the cave to inspect progress, always, I noticed, at those hours when Oliver happened to be off duty. Then on this pretext, or on that they would wander away together to visit I know not what, in the recesses of the underground city or elsewhere. In vain did I warn them that their every step was dogged, and that their every word and action were noted by spies who crept after them continually, since twice I caught one of these gentry in the act. They were infatuated, and would not listen. At this time Oliver only left the underground city twice or thrice a week to breathe the fresh air for an hour or two. In truth, he had no leisure. For this same reason he fitted himself up a bed in what had been a priest's chamber, or a sanctuary in the old temple, and slept there, generally with no other guard but the great dog Pharaoh, his constant companion even in the recesses of the mine. It was curious to see how this faithful beast accustomed itself to the darkness, and made its other senses, especially that of smell, serve the purpose of eyes, as do the blind. By degrees, too, it learned all the details of the operations. Thus, when the cartridge was in place for firing, it would rise and begin to walk out of the tunnel even before the men in charge. One night the tragedy that I feared very nearly happened, and indeed must have happened had it not been for this same hound Pharaoh. About 6 o'clock in the evening Oliver came off duty after an 8-hour shift in the tunnel, leaving Higgs in command for a little while until it was time for Quick to take charge. I had been at work outside all day in connection with the new conscript army, a regiment of which was in revolt, because the men, most of whom were what we would call smallholders, declared that they wanted to go home to weed their crops. Indeed, it had proved necessary for the Child of Kings herself to be summoned to plead with them, and condemn some of the ringleaders to punishment. When at length this business was over, we left together, and the poor lady, exasperated almost to madness, sharply refusing the escort of any of her people, requested me to accompany her to the mine. At the mouth of the tunnel she met Oliver, as probably she had arranged to do, and after he had reported progress to her, wandered away with him as usual, each of them carrying a lamp, into some recess of the buried city. I followed them at a distance, not from curiosity, or because I wished to see more of the wonders of that city, whereof I was heartily sick, but because I suspected that they were being spied upon. The pair vanished round a corner that I knew ended in a cul-de-sac, so extinguishing my lamp, I sat down on a fallen column and waited till I should see their light reappear, when I proposed to effect my retreat. Whilst I sat thus, thinking on many things and, to tell the truth, very depressed in mind, I heard a sound as of some one moving, and instantly struck a match. The light of it fell full upon the face of a man whom I recognized at once as a body servant of the Prince Joshua, though whether he was passing me toward the pair or returning from their direction, I could not be sure. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "What is that to you, physician?" he answered. Then the match burnt out, and before I could light another he had vanished, like a snake into a stone wall. My first impulse was to warn Maqueda and Oliver that they were being watched, but reflecting that the business was awkward, and that the spy would doubtless have given over his task for this day, I left it alone, and went down to the tomb of the kings to help Higgs. Just afterwards Quick came on duty, long before his time, the fact being that he had no confidence in the professor as a director of mining operations. When he appeared, Higgs and I retreated from that close and filthy tunnel, and by way of recreation put in an hour or so at the cataloguing and archaeological research in which his soul delighted. "If only we could get all this lot out of Mur," he said, with a sweep of his hand, "we should be the most famous men in Europe for at least 3 days, and rich into the bargain." "Ptolemy," I answered, "we shall be fortunate if we get ourselves alive out of Mur, let alone these bones and ancient treasures." And I told him what I had seen that evening. His fat and kindly face grew anxious. "Ah," he said, "well, I don't blame him. Should probably do the same myself if I got the chance. And so would you, if you were 20 years younger. No, I don't blame him, or her either, for the fact is that although their race, education, and circumstances are so different, they are one of nature's pairs, and while they are alive nothing will keep them apart. You might as well expect a magnet and a bit of iron to remain separate on a sheet of notepaper. Moreover, they give themselves away, as people in that state always do. The pursuit of archaeology has its dangers, but it is a jolly sight safer than that of woman, though it did land me in a den of lions." "What's going to happen, old fellow?" "Can't say, but I think it very probable that Oliver will be murdered, and that we shall follow the same road, or, if we are lucky, be only bundled out of Mur. Well, it's time for dinner. If I get a chance I will give them a hint." So we made our way to the old temple in the great cave, where we kept our stores, and Oliver had his headquarters. Here we found him waiting for us and our meal ready, for food was always brought to us by the palace servants. When we had eaten, and these men had cleared away, we lit our pipes and fed the dog Pharaoh upon the scraps that had been reserved for him. Then I told Oliver about the spy whom I had caught tracking him and Maqueda. "Well, what of it?" he said, colouring in his tell-tale fashion. "She only took me to see what she believed to be an ancient inscription on a column in that northern isle." "Then she'd have done better to take me, my boy," said Higgs. "What was the character like?" "Don't know," he answered guiltily. "She could not find it again." An awkward silence followed, which I broke. "Oliver," I said, "I don't think you ought to go on sleeping here alone. You have too many enemies in this place." "Rubbish," he answered, "though it's true Pharaoh seemed uneasy last night, and that once I woke up and thought I heard footsteps in the court outside. I set them down to ghosts, in which I have almost come to believe in this haunted place, and went to sleep again." "Ghosts be blowed," said Higgs vulgarly. "If there were such things, I have slept with too many mummies not to see them. That confounded Joshua is the wizard who raises your ghosts. Look here, old boy," he added, "let me camp with you tonight, since Quick must be in the tunnel, and Adams has to sleep outside in case he is wanted on the army business." "Not a bit of it," he answered. "You know you are too asthmatical to get a wink in this atmosphere. I won't hear of such a thing." "Then come and sleep with us in the guest house." "Can't be done. The sergeant has got a very nasty job down there about 1 o'clock, and I promised to be handy in case he calls me up," and he pointed to the portable field telephone that fortunately we had brought with us from England, which was fixed close by, adding, "If only that silly thing had another few hundred yards of wire, I'd come, but you see it hasn't, and I must be in touch with the work." At this moment the bell tinkled, and Orme made a jump for the receiver, through which for the next 5 minutes he was engaged in giving rapid, and to us quite unintelligible directions. "There you are," he said, when he had replaced the mouthpiece on its hook. "If I hadn't been here they would probably have had the roof of the tunnel down and killed some people. No, no, I can't leave that receiver unless I go back to the mine, which I am too tired to do. However, don't you fret. With a pistol, a telephone, and Pharaoh, I'm safe enough. And now, good night. You fellows had better be getting home, as I must be up early tomorrow, and want to sleep while I can." On the following morning, about 5 o'clock, Higgs and I were awakened by someone knocking at our door. I rose and opened it, whereon in walked Quick, a grim and grimy figure, for, as his soaked clothes and soiled face told us, he had but just left his work in the mine. "Captain wants to see you as soon as possible, gentlemen," he said. "What's the matter, Sergeant?" asked Higgs, as we got into our garments. "You'll see for yourself presently, Professor," was the laconic reply, nor could we get anything more out of him. 5 minutes later we were advancing at a run through the dense darkness of the underground city, each of us carrying a lamp. I reached the ruins of the old temple first, for Quick seemed very tired and lagged behind, and in that atmosphere Higgs was scant of breath and could not travel fast. At the doorway of the place where he slept stood the tall form of Oliver, holding a lamp aloft. Evidently he was waiting for us. By his side sat the big yellow dog Pharaoh, that, when he smelt us, gambolled forward, wagging his tail in greeting. "Come here," said Orme, in a low and solemn voice. "I have something to show you." And he led the way into the priest's chamber, or sanctuary, whatever it may have been, where he slept upon a rough, native-made bedstead. At the doorway he halted, lowered the lamp he held, and pointed to something dark on the floor to the right of his bedstead, saying, "Look." There lay a dead man, and by his side a great knife that evidently had fallen from his hand. At the first glance we recognized the face, which, by the way, was singularly peaceful, as though it were that one of plunged in deep sleep. This seemed odd, since the throat below was literally torn out. "Shadrach!" we said with one voice. Shadrach it was. Shadrach, our former guide, who had betrayed us. Shadrach, who, to save his own life, had shown us how to rescue Higgs, and for that service been pardoned, as I think I mentioned. Shadrach and no other. "Pussy seems to have been on the prowl, and to have met a dog," remarked Quick. "Do you understand what has happened?" asked Oliver, in a dry, hard voice. "Perhaps I had better explain before anything is moved. Shadrach must have crept in here last night, I don't know at what time, for I slept through it all, for purposes of his own. But he forgot his old enemy Pharaoh, and Pharaoh killed him. See his throat? When Pharaoh bites he doesn't growl, and of course Shadrach could say nothing, or, as he had dropped his knife, for the matter of that, do anything either. When I was woke up about an hour ago by the telephone bell, the dog was fast asleep, for he is accustomed to that bell, with his head resting upon the body of Shadrach. Now, why did Shadrach come into my room at night with a drawn knife in his hand?" "Doesn't seem a difficult question to answer," replied Higgs, in the high voice which was common to him when excited. "He came here to murder you, and Pharaoh was too quick for him, that's all. That dog was the cheapest purchase you ever made, friend Oliver." "Yes," answered Orme, "he came here to murder me. You were right about the risk, after all. But what I wonder is, who sent him?" "And so you may go on wondering for the rest of your life, Captain," exclaimed Quick. "Still, I think we might guess, if we tried." Then news of what had happened was sent to the palace, and within little over an hour Maqueda arrived, accompanied by Joshua and several other members of her council. When she saw and understood everything she was horrified, and sternly asked Joshua what he knew of this business. Of course he proved to be completely innocent, and had not the slightest idea of who had set the murderer on to work the deed of darkness. Nor had anybody else, the general suggestion being that Shadrach had attempted it out of revenge, and met with the due reward of his crime. Only that day poor Pharaoh was poisoned. Well, he had done his work, and his memory is blessed. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. Sergeant Quick has a presentiment. From this time forward, all of us, and especially Oliver, were guarded night and day by picked men who it was believed could not be corrupted. As a consequence, the Tsar of Russia scarcely leads a life more irksome than ours became at Mur. Of privacy there was none left to us, since sentries and detectives lurked at every corner, while tasters were obliged to taste of each dish and drink from each cup before it touched our lips, lest our fate should be that of Pharaoh, whose loss we mourned as much as though the poor dog had been some beloved human being. Most of all it was irksome, I think, to Oliver and Maqueda, whose opportunities of meeting were much curtailed by the exigencies of this rigid espionage. Who can murmur sweet nothings to his adored when two soldiers armed to the teeth have been instructed never to let him out of their sight? Particularly in this, so if the adored happens to be the ruler of those soldiers to whom the person guarded has no right to be making himself agreeable. For when off duty even the most faithful guardians are apt to talk. Of course, the result was that the pair took risks which did not escape observation. Indeed, their intimate relations became a matter of gossip throughout the land. Still, annoying as they might be, these precautions succeeded, for none of us were poisoned or got our throats cut, though we were constantly the victims of mysterious accidents. Thus, a heavy rock rolled down upon us when we sat together one evening upon the hillside, and a flight of arrows passed between us while we were riding along the edge of a thicket, by one of which Higgs's horse was killed. Only when the mountain and the thicket were searched no one could be found. Moreover, a great plot against us was discovered in which some of the lords and priests were implicated, but such was the state of feeling in the country that, beyond warning them privately that their machinations were known, Maqueda did not dare to take proceedings against these men. A little later on things mended so far as we were concerned, for the following reason. One day 2 shepherds arrived at the palace with some of their companions, saying that they had news to communicate. On being questioned, these peasants averred that while they were herding their goats upon the western cliffs many miles away, suddenly on the top of the hills appeared a body of 15 Fung, who bound and blindfolded them, telling them in mocking language to take a message to the council and to the white men. This was the message, that they had better make haste to destroy the god Harmac, since otherwise his head would move to Mur according to the prophecy, and that when it did the Fung would follow as they knew how to do. Then they set the 2 men on a rock where they could be seen, and on the following morning were in fact found by some of their fellows, those who accompanied them to the court and corroborated this story. Of course the matter was duly investigated, but as I know, for I went with the search party, when we got to the place no trace of the Fung could be found, except one of their spears, of which the handle had been driven into the earth and the blade pointed towards Mur, evidently in threat or defiance. No other token of them remained, for, as it happened, a heavy rain had fallen and obliterated their footprints, which in any case must have been faint on this rocky ground. Notwithstanding the most diligent search by skilled men, their mode of approach and retreat remained a mystery, as, indeed, it does to this day. The only places where it was supposed to be possible to scale the precipice of Mur were watched continually, so that they could have climbed up by none of these. The inference was, therefore, that the Fung had discovered some unknown path, and if 15 men could climb that path, why not 15,000? Only, where was this path? In vain were great rewards in land and honours offered to him who should discover it, for although such discoveries were continually reported, on investigation these were found to be inventions or mares' nests. Nothing but a bird could have travelled by such roads. Then at last we saw the Abati thoroughly frightened, for, in additions, the story soon passed from mouth to mouth till the whole people talked of nothing else. It was as though we English learned that a huge foreign army had suddenly landed on our shores and, having cut the wires and seized the railways, was marching upon London. The effect of such tidings upon a nation that always believed invasion to be impossible may easily be imagined, only I hope that we should take them better than did the Abati. their swagger, their self-confidence, their talk about the rocky walls of Mur, evaporated in an hour. Now it was only of the disciplined and terrible regiments of the Fung, among whom every man was trained to war, and of what would happen to them, the civilized and domesticated Abati, a peace-loving people who rightly enough, as they declared, had refused all martial burdens, should these regiments suddenly appear in their midst. They cried out that they were betrayed. They clamored for the blood of certain of the councillors. That carpet knight, Joshua, lost popularity for a while, while Maqueda, who was known always to have been in favor of conscription and perfect readiness to repel attack, gained what he had lost. Leaving their farms, they crowded together into the towns and villages, where they made what in South Africa are called lagars. Religion, which practically had been dead among them, for they retained but few traces of the Jewish faith, if, indeed, they had ever really practised it, became the craze of the hour. Priests were at a premium. Sheep and cattle were sacrificed. It was even said that, after the fashion of their foes the Fung, some human beings shared the same fate. At any rate, the Almighty was importuned hourly to destroy the hated Fung and to protect his people, the Abati, from the results of their own base selfishness and cowardly neglect. Well, the world has seen such exhibitions before today, and will doubtless see more of them in the instance of greater people who allow luxury and pleasure-seeking to sap their strength and manhood. The upshot of it all was that the Abati became obsessed with the saying of the Fung scouts to the shepherds, which, after all, was but a repetition of that of their envoys delivered to the council a little while before, that they should hasten to destroy the idol Harmac, lest he should move himself to Mur. How an idol of such proportions, or even its head, could move at all, they did not stop to inquire. It was obvious to them, however, that if he was destroyed, there would be nothing to move, and further that we Gentiles were the only persons who could possibly effect such destruction. So we also became popular for a little while. Everybody was pleasant and flattered us. Everybody, even Joshua, bowed when we approached, and took a most lively interest in the progress of our work, which many deputations and prominent individuals urged us to expedite. Better still, the untoward accidents such as those I have mentioned ceased. Our dogs, for we had obtained some others, were no longer poisoned. Rocks that appeared fixed did not fall. No arrows whistled among us when we went out riding. We even found it safe, occasionally, to dispense with our guards, since it was every one's interest to keep us alive, for the present. Still, I for one was not deceived for a single moment, and in season and out of season warned the others that the wind would soon blow again from a less favourable quarter. We worked. Heaven alone knows how we did work. Think of the task, which, after all, was only one of several. A tunnel must be bored, for I forget how far, through virgin rock, with the help of inadequate tools and unskilled labour, and this tunnel must be finished by a certain date. 100 unexpected difficulties arose, and one by one were conquered. Great dangers must be run, and were avoided, while the responsibility of this tremendous engineering feat lay upon the shoulders of a single individual, Oliver Orme, whom, although he had been educated as an engineer, had no great practical experience of such enterprises. Truly the occasion makes the man, for Orme rose to it in a way that I can only call heroic. When he was not actually in the tunnel he was labouring at his calculations, of which many must be made, or taking levels with such instruments as he had. For if there proved to be the slightest error, all this toil would be in vain, and result only in the blowing of a useless hole through a mass of rock. Then there was a great question as to the effect which would be produced by the amount of explosive at his disposal, since terrible as might be the force of the stuff, unless it were scientifically placed and distributed, it would assuredly fail to accomplish the desired end. At last, after superhuman efforts, the mine was finished. Our stock of concentrated explosive, about 4 full camel-loads of it, was set in as many separate chambers, each of them just large enough to receive the charge, hollowed in the primeval rock from which the idol had been hewn. These chambers were about 20 feet from each other, though if there had been time to prolong the tunnel, the distance should have been at least 40 in order to give the stuff a wider range of action. According to Oliver's mathematical reckoning, they were cut in the exact centre of the base of the idol, and about 30 feet below the actual body of the crouching Sphinx. As a matter of fact, this reckoning was wrong in several particulars, the charges having been sent further towards the east, or head of the Sphinx, and higher up in the base than he supposed. When it is remembered that he had found no opportunity of measuring the monument, which practically we had only seen once from behind, under conditions not favourable to accuracy in such respects, or of knowing its actual length and depth, These trifling errors were not remarkable. What was remarkable is that his general plan of operations, founded upon a mere hypothetical estimate, should have proved as accurate as it did. At length all was prepared, and the deadly cast iron flasks had been packed in sand, together with dynamite cartridges, the necessary detonators, electric wires, and so forth, an anxious and indeed awful task executed entirely in that stifling atmosphere by the hands of Orme and Quick. Then began another labor, that of the filling in of the tunnels. This, it seems, was necessary, or so I understood, lest the expanding gases, following the line of least resistance, should blow back, as it were, through the vent-hole. What made the task the more difficult was the need of cutting a little channel in the rock to contain the wires, and thereby lessen the risk of the fracture of these wires in the course of the building-up process. Of course, if by any accident this should happen, the circuit would be severed, and no explosion would follow when the electric battery was set to work. The arrangement was that the mine should be fired on the night of that full moon on which we had been told, and spies confirmed the information, the feast of the marriage of Barung's daughter to my son would be celebrated in the city of Harmac. This date was fixed because the Sultan had announced that so soon as that festivity, which coincided with the conclusion of the harvest, was ended, he meant to deliver his attack on Mur. Also, we were anxious that it should be adhered to for another reason, since we knew that on this day but a small number of priests and guards would be left in charge of the idol, and my son could not be among them. Now whatever may have been the views of the Abati, we, as the Christians who bore them no malice, did not at all desire to destroy an enormous number of innocent Fung, as might have happened if we had fired our mine when the people were gathered to sacrifice to their god. The fatal day arrived at last. All was completed, save for the blocking of the passage, which still went on, or rather was being reinforced by the piling up of loose rocks against its mouth, at which 100 or so men laboured incessantly. The firing wires had been led into that little chamber in the old temple where the dog Pharaoh tore out the throat of Shadrach, and no inch of them was left unguarded for fear of accident or treachery. The electric batteries, 2 of them in case one should fail, had been tested but not connected with the wires. There they stood upon the floor, looking innocent enough, and we 4 sat round them like wizards round their magic pot who await the working of some spell. We were not cheerful. Who could be under so intense a strain? Orme, indeed, who had grown pale and thin with continuous labour of mind and body, seemed quite worn out. He could not eat nor smoke, and with difficulty I persuaded him to drink some of the native wine. He would not even go to look at the completion of the work or to test the wires. "You can see to it," he said. "I have done all I can. Now things must take their chance." After our midday meal he lay down and slept quite soundly for several hours. About 4 o'clock those who were labouring at the piling up of debris over the mouth of the tunnel completed their task, and in charge of Quick were marched out of the underground city. Then Higgs and I took lamps and went along the length of the wires which lay in a little trench covered over with dust, removing the dust and inspecting them at intervals. Discovering nothing amiss, we returned to the old temple, and at its doorway met the mountaineer, Japhet, who throughout all these proceedings had been our prop and stay. Indeed, without his help and that of his authority over the Abati, the mine could never have been completed, at any rate within the time. The light of the lamp showed that his face was very anxious. "What is the matter?" I asked. "O physician," he answered, "I have words for the ear of Captain Orme. Be pleased to lead me to him." We explained that he slept and could not be disturbed, but Japhet only answered as before, adding, "Come you with me. My words are for your ears as well as his." So we went into the little room and awoke Oliver, who sprang up in a great fright, fearing that something untoward had happened at the mine. "What's wrong?" he asked of Japhet. "Have the Fung cut the wires?" "Nay, O Orme, a worse thing. I have discovered that the Prince Joshua has laid a plot to steal away her whose name is High." "What do you mean? Set out all the story, Japhet," said Oliver. "It is short, lord. I have some friends, one of whom, he is of my own blood, but ask me not his name, is in the service of the Prince. We drank a cup of wine together, which I needed, and I suppose it loosed his tongue. At any rate he told me, and I believed him. This is the story. For his own sake and that of the people the Prince desires that you should destroy the idol of Fung, and therefore he has kept his hands off you of late. Yet, should you succeed, he does not know what may happen. He fears lest the Abati in their gratitude should set you up as great men." "Then he is an ass," interrupted Quick, "for the Abati have no gratitude." "He fears," went on Japhet, "other things too. For instance, that the Child of Kings may express that gratitude by a mark of her signal favour towards one of you." And he stared at Orm, who turned his head aside. "Now the Prince is affianced to this great lady, whom he desires to wed for 2 reasons. First, because this marriage will make him the chief man among the Abati; and second, because of late he has come to think that he loves her whom he is afraid that he may lose. So he has set a snare." "What snare?" asked one of us, for Japhet paused. "I don't know," answered Japhet, "and I do not think that my friend knew either, or if he did he would not tell me. But I understand the plot is that the Child of Kings is to be carried off to the Prince Joshua's castle at the other end of the lake, 6 hours' ride away, and there be forced to marry him at once." "Indeed," said Orm. "And when is all this to happen?" "I don't know, lord. I know nothing except what my friend told me, which I thought it right to communicate to you instantly. I asked him the time, however, and he said that he believed the date was fixed for one night after next Sabbath." "Next Sabbath is 5 days hence, so that this matter does not seem to be very pressing," remarked Oliver, with a sigh of relief. "Are you sure that you can trust your friend, Japhet?" "No, lord, I am not sure, especially as I have always known him to be a liar. Still, I thought that I ought to tell you." "Very kind of you, Japhet, but I wish that you had let me have my sleep out first. Now go down the line and see that all is right. Then return and report." Japhet saluted in his native fashion, and went. "What do you think of this story?" asked Oliver, as soon as he was out of hearing. "All bosh," answered Higgs. "This place is full of talk and rumours, and this is one of them." He paused and looked at me. "Oh," I said, "I agree with Higgs. If Japhet's friend had really anything to tell, he would have told it in more detail. I dare say there are a good many things Joshua would like to do, but I expect he will stop there, at any rate, for the present. If you take my advice, you will say nothing of the matter, especially to Maqueda." "Then we are all agreed. But what are you thinking of, Sergeant?" asked Oliver, addressing Quick, who stood in a corner of the room, lost apparently in contemplation of the floor. "I, Captain?" he replied, coming to attention. "Well, begging their pardon, I was thinking that I don't hold with these gentlemen, except in so far as that I should say nothing of this job to Our Lady, who has plenty to bother her just now, and won't need to be frightened as well. Still, there may be something in it, for though the Japhet is stupid, he's honest, and honest men sometimes get hold of the right end of the stick. At least, he believes there is something, and that's what weighs with me." "Well, if that's your opinion, what's the best to be done, Sergeant? I agree that the Child of Kings should not be told, and I shan't leave this place till after 10 o'clock to-morrow at the earliest, if we stick to our plans, as we had better do, for all that stuff in the tunnel wants a little time to settle, and for other reasons. What are you drawing there?" and he pointed to the floor, in the dust of which Quick was tracing something with his finger. "A plan of Our Lady's private rooms, Captain. She told you she was going to rest at sundown, didn't she? Or earlier, for she was up most of last night, and wanted to get a few hours' sleep before something happens. Well, her bedchamber is there, isn't it? And another before it, in which her maids sleep, and nothing behind except a high wall and a ditch which cannot be climbed." "That's quite true," interrupted Higgs. "I got leave to make a plan of the palace, only there is a passage 6 feet wide and 20 long leading from the guard chamber to the ladies' ante-room." "Just so, Professor. And that passage has a turn in it, if I remember right, so that 2 well-armed men could hold it against quite a lot. Supposing now that you and I, Professor, should go and take a nap in that guard-room, which will be empty, for the watch is set at the palace gate. We shan't be wanted here, since if the captain can't touch off that mine, no one can, with a doctor to help him just in case anything goes wrong, and Japhet guarding the line. I dare say there's nothing in this yarn, but who knows? There might be, and then we should blame ourselves. What do you say, Professor?" "I? Oh, I'll do anything you wish, though I should rather have liked to climb the cliff and watch what happens." "You'd see nothing, Higgs," interrupted Oliver, "except perhaps the reflection of a flash in the sky. So if you don't mind, I wish you would go with the sergeant. Somehow, although I am quite certain that we ought not to alarm Maqueda, I am not easy about her, and if you 2 fellows were there, I should know she was all right, and that would be a weight off my mind." "That settles it," said Higgs. "We'll be off presently. Look here, give us that portable telephone, which is of no use anywhere else now. the wire will reach to the palace, and if the machine works all right, we can talk to you and tell each other how things are going on." 10 minutes later they had made their preparations. Quick stepped up to Oliver and stood at attention, saying, "Ready to march. Any more orders, Captain?" "I think not, Sergeant," he answered, lifting his eyes from the little batteries that he was watching as though they were live things. "You know the arrangements. At 10 o'clock, that is about 2 hours hence, I touch this switch. Whatever happens, it must not be done before, for fear lest the doctor's son should not have left the idol, to say nothing of all the other poor beggars. The spies say that the marriage feast will not be celebrated until at least 3 hours after moonrise." "And that's what I heard when I was a prisoner," interrupted Higgs. "I dare say," answered Orme, "but that it is always well to allow a margin in case the procession should be delayed or something. So until 10 o'clock I've got to stop where I am, and you may be sure, Doctor, that under no circumstances shall I fire the mine before that hour, as indeed you will be here to see. After that I can't say what will happen, but if we don't appear, you two had better come to look for us, in case of accidents, you know. Do your best at your end according to circumstances. The Doctor and I will do our best at ours. I think that is all, Sergeant. Report yourselves by the telephone if the wire is long enough and it will work, which I dare say it won't, and anyway look out for us about 10:30. Good-bye." "Good-bye, Captain," answered Quick, then stretched out his hand, shook that of Orme, and without another word took his lamp and left the chamber. An impulse prompted me to follow them, leaving Orme and Higgs discussing something before they parted. When he had walked about 50 yards in the awful silence of that vast underground town, of which the ruined tenements yawned on either side of us, the sergeant stopped and said suddenly, "You don't believe in presentiments, do you, Doctor?" "Not a bit," I answered. "Glad of it, Doctor. Still, I have got a bad one now, and it is that I shan't see the captain or you any more." "Then that's a poor lookout for you, Quick." "No, Doctor, for me. I think you are both all right, and the Professor too. It's my name they are calling up aloft, or so it seems to me. Well, I don't care much, for though no saint I have tried to do my duty, and if it is done, it's done. If it's written, it's got to come to pass, hasn't it? For everything is written down for us long before we begin, or so I've always thought. Still, I'll grieve to part from the captain, seeing that I nursed him as a child, and I'd have liked to known him well out of this hole, and safely married to that sweet lady first, though I don't doubt that it will be so." "Nonsense, Sergeant," I said sharply. "You are not yourself. All this work and anxiety has got on your nerves." "As it well might, Doctor. Not but I dare say that's true. Anyhow, if the other is the true thing, and you should all see old England again with some of the stuff in that dead house, I've got 3 nieces living down at home whom you might remember. Don't say nothing of what I told you to the captain till this night's game is played, seeing that it might upset him, and he'll need to keep cool up to 10 o'clock, and afterwards too, perhaps. Only if we shouldn't meet again, say that Samuel Quick sent him his duty and God's blessing. And the same on yourself, Doctor, and your son too. And now here comes the Professor, so good-bye." A minute later they had left me, and I stood watching them until the 2 stars of light from their lanterns vanished into the darkness. End of chapter 15. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 16 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 16. Harmac comes to Mur. Slowly and in very bad spirits, I retraced my steps to the old temple, following the line of the telephone wire which Higgs and Quick had unreeled as they went. In the sergeant's prognostications of evil I had no particular belief, as they seemed to me to be born of the circumstances which surrounded us, and in different ways affected all our minds, even that of the buoyant Higgs. To take my own case, for instance, here I was about to assist in an act which, for aught I knew, might involve the destruction of my only son. It was true, We believed that this was the night of his marriage at the town of Harmac, some miles away, and that the tale of our spies supported this information. But how could we be sure that the date or the place of the ceremony had not been changed at the last moment? Supposing, for instance, that it was held not in the town as arranged, but in the courts of the idol, and that the fearful activities of the fiery agent which we were about to wake to life should sweep the celebrants into nothingness. The thought made me turn cold, and yet the deed must be done. Roderick must take his chance, and if all were well, and he escaped that danger, were there not worse behind? Think of him, a Christian man, the husband of a savage woman who worshipped a stone image with a lion's head, bound to her and her tribe, a state prisoner, trebly guarded, whom, so far as I could see, there would be no hope of rescuing. It was awful. Then there were other complications. If the plan succeeded and the idol was destroyed, my own belief was that the Fung must thereby be exasperated. Evidently, they knew some road into this stronghold. It would be used. They would pour their thousands up it. A general massacre would follow, of which, justly, we should be the first victims. I reached the chamber where Oliver sat brooding, alone, for Japhet was patrolling the line. "I am not happy about Maqueda, Doctor," he said to me. "I am afraid there is something in that story. She wanted to be with us. Indeed, she begged to be allowed to come, almost with tears. But I wouldn't have it, since accidents may always happen. The vibration may shake in the roof or something. In fact, I don't think you should be here. Why don't you go away and leave me?" I answered that nothing would induce me to do so, for such a job should not be left to one man. "No, you're right," he said. "I might faint or lose my head or anything. I wish now that we had arranged to send the spark from the palace, which perhaps we might have done by joining the telephone wire onto the others. But to tell you the truth, I'm afraid of the batteries. The cells are new, but very weak, for time and the climate have affected them. And I thought it possible the extra difference might make the difference, and that they would fail to work. That's why I fixed this as the firing point. Hello, there's the bell. What have they got to say?" I snatched the receiver and presently heard the cheerful voice of Higgs announcing that they had arrived safely in the little anteroom to Maqueda's private apartments. "The palace seems very empty," he added. "We only met one sentry, for I think that everybody else, except Maqueda and a few of her ladies, have cleared out, being afraid lest rocks should fall on them when the explosion occurs." "Did the man say so?" I asked of Higgs. "Yes, something of that sort. Also, he wanted to forbid us to come here, saying that it was against the Prince Joshua's orders that we Gentiles should approach the private apartments of the Child of Kings. Well, we soon settled that, and he bolted. Where to? Oh, I don't know. To report, he said." "How's Quick?" I asked. "Much the same as usual. In fact, he is saying his prayers in the corner, looking like a melancholy brigand with rifles, revolvers, and knives stuck all over him. I wish he wouldn't say his prayers," added Higgs, and his voice reached me in an indignant squeak. "It makes me feel uncomfortable, as though I ought to join him. But not having been brought up as a dissenter or a Moslem, I can't pray in public as he does. Hello, wait a minute, will you?" Then followed a longish pause, and after it, Higgs' voice again. "It's all right," it said. "Only one of Maqueda's ladies who had heard us and come to see who we were. When she learns, I expect she will join us here, as the girl says she's nervous and can't sleep." Higgs proved right in his anticipations, for in about 10 minutes we were rung up again, this time by Maqueda herself, whereon I handed the receiver to Oliver and retired to the other end of the room. Nor, to tell the truth, was I sorry for the interruption, since it cheered up Oliver and helped to pass the time. The next thing worth telling that happened was that an hour or more later Japhet arrived, looking very frightened. We asked him our usual question, if anything was wrong with the wires. With a groan he answered, no, the wires seemed all right, but he had met a ghost. "What ghost, you donkey?" I said. "The ghost of one of the dead kings, O physician, yonder in the burial cave. It was he with the bent bones who sits in the farthest chair, only he had put some flesh on his bones, and I tell you he looked fearful, a very fierce man, or rather ghost." "Indeed, and did he say anything to you, Japhet?" "Oh, yes, plenty, O physician, only I could not understand it all, because his language was somewhat different to mine, and he spat out his words as a green log spits out sparks. I think that he asked me, however, how my miserable people dared to destroy his god, Harmac. I answered that I was only a servant and did not know, adding that he should put his questions to you." "And what did he say to that, Japhet?" "I think he said that Harmac would come to Mur and settle his account with the Abati, and that the foreign men would be wise to fly fast and far. That's all I understood. Ask me no more, who would not return into that cave to be made a prince." "He's got hold of what Barung's envoys told us," said Oliver indifferently, "and no wonder, this place is enough to make anybody see ghosts. I'll repeat it to Maqueda. It will amuse her." "I wouldn't if I were you," I answered, "for it isn't exactly a cheerful yarn, and perhaps she's afraid of ghosts too. Also," and I pointed to the watch that lay on the table beside the batteries, "it is 5 minutes to 10. Oh, that last 5 minutes! It seemed as many centuries. Like stone statues we sat, each of us lost in his own thoughts, though for my part the power of clear thinking appeared to have left me. Visions of a sort flowed over my mind without sinking into it, as water flows over marble. All I could do was fix my eyes on the face of that watch, of which, in the flickering lamplight, the second hand seemed to my excited fancy to grow enormous and jump from one side of the room to the other. Orme began to count aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now! And almost simultaneously he touched the knob first of one battery and next of the other. Before his finger pressed the left-hand knob, I felt the solid rock beneath us surge. No other word conveys its movement. Then the great stone cross-piece, weighing several tons, that was set as a transom above the tall door of our room, dislodged itself, and fell quite gently into the doorway, which it completely blocked. Other rocks fell also at a distance, making a great noise, and somehow I found myself on the ground. My stool had slid away from me. Next followed a muffled, awful roar, and with it came a blast of wind, blowing where wind never blew before since the beginning of the world. That with a terrible wailing howled itself to silence in the thousand recesses of the cave city. As it passed, our lamps went out. Lastly, quite a minute later, I should think, there was a thud, as though something of enormous weight had fallen on the surface of the earth, far above us. Then all was as it had been. All was darkness and utter quietude. "Well, that's over," said Oliver, in a strained voice, which sounded very small and far away through that thick darkness. "All over for good or ill. I needn't have been anxious. The first battery was strong enough, for I felt the mine spring as I touched the second. I wonder," he went on, as though speaking to himself, what amount of damage nearly 1.5 tons of that awful azomide compound has done to the old Sphinx. According to my calculations, it ought to have been enough to break the thing up if we could have spread the charge more. But as it is, I am by no means certain. It may only have driven a hole in its bulk, especially if there were hollows through which the gases could run. Well, with luck, we may know more about it later. Strike a match, Adams, and light those lamps. Why, what's that? Listen." As he spoke, from somewhere came a series of tiny noises that, though they were so faint and small, suggested rifles fired at a great distance. Crack, 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 went the infinitesimal noises. I groped about, and finding the receiver of the field telephone, set it to my ear. In an instant all grew plain to me. Guns were being fired near the other end of the wire, and the transmitter was sending us the sound of them. Very faintly, but with distinctness, I could hear Higgs' high voice saying, "Look out, Sergeant, there's another rush coming," and Quick answering, "Shoot low, Professor, for the Lord's sake, shoot low. You are empty, sir. Load up, load up. Here's a clip of cartridges. Don't fire too fast. Ah, that devil got me, but I've got him. He'll never throw another spear." "They are being attacked," I exclaimed. "Quick is wounded. Now Maqueda is talking to you. She says, 'Oliver, come. Joshua's men assail me. Oliver, come.'" Then followed a great sound of shouting, answered by more shots, and just as Orme snatched the receiver from my hand, the wire went dead. In vain he called down it in an agonized voice. As well might he have addressed the planet Saturn. "The wire's out," he exclaimed, dashing down the receiver and seizing the lantern which Japhet had just succeeded in relighting. "Come on, there's murder being done," and he sprang to the doorway, only to stagger back again from the great stone with which it was blocked. "Good God!" he screamed, "we're shut in. How can we get out? How can we get out?" And he began to run round and round the room, and even to spring at the walls like a frightened cat. Thrice he sprang, striving to climb to the coping, for the place had no roof, each time falling back, since it was too high for him to grasp. I caught him round the middle, and held him by main force, although he struck at me. "Be quiet," I said. "Do you want to kill yourself? You will be no good dead or maimed. Let me think." Meanwhile Japhet was acting on his own account, for he too had heard the tiny, ominous sounds given out by the telephone, and guessed their purport. First he ran to the massive transom that blocked the doorway and pushed. It was useless. Not even an elephant could have stirred it. Then he stepped back, examining it carefully. "I think it can be climbed, physician," he said. "Help me now." And he motioned to me to take one end of the heavy table on which the batteries stood. We dragged it to the doorway, and seeing his purpose, Oliver jumped on to it with him. Then, at Japhet's direction, while I supported the table to prevent its oversetting, Orme rested his forehead against the stone, making what schoolboys call a back, up which the mountaineer climbed actively until he stood upon his shoulders, and by stretching himself was able to grasp the end of the fallen transom. Next, while I held up the lamp to give him light, he gripped the roughnesses of the hewn stone with his toes, and in a few moments was upon the coping of the wall, 20 feet or more above the floor line. The rest was comparatively easy, for taking off his linen robe, Japhet knotted it once or twice, and let it down to us. By the help of this improvised rope, with Orme supporting me beneath, I too was dragged up to the coping of the wall. Then both of us pulled up Oliver, who, without a word, swung himself over the wall, hanging to Japhet's arms, and losing his hold, dropped to the ground on the farther side. Next came my turn. It was a long fall, and had not Oliver caught me, I think that I should have hurt myself. As it was, the breath was shaken out of me. Lastly, Japhet swung himself down, landing lightly as a cat. The lamps he had already dropped to us, and in another minute they were all lighted, and we were speeding down the great cavern. "Be careful," I cried. "There may be fallen rocks about." As it happened, I was right, for at that moment Oliver struck his legs against one of them and fell, cutting himself a good deal. In a moment he was up again, but after this our progress grew slow, for hundreds of tons of stone had been shaken from the roof and blocked the path. Also, whole buildings of the ancient and underground city had been thrown down, although these were mostly blown inward by the rush of air. At length we came to the end of the cave and halted dismayed, for here, where the blast of the explosion had been brought to a full stop, the place seemed to be crowded with rocks, which it had rolled before it. "My God, I believe we are shut in!" exclaimed Oliver in despair. But Japhet, lantern in hand, was already leaping from block to block, and presently from the top of the debris called to us to come to him. "I think there is a road left, though a bad one, lords," he said, and pointed to a jagged, well-like hole blown out, as I believe, by the recoil of the blast. With difficulty and danger, for many of the piled-up stones were loose, we climbed down this place, and at its bottom squeezed ourselves through a narrow aperture onto the floor of the cave, praying that the huge door which led to the passage beyond might not be jammed, since if it were, as we knew well, our small strength would not avail to move it. Happily, this fear at least proved groundless, since it opened outward, and the force of the compressed air had torn it from its massive stone hinges and thrown it shattered to the ground. We scrambled over it and advanced down the passage, our revolvers in our hands. We reached the audience hall, which was empty and in darkness. We turned to the left, crossing various chambers, and in the last of them, through which one of the gates of the palace could be approached, met with the first signs of the tragedy, for there were bloodstains on the floor. Orme pointed to them as he hurried on, and suddenly a man leapt out of the darkness as a buck leaps from a bush, and ran past us, holding his hands to his side, where evidently he had some grievous hurt. Now we entered the corridor leading to the private apartments of the Child of Kings, and found ourselves walking on the bodies of dead and dying men. One of the former, I observed, as one does notice little things at such a moment, held in his hand the broken wire of the field telephone. I presume that he had snatched and severed it in his death pang at the moment when communication ceased between us and the palace. We rushed into the little antechamber in which lights were burning, and there saw a sight that I, for one, shall never forget. In the foreground lay more dead men, all of them wearing the livery of Prince Joshua. Beyond was Sergeant Quick, seated on a chair. He seemed to be literally hacked to pieces. An arrow that no one had attempted to remove was fast in his shoulder. His head, which Maqueda was sponging with wet cloths, well, I will not describe his wounds. Leaning against the wall near by stood Higgs, also bleeding, and apparently quite exhausted. Behind, besides Maqueda herself, were 2 or 3 of her ladies, wringing their hands and weeping. In face of this terrible spectacle, we came to a sudden halt. No word was spoken of by any one, for the power of speech had left us. The dying Quick opened his eyes, lifted his hand, upon which there was a ghastly sword cut, to his forehead, as though to shade them from the light. Ah, how well I recall that pathetic motion! And from beneath this screen stared at us a while. Then he rose from the chair, touched his throat to show that he could not speak, as I suppose, saluted Orme, turned, and pointed to Maqueda, and with a triumphant smile sank down and died. Such was the noble end of Sergeant Quick. To describe what followed is not easy, for the scene was confused. Also, shock and sorrow have blurred its recollection in my mind. I remember Maqueda and Orme falling into each other's arms before everybody. I remember her drawing herself up in that imperial way of hers, and saying, as she pointed to the body of Quick, "There lies one who has shown us how to die. This countryman of yours was a hero, O Oliver, and you should hold his memory in honour, since he saved me from worse than death." "What's the story?" asked Orme of Higgs. "A simple one enough," he answered. "We got here all right, as we told you over the wire. Then Maqueda talked to you for a long while, until you rang off, saying you wanted to speak to Japhet. After that, at 10 o'clock precisely, we heard the thud of the explosion. Next, as we were preparing to go out to see what had happened, Joshua arrived alone, announcing that the idol Harmac had been destroyed, and demanded that the Child of Kings, for state reasons, should accompany him to his own castle. She declined, and, as he insisted, I took it upon myself to kick him out of the place. He retired, and we saw no more of him, but a few minutes later there came a shower of arrows down the passage, and after them a rush of men, who called, 'Death to the Gentiles! Rescue the Rose!' So we began to shoot and knocked over a lot of them, but Quick got that arrow through his shoulder. 3 times they came on like that, and 3 times we drove them back. At last our cartridges ran low, and we had only our revolvers left, which we emptied into them. They hung a moment, but moved forward again, and all seemed up. Then Quick went mad. He snatched the sword of a dead Abati and ran at them, roaring like a bull. They hacked and cut at him, but the end of it was that he drove them right out of the passage, while I followed, firing past him. Well, those who were left of the blackguards bolted, and when they had gone, the sergeant tumbled down. The women and I carried him back here, but he never said another word, and at last you turned up. Now he's gone, God rest him, for if ever there was a hero in this world, he was christened Samuel Quick." And turning aside, the professor pushed up the blue spectacles he always wore onto his forehead, and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. With grief more bitter than I can describe, we lifted up the body of the gallant Quick, and bearing it into Maqueda's private apartment, placed it on her own bed. For she insisted that the man who had died to protect her should be laid nowhere else. It was strange to see the grim old soldier, whose face, now that I had washed his wounds, looked calm and even beautiful, laid out to sleep his last sleep upon the couch of the Child of Kings. That bed, I remember, was a rich and splendid thing, made up of some black wood, inlaid with scrolls of gold, and having hung about it curtains of white net embroidered with golden stars, such as Maqueda wore upon her official veil. There upon the scented pillows and silken coverlet we set our burden down, the work-worn hands clasped upon the breast in an attitude of prayer, and one by one bid our farewell to this faithful and upright man, whose face, as it chanced, we were never to see again, except in the glass of memory. Well, he had died as he had lived and would have wished to die, doing his duty and in war. And so we left him. Peace be to his honoured spirit. In the blood-stained anteroom, while I dressed and stitched up the professor's wounds, a sword cut on the head, an arrow graze along the face, and a spear prick in the thigh, none of them, happily, at all deep or dangerous, we held a brief council. "Friends," said Maqueda, who was leaning on her lover's arm, "it is not safe that we should stop here. My uncle's plot has failed for the moment, but it was only a small and secret thing. I think that soon he will return again with 1,000 at his back, and then—" "What is in your mind?" asked Oliver. "To fly from Mur?" "How can we fly," she answered, "when the pass is guarded by Joshua's men, and the Fung wait for us without? The Abati hate you, my friends, and now that you have done your work, I think that they will kill you if they can, whom they bore with only till it was done. Alas, alas, that I should have brought you to this false and ungrateful country," and she began to weep while we stared at each other helpless. Then Japhet, who all this while had been crouched on the floor, rocking himself to and fro, and mourning in his Eastern fashion for Quick, whom he had loved, rose, and coming to the Child of Kings, prostrated himself before her. "O Walda Nagasta," he said, "hear the words of your servant. Only 3 miles away, near to the mouth of the pass, are encamped 500 men of my own people, the mountaineers, who hate Prince Joshua and his following. Fly to them, O Walda Nagasta, for they will cleave to you and listen to me, whom you have made a chief among them. Afterwards you can act as may seem wisest." Maqueda looked at Oliver questioningly. "I think that is good advice," he said. "At any rate, we can't be worse off among the mountaineers than we are in this undefended place. Tell your women to bring cloaks that we can throw over our heads, and let us go." 5 minutes later, a forlorn group filled with fears, we had stolen over the dead and dying in the passage, and made our way to the side gate of the palace that we found open, and over the bridge that spanned the moat beyond, which was down. Doubtless Joshua's ruffians had used it in their approach and retreat. Disguised in the long cloaks with monk-like hoods that the Abati wore at night, or when the weather was cold and wet, we hurried across the great square. Here, since we could not escape them, we mingled with the crowd that was gathered at its furthest end, and all of them, men, women, and children, chattering like monkeys in the tree-tops, and pointing to the cliff at the back of the palace, beneath which, it will be remembered, lay the underground city. A band of soldiers rode by, thrusting their way through the people, and in order to avoid them, we thought it wise to take refuge in the shadow of a walk of green-leaved trees which grew close at hand, for we feared lest they might recognize Oliver by his height. Here we turned and looked up at the cliff, to discover what it was at which everyone was staring. At that moment, the full moon, which had been obscured by a cloud, broke out, and we saw a spectacle that under the circumstances was nothing less than terrifying. The cliff behind the palace rose to a height of about 150 feet, and, as it chanced, just there a portion of it jutted out in an oblong shape, which the Abati called the Lion Rock, although personally heretofore I had never been able to see it in any great resemblance to a lion. Now, however, it was different, for on the very extremity of this rock, staring down at Mur, sat the head and neck of the huge lion-faced idol of the Fung. Indeed, in that light, with the promontory stretching away behind it, it looked as though it were the idol itself, moving from the valley upon the farther side of the precipice to the top of the cliff above. "Oh, oh, oh!" groaned Japhet. "The prophecy is fulfilled. The head of Harmac has come to sleep at Mur." "You mean that we have sent him there," whispered Higgs. "Don't be frightened, man. Can't you understand that the power of our medicine has blown the head off the Sphinx high into the air, and landed it where it sits now?" "Yes," I put in, "and what we felt in the cave was the shock of its fall." "I don't care what brought him," replied Japhet, who seemed quite unstrung by all that he had gone through. "All I know is that the prophecy is fulfilled, and Harmac has come to Mur, and where Harmac goes the Fung follow." "So much the better," said the irreverent Higgs. "I may be able to sketch and measure him now." But I saw that Maqueda was trembling, for she too thought this occurrence a very bad omen, and even Oliver remained silent, perhaps because he feared its effect upon the Abati. Nor was this wonderful, since, from the talk around us, clearly that effect was great. Evidently the people were terrified, like Japhet. We could hear them foreboding ill, and cursing us Gentiles as wizards, who had not destroyed the idol of the Fung as we promised, but had only caused him to fly to Mur. Here I may mention that as a matter of fact they were right. As we discovered afterwards, the whole force of the explosion, instead of shattering the vast bulk of the stone image, had rushed up through the hollow chambers in its interior until it struck against the solid head. Lifting this as though it were a toy, the expanding gas had hurled that mighty mass an unknown distance into the air, to light upon the crest of the cliffs of Mur, where probably it will remain forever. "Well," I said, when we had stared a little while at this extraordinary phenomenon, "thank God it did not travel further, and fall upon the palace." "Oh, had it done so," whispered Maqueda in a tearful voice, "I think you might have thanked God indeed, for then at least I should be free from all my troubles. Come, friends, let us be going before we are discovered." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. I Find My Son. Our road toward the pass ran through the camping ground of the newly created Abati army, and what we saw on our journey thither told us more vividly than any words or reports could do how utter was the demoralization of that people. Where should have been sentries were no sentries. Where should have been soldiers were groups of officers talking with women. Where should have been officers were camp followers drinking. Through this confusion and excitement we made our way unobserved, or at any rate unquestioned, till at length we came to the regiment of the mountaineers, who for the most part were goat-herds, poor people who lived upon the slopes of the precipices that enclosed the land of Mur. These folk, having little to do with their more prosperous brethren of the plain, were hardy and primitive of nature, and therefore retained some of the primeval virtues of mankind, such as courage and loyalty. It was for the first of these reasons, and indeed for the second also, that they had been posted by Joshua at the mouth of the pass, which he knew well they alone could be trusted to defend in the event of serious attack. Moreover, it was desirable, from his point of view, to keep them out of the way, while he developed his plans against the person of the Child of Kings, for whom these simple-minded men had a hereditary and almost a superstitious reverence. As soon as we were within the lines of these mountaineers, we found the difference between them and the rest of the Abati. The other regiments we had passed unchallenged, but here we were instantly stopped by a picket. Japhet whispered something into the ear of its officer that caused him to stare hard at us. Then this officer saluted the veiled figure of the Child of Kings, and led us to where the commander of the band and his subordinates were seated near a fire, sitting together. At some sign or word that did not reach us, the commander, an old fellow with a long grey beard, rose and said, "Your pardon, but be pleased to show your faces." Maqueda threw back her hood and turned so that the light of the moon fell full upon her, whereon the old man dropped to his knee, saying, "Your commands, O Walda Nagasta." "Summon your regiment, and I will give them," she answered, and seated herself on a bench by the fire, we three and Japhet standing behind her. The commander issued orders to his captains, and presently the mountaineers formed up on three sides of a square above us, to the number of a little over 500 men. When all were gathered, Maqueda mounted the bench upon which she had been sitting, threw back her hood so that every one could see her face in the light of the fire, and addressed them. "Men of the mountain side, this night, just after the idol of the Fung had been destroyed, the Prince Joshua, my uncle, came to me demanding my surrender to him, whether to kill me or to imprison me in his castle beyond the end of the lake, for reasons of state, as he said, or for other vile purposes, I do not know." At these words a murmur rose from the audience. "Wait," said Maqueda, holding up her hand, "there is worse to come. I told my uncle, Prince Joshua, that he was a traitor and had best be gone. He went, threatening me, and, when I do not know, withdrew the guards that should be stationed at my palace gates. Now, some rumour of my danger had reached the foreigners in my service, and two of them, he who is called Black Windows, whom we rescued from the Fung, and the soldier named Quick, came to watch over me, while the Lord Orme and the Dr. Adams stayed in the cave to send out that spark of fire which should destroy the idol. Nor did they come back without need, for presently arrived a band of Prince Joshua's men to take me. Then Black Windows and the soldier his companion fought a good fight, they two holding the narrow passage against many, and slaying a number of them with their terrible weapons. The end of it was, men of the mountains, that the warrior Quick, charging down the passage, drove away those servants of Joshua who remained alive, but in so doing he was wounded to the death. Yes, that brave man lies dead, having given his life to save the child of kings from the hands of her own people. Black Windows was also wounded. See the bandages about his head. Then came the Lord Orme and the Dr. Adams, and with them your brother Japhet, who had barely escaped with their lives from the cave city, and knowing that I was no longer safe in the palace, where even my sleeping room has been drenched with blood, with them I have fled to you for succour. Will you not protect me, O men of the mountainside?" "Yes, yes," they answered with a great shout. "Command, we obey. What shall we do, O child of kings?" Now Maqueda called the officers of the regiment apart and consulted with them, asking their opinions one by one. Some of them were in favour of finding out where Joshua might be, and attacking him at once. "Crush the snake's head, and its tail will soon cease wriggling," these said, and I confess this was a view that in many ways commended itself to us. But Maqueda would have none of it. "What!" she exclaimed, "shall I begin a civil war among my people, when for aught I know the enemy is at our gates?" Adding aside to us, "Also, how can these few hundred men, brave though they be, hope to stand against the thousands under the command of Joshua?" "What then would you do?" asked Orme. "Return to the palace with these mountaineers, O Oliver, and by help of that garrison hold it against all enemies." "Very well," he replied. "To those who are quite lost, one road is as good as another. They must trust to the stars to guide them." "Quite so," echoed Higgs, "and the sooner we go the better, for my leg hurts, and I want a sleep." So Maqueda gave her commands to the officers, by whom they were conveyed to the regiment, which received them with a shout, and instantly began to strike its camp. Then it was, coming hot foot after so much sorrow, loss, and doubt, that there followed the happiest event of all my life. Utterly tired out and very despondent, I was seated on an arrow chest awaiting the order to march, idly watching Oliver and Maqueda talking with great earnestness at a little distance, and in the intervals trying to prevent poor Higgs at my side from falling asleep. While I was thus engaged, suddenly I heard a disturbance, and by the bright moonlight caught sight of a man being led into the camp in charge of a guard of Abati soldiers, whom from their dress I knew to belong to a company that just then was employed in watching the lower gates of the pass. I took no particular heed of the incident, thinking only that they might have captured some spy, till a murmur of astonishment and the general stir warned me that something unusual had occurred. So I rose from my box and strolled towards the man, who was now hidden from me by a group of mountaineers. As I advanced, this group opened, the men who composed it bowing to me with a kind of wondering respect that impressed me, I did not know why. Then for the first time I saw the prisoner. He was a tall, athletic young man, dressed in festal robes, with a heavy gold chain about his neck, and I wondered vaguely what such a person should be doing here in this time of national commotion. He turned his head so that the moonlight showed his dark eyes, his somewhat oval-shaped face ending in a peaked black beard, and his finely cut features. In an instant I knew him. It was my son, Roderick. Next moment, for the first time for very many years, he was in my arms. The first thing that I remember saying to him was a typically Anglo-Saxon remark, for however much we live in the East or elsewhere, we never really shake off our native conventions and habits of speech. It was, "How are you, my boy, and how on earth did you come here?" To which he answered, slowly, it is true, and speaking with a foreign accent, "All right, thank you, father. I ran upon my legs." By this time Higgs hobbled up, and was greeting my son warmly, for of course they were old friends. "Thought you were to be married tonight, Roderick?" he said. "Yes, yes," he answered, "I am half married according to Fung custom, which counts not to my soul. Look, this is the dress of marriage," and he pointed to his fine embroidered robe and rich ornaments. "Then where's your wife?" answered Higgs. "I do not know, and I do not care," he answered, "for I did not like that wife. Also, it is all nothing, as I am not quite married to her. Fung marriage between big people takes 2 days to finish, and if not finished, does not matter. So she marries someone else if she like, and I too." "What happened then?" I asked. "Oh, this, father. When we had eaten the marriage feast, but before we passed before priest, suddenly we hear a thunder, and see a pillar of fire shoot up into sky, and sitting on top of it, head of Harmac, which vanish into heaven, and stop there. Then everybody jump up and say, 'Magic of the white man! Magic of white man! White man kill the god who sit there from beginning of world. Now day of Fung finished according to prophecy. Run away, people of Fung, run away!' Barang the Sultan tear his clothes too, and say, 'Run away, Fung!' And my half-wife, she tear her clothes and say nothing, but run like antelope. So they all run toward east, where great river is, and leave me alone. Then I get up and run too, toward west, for I know from black windows," and he pointed to Higgs, "when we shut up together in belly of God, before he let down 2 lions, what all this game mean, and therefore not frightened. Well, I run, meeting no one in night, till I come to pass, run up it and find guards, to whom I tell story, so they not kill me, but let me through. And at last I come here, quite safe, without Fung wife, thank God, and that end of tale." "I am afraid you are wrong there, my boy," I said. "Out of the frying pan into the fire. that's all." "Out of frying pan into fire," he repeated. "Not understand. Father must remember I only little fellow when Khalifa's people take me, and since then speak no English till I meet Black Windows. Only he give me Bible book that he have in pocket when he go down to be eat by lions." Here Higgs blushed, for no one ever suspected him, a severe critic of all religions, of carrying a Bible in his pocket, and muttered something about ancient customs of the Hebrews. "Well," went on Roderick, "read that book ever since, and, as you see, all my English come back." "The question is," said Higgs, evidently in haste to talk of something else, "will the Fung come back?" "Oh, Black Windows, don't know, can't say, think not. Their prophecy was that Harmac moved to Mur, but when they see his head jump into sky and stop there, they run every man toward the sunrise, and I think go on running." "But Harmac has come to Mur, Roderick," I said. "At least his head has fallen on to the cliff that overlooks the city." "Oh, my father," he answered, "then that make great difference. When Fung find out that head of Harmac has come here, no doubt they come after him, for head his most holy bit, especially as they want hang all the Abati whom they not like." "Well, let's hope that they don't find out anything about it," I replied, to change the subject. Then, taking Roderick by the hand, I led him to where Maqueda stood a yard or two apart, listening to our talk, but of course understanding very little of it, and introduced him to her, explaining in a few words the wonderful thing that had happened. She welcomed him very kindly, and congratulated me upon my son's escape. Meanwhile Roderick had been staring at her with evident admiration. Now he turned to us and said in his quaint broken English, "Walda Nagasta, most lovely woman, no wonder King Solomon love her mother. If Barung's daughter, my wife, had been like her, think I run through great river into rising sun with Fung." Oliver instantly translated this remark, which made us all laugh, including Maqueda herself, and very grateful we were to find the opportunity for a little innocent merriment upon that tragic night. By this time the regiment was ready to start, and had formed up into companies. Before the march actually began, however, the officer of the Abati patrol, in whose charge Roderick had been brought to us, demanded his surrender, that he might deliver his prisoner to the commander-in-chief, Prince Joshua. Of course this was refused, whereon the man asked roughly, "By whose order?" As it happened, Maqueda, of whose presence he was not aware, heard him, and acting on some impulse, came forward and unveiled. "By mine," she said. "Know that the child of kings rules the Abati, not the Prince Joshua, and that prisoners taken by her soldiers are hers, not his. Begone, back to your post." The captain stared, saluted, and went with his companions, not to the pass, indeed, as he had been ordered, but to Joshua. To him he reported the arrival of the Gentile's son, and the news he brought that the nation of the Fung, dismayed by the destruction of their god, were in full flight from the plains of Harmac, proposing to cross the great river and to return no more. This glad tidings spread like wildfire, so fast indeed that almost before we had begun our march we heard the shouts of exultation with which it was received by the terrified mob gathered in the great square. The cloud of terror was suddenly lifted from them. They went mad in their delight. They lit bonfires, they drank, they feasted, they embraced each other, and boasted of their bravery that had caused the mighty nation of the Fung to flee away for ever. Meanwhile our advance had begun, nor in the midst of the general jubilation was any particular notice taken of us till we were in the middle of the square of Mur, and within half a mile of the palace, when we saw by the moonlight that a large body of troops, 2,000 or 3,000 of them, were drawn up in front of us, apparently to bar our way. Still we went on till a number of officers rode up, and addressing the commander of the regiment of mountaineers, demanded to know why he had left his post, and whither he went. "I go whither I am ordered," he answered, "for there is one here greater than I. If you mean the Gentile Orme and his fellows, the command of the Prince Joshua is that you hand them over to us, that they may make report to him of their doings this night." "And the command of the Child of Kings is," replied the captain of the mountaineers, "that I take them with her back to the palace." "It has no weight," said the spokesman insolently, "not being endorsed by the council. Surrender the Gentiles. Hand over to us the person of the Child of Kings, of whom you have taken possession, and return to your post till the pleasure of the Prince Joshua be known." Then the wrath of Maqueda blazed up. "Seize those men," she said, and it was done instantly. "Now cut the head from him who dared to demand the surrender of my person and of my officers, and give it to his companions to take back to the Prince Joshua as my answer to his message." The man heard, and being a coward like all the Abati, flung himself down upon his face before Maqueda, trying to kiss her robe and pleading for mercy. "Dog," she answered, "you were one of those who this very night dared to attack my chamber. Oh, lie not! I knew your voice and heard your fellow traitors call you by your name. Away with him!" We tried to interfere, but she would not listen, even to Orme. "Would you plead for your brother's murderer?" she asked, alluding to Quick. "I have spoken." So they dragged him off behind us, and presently we saw a melancholy procession returning whence they came, carrying something on a shield. It reached the opposing ranks, whence there arose a murmur of wrath and fear. "March on," said Maqueda, "and gain the palace." So the regiment formed into a square, and setting Maqueda and ourselves in the centre of it, advanced again. Then the fight began. Great numbers of the Abati surrounded us, and as they did not dare to make a direct attack, commenced shooting arrows, which killed and wounded a number of men. But the Highlanders also were archers, and carried stronger bows. The square was halted, the first ranks kneeling and the second standing behind them. Then, at a given word, the stiff bows which these hardy people used against the lion and the buffalo upon their hills were drawn to the ear and loosed again and again with terrible effect. On that open place it was almost impossible to miss the mobs of the Abati who, having no experience of war, were fighting without order. Nor could the light mail they wore withstand the rush of the heavy barbed arrows which pierced them through and through. In 2 minutes they began to give. In 3 they were flying back to their main body, those who were left of them a huddled rout of men and horses. So the French must have fled before the terrible longbows of the English at Crécy and Poitiers, for in fact we were taking part in just such a medieval battle. Oliver, who was watching intently, went to Japhet and whispered something in his ear. He nodded and ran to seek the commander of the regiment. Presently the result of that whisper became apparent, for the sides of the hollow square wheeled outward, and the rear moved up to strengthen the centre. Now the mountaineers were ranged in a double or triple line, behind which were only about a dozen soldiers, who marched round Maqueda, holding their shields aloft, in order to protect her from stray arrows. With these too came our 4 selves, a number of camp followers and others, carrying on their shields those of the regiment who were too badly wounded to walk. Leaving the dead where they lay, we began to advance, pouring in volleys of arrows as we went. Twice the Abati tried to charge us, and twice those dreadful arrows drove them back. Then, at the word of command, the Highlanders slung their bows upon their backs, drew their short swords, and in their turn charged. 5 minutes afterwards everything was over. Joshua's soldiers threw down their arms and ran or galloped to right and left, save a number of them who fled through the gates of the palace, which they had opened, and across the drawbridge into the courtyards within. After them, or rather mixed up with them, followed the mountaineers, killing all whom they could find, for they were out of hand and would not listen to the commands of Maqueda and their officers, that they should show mercy. So just as the dawn broke, this strange moonlit battle ended. A small affair, it is true, for there were only 500 men engaged upon our side, and 3,000 or 4,000 on the other, yet one that cost a great number of lives, and was the beginning of all the ruin that followed. Well, we were safe for a while, since it was certain, after the lesson which he had just learned, that Joshua would not attempt to storm the double walls and fosse of the palace without long preparation. Yet even now a new trouble awaited us, for by some means, we never discovered how, that wing of the palace in which Maqueda's private rooms were situated suddenly burst into flames. Personally, I think that the fire arose through the fact that a lamp had been left burning near the bed of the Child of Kings, upon which was laid the body of Sergeant Quick. Perhaps a wounded man hidden there overturned the lamp. Perhaps the draught blowing through the open doors brought the gold-spangled curtains into contact with the wick. At any rate, the wood-panelled chambers took fire, and had it not happened that the set of the wind was favourable, the whole palace might have been consumed. As it was, we succeeded in confining the conflagration to this particular part of it, which within 2 hours had burnt out, leaving nothing standing but the stark stone walls. Such was the funeral pyre of Sergeant Quick, a noble one, I thought to myself, as I watched it burn. When the fire was so well under control, for we had pulled down the connecting passage where Higgs and Quick fought their great fight, that there was no longer any danger of its spreading, and the watches had been set, at length we got some rest. Maqueda and 2 or 3 of her ladies, one of them, I remember, her old nurse who had brought her up, for her mother died at her birth, took possession of some empty rooms, of which there were many in the palace, while we lay, or rather fell, down in the guest chambers where we had always slept, and never opened our eyes again until the evening. I remember that I woke thinking that I was the victim of some wonderful dream of mingled joy and tragedy. Oliver and Higgs were sleeping like logs, but my son Roderick, still dressed in his bridal robes, had risen and sat by my bed staring at me, a puzzled look upon his handsome face. "So you are here," I said, taking his hand. "I thought I dreamed." "No, father," he answered in his odd English, "no dream, all true. This is a strange world, father. Look at me, for how many years, 12, 14, slave of savage peoples, for whom I sing, priest of Fung idol, always near death, but never die. Then Sultan Barang take fancy to me, say I come of white blood, and must be his daughter's husband. Then your brother Higgs made prisoner with me, and tell me that you hunt me all these years. Then Higgs thrown to lions, and you save him. Then yesterday I married to Sultan's daughter, whom I never see before but twice at fast of idol. Then Harmac's head fly off to heaven, and all Fung people run away. And I run too, and find you. Then battle, and many killed, and arrows scratch my neck, but not hurt me. And he pointed to a graze just over his jugular vein. And now we together. Oh, father, very strange world. I think there gods somewhere who look after us. "I think so too, my boy," I answered, "and I hope that he will continue to do so, for I tell you we are in a worse place than ever you were among the Fung." "Oh, don't mind that, father," he answered gaily, for Roderick is a cheerful soul. "As Fung say, there no house without door, although plenty people made blind and can't see it. But we not blind, or we dead long ago. Find door by and by. But here come man to talk to you." The man proved to be Japhet, who had been sent by the Child of Kings to summon us, as she had news to tell. So I woke the others, and after I had dressed the professor's flesh wounds, which were stiff and sore, we joined her where she sat in the gateway tower of the inner wall. She greeted us rather sadly, asked Oliver how he had slept, and Higgs if his cuts hurt him. Then she turned to my son and congratulated him upon his wonderful escape, and upon having found a father if he had lost a wife. "Truly," she added, "you are a fortunate man to be so well loved, O son of Adams. To how many sons are given fathers who for 14 long years, abandoning all else, would search for them in peril of their lives, enduring slavery and blows and starvation and the desert's heat and cold, for the sake of a long-lost face. Such faithfulness is that of my forefather David for his brother Jonathan, and such love it is that passes the love of women. See that you pay it back to him and to his memory until the last hour of your life, child of Adams." "I will indeed, I will, O Walda Nagasta," answered Roderick, and throwing his arms about my neck, he embraced me before them all. It is not too much to say that this kiss of filial devotion more than repaid me for all I had undergone for his beloved sake. For now I knew that I had not toiled and suffered for one of no worth, as is so often the lot of true hearts in this bitter world. Just then some of Maqueda's ladies brought food, and at her bidding we breakfasted. "Be sparing," she said with a melancholy little laugh, "for I know not how long our store will last. Listen, I have received a last offer from my uncle Joshua. An arrow brought it, not a man. I think that no man would come, lest his fate should be that of the traitor of yesterday." And she produced a slip of parchment that had been tied to the shaft of an arrow, and unfolding it read as follows: "O Walda Nagasta, deliver up to death the Gentiles who have bewitched you and led you to shed the blood of so many of your people, and with them the officers of the mountaineers, and the rest shall be spared. You also I will forgive and make my wife. Resist, and all who cling to you shall be put to the sword, and to yourself I promise nothing." Written by order of the council. Joshua, Prince of the Abati. "What answer shall I send?" she asked, looking at us curiously. "Upon my word," replied Orme, shrugging his shoulders, "if it were not for those faithful officers, I am not sure that you would be wise to accept the terms. We are cooped up here, but a few, surrounded by thousands, who, if they dare not assault, still can starve us out, as this place is not victualled for a siege." "You forget one of those terms, O Oliver," she said slowly, pointing with her finger to the passage in the letter which stated that Joshua would make her his wife. "Now do you still counsel surrender?" "How can I?" he answered, flushing, and was silent. "Well, it does not matter what you counsel," she went on with a smile, "seeing that I have already sent my answer, also by arrow. See, here is a copy of it," and she read: "To my rebellious people of the Abati, surrender to me Joshua my uncle, and the members of the council who had lifted sword against me, to be dealt with according to the ancient law, and the rest of you shall go unharmed. Refuse, and I swear to you that before the night of the new moon has passed, there shall be such woe in Mur as fell upon the city of David when the barbarian standards were set upon her walls. Such is the counsel that has come to me, the child of Solomon, in the watches of the night, and I tell you that it is true. Do what you will, people of the Abati, or what you must, since your fate and ours are written, but be sure that in me and the Western lords lies your only hope. Walda Nagasta. What do you mean, O Maqueda, I asked, about the counsel that came to you in the watches of the night? What I say, O Adams, she answered calmly. After we parted at dawn, I slept heavily, and in my sleep a dark and royal woman stood before me, whom I knew to be my great ancestress, the beloved of Solomon. She looked on me sadly, yet as I thought with love. Then she drew back, as it were, a curtain of thick cloud that hid the future, and revealed to me the young moon riding in the sky, and beneath it Mur, a blackened ruin, her streets filled with dead. Yes, and she showed to me other things, though I may not tell them, which also shall come to pass, then held her hands over me as if in blessing, and was gone. Old Hebrew prophet business, very interesting, I heard Higgs mutter below his breath, while in my own heart I set the dream down to excitement and want of food. In fact, only 2 of us were impressed, my son very much, and Oliver a little, perhaps because everything Maqueda said was gospel to him. Doubtless all will come to pass as you say, Walda Nagasta, said Roderick with conviction. The day of the Abati is finished. Why do you say that, son? I asked. Because, father, among the Fung people, from a child, I have 2 offices, that of singer to the god, and that of reader of dreams. Oh, do not laugh. I can tell you many that have come true as I read them. Thus the dream of Barang, which I read to mean that the head of Harmac would come to Mur, and see, there it sit. And turning, he pointed through the doorway of the tower to the grim lion head of the idol crouched upon the top of the precipice, watching Mur as a beast of prey watches the victim upon which it is about to spring. I know when dreams true and when dreams false. It my gift, like my voice. I know that this dream true, that all. And as he ceased speaking, I saw his eyes catch Maqueda's, and a very curious glance pass between them. As for Orme, he only said, You Easterns are strange people, and if you believe a thing, Maqueda, there may be something in it. But you understand that this message of yours means war to the last, a very unequal war, and he looked at the hordes of the Abati gathering on the great square. Yes, she answered quietly, I understand, but however sore our straits, and however strange may seem the things that happen, have no fear of the end of that war, O my friends. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18, The Burning of the Palace. Orme was right. Maqueda's defiance did mean war, an unequal war. This was our position. We were shut up in a long range of buildings, of which one end had been burned, that on account of their moat and double wall, if defended with any vigor, could only be stormed by an enemy of great courage and determination, prepared to face a heavy sacrifice of life. This was a circumstance in our favor, since the Abati were not courageous, and very much disliked the idea of being killed or even injured. But here our advantage ended. Deducting those whom we had lost on the previous night, the garrison only amounted to something over 400 men, of whom about 50 were wounded, some of them dangerously. Moreover, ammunition was short, for they had shot away most of their arrows in the battle of the square, and we had no means of obtaining more. But, worst of all, the palace was not provisioned for a siege, and the mountaineers had with them only 3 days' rations of sun-dried beef or goat's flesh, and a hard kind of biscuit made of Indian corn mixed with barley meal. Thus, as we saw from the beginning, unless we could manage to secure more food, our case must soon grow hopeless. There remained yet another danger. Although the palace itself was stone-built, its gilded domes and ornamental turrets were of timber, and therefore liable to be fired, as indeed had already happened. The roof was also of ancient cedar beams, thinly covered with concrete, while the interior, containing an enormous quantity of panels, or rather boarding, cut from some resinous wood. The Abati, on the other hand, were amply supplied with every kind of store and weapon, and could bring a great force to blockade us, though that force was composed of a timid and undisciplined rabble. Well, we made the best preparations that we could, although of these I did not see much, since all that day my time was occupied in attending to the wounded, with the help of my son and a few rough orderlies, whose experience in doctoring had for the most part been confined to cattle. A pitiful business it proved without the aid of anesthetics or a proper supply of bandages and other appliances. Although my medicine chest had been furnished upon a liberal scale, it proved totally inadequate to the casualties of battle. Still I did my best, and saved some lives, though many cases developed gangrene, and slipped through my fingers. Meanwhile Higgs, who worked nobly, notwithstanding his flesh wounds, which pained him considerably, and Orme were also doing their best with the assistance of Japhet and the other officers of the Highland regiment. The palace was thoroughly examined, and all weak places in its defences were made good. The available force was divided into watches and stationed to the best advantage. A number of men were set to work to manufacture arrow shafts from cedar beams, of which there were plenty in the wooden stables and outhouses that lay at the back of the main building, and to point and wing the same from a supply of iron barbs and feathers, which fortunately was discovered in one of the guardhouses. A few horses that remained in a shed were killed and salted down for food, and so forth. Also, every possible preparation was made to repel attempts to storm, paving stones being piled up to throw upon the heads of assailants, and fires lighted on the walls to heat pitch and oil and water for the same purpose. But to our disappointment no direct assault was delivered, such desperate methods not commending themselves to the Abati. Their plan of attack was to take cover wherever they could, especially among the trees of the garden beyond the gates, and thence shoot arrows at any one who appeared upon the walls, or even fire them in volleys at the clouds, as the Normans did at Hastings, so that they might fall upon the heads of persons in the courtyards. Although these cautious tactics cost us several men, they had the advantage of furnishing us with a supply of ammunition which we sorely needed. All the spent arrows were carefully collected and made use of against the enemy, at whom we shot whenever opportunity offered. We did them but little damage, however, since they were extremely careful not to expose themselves. In this fashion 3 dreary days went past, unrelieved by any incident except a feint, for it was scarcely more, which the Abati made upon the second night, apparently with the object of forcing the great gates under cover of a rainstorm. The advance was discovered at once, and repelled by 2 or 3 volleys of arrows and some rifle shots. Of these rifles, indeed, whereof we possessed about a score, the Abati were terribly afraid. Picking out some of the most intelligent soldiers, we taught them how to handle our spare guns, and though, of course, their shooting was extremely erratic, the result of it, backed up by our own accurate marksmanship, was to force the enemy to take cover. Indeed, after 1 or 2 experiences of the effect of bullets, not a man would show himself in the open within 500 yards until night had fallen. On the 3rd afternoon we held a council to determine what must be done, since for the last 24 hours it had been obvious that things could not continue as they were. To begin with, we had only sufficient food left to keep our force from starvation for 2 more days. Also the spirits of our soldiers, brave men enough when actual fighting was concerned, were beginning to flag in this atmosphere of inaction. Gathered into groups, they talked of their wives and children, and of what would happen to them at the hands of Joshua. Also of their cattle and crops, saying that doubtless these were being ravaged and their houses burned. In vain did Maqueda promise them 5-fold their loss when the war was ended, for evidently in their hearts they thought it could only end one way. Moreover, as they pointed out, she could not give them back their children if these were killed. At this melancholy council every possible plan was discussed, to find that these resolved themselves into 2 alternatives: to surrender, or take the bull by the horns, sally out of the palace at night, and attack Joshua. On the face of it, this latter scheme had the appearance of suicide, but in fact it was not so desperate as it seemed. The Abati being such cowards, it was quite probable that they would run in their thousands before the onset of a few hundred determined men, and that, if once victory declared itself for the Child of Kings, the bulk of her subjects would return to their allegiance. So we settled on it in preference to surrender, which we knew meant death to ourselves, and for Maqueda a choice between that last grim solution of her troubles and a forced marriage. But there were others to be convinced, namely the mountaineers. Japhet, who had been present at the council, was sent to summon all of them, except those actually on guard, and when they were assembled in the large inner court, Maqueda went out and addressed them. I do not remember the exact words of her speech, and I made no note of them, but it was extremely beautiful and touching. She pointed out her plight, and that we could halt no longer between 2 opinions, who must either fight or yield. For herself, she said she did not care, since, although she was young and their ruler, she set no store upon her life, and would give it up gladly rather than be driven into a marriage which she considered shameful, and forced to pass beneath the yoke of traitors. But for us foreigners she did care. We had come to her country at her invitation. We had served her nobly. One of us had given his life to protect her person, and now, in violation of her safeguard and that of the council, we were threatened with a dreadful death. Were they, her subjects, so lacking in honour and hospitality that they would suffer such a thing, with no blow struck to save us? Now the majority of them shouted no, but some were silent, and one old captain advanced, saluted, and spoke. "Child of Kings," he said, "let us search out the truth of this matter. Is it not because of your love of the foreign soldier, Orme, that all this trouble has arisen? Is not that love unlawful according to our law, and are you not solemnly affianced to the Prince Joshua?" Maqueda considered a while before she replied, and said slowly, Friend, my heart is my own. Therefore, upon this point answer your question for yourself. As regards my uncle Joshua, if there existed any abiding contract between us, it was broken when a few nights ago he sent his servants armed to attack and drag me off, I know not whither. Would you have me marry a traitor and a coward? I have spoken. No, again shouted the majority of the soldiers. Then in the silence that followed, the old captain replied, with a canniness that was almost Scotch, On the point raised by you, O child of kings, I give no opinion, since you, being but a woman, if a high-born one, would not listen to me if I did, but will doubtless follow that heart of yours, of which you speak to whatever end is appointed. Settle the matter with your betrothed Joshua as you will, but we also have a matter to settle with Joshua, who is a toad with a long tongue, that if he seems slow, yet never misses his fly. We took up your cause, and have killed a great number of his people, as he has killed some of ours. This he will not forget. Therefore it seems to me that it will be wise that we should make what we can of the nest that we have built, since it is better to die in battle than on the gallows. For this reason, then, since we can stay here no longer, for my part I am willing to go out and fight for you this night, although Joshua's people being so many, and ours so few, I shall think myself fortunate if I live to see another sun. This hard and reasoned speech seemed to appeal to the dissentients, with the result that they withdrew their opposition, and it was agreed that we should attempt to break our way through the besieging army about 1 hour before the dawn, when they would be heavily asleep and most liable to panic. Yet, as it chanced, that sortie was destined never to take place, which perhaps was fortunate for us, since I am convinced that it would have ended in failure. It is true that we might have forced our way through Joshua's army, but afterwards those of us who remained alive would have been surrounded, starved out, and when our strength and ammunition were exhausted, taken prisoners or cut down. However that may be, events shaped a different course for us, perhaps because the Abati got wind of our intention, and had no stomach for a pitched battle with desperate men. As it happened, this night from sunset on to moonrise was one of a darkness so remarkable that it was impossible to see anything even a foot away. Also, a wind blowing from the east made sounds very inaudible. Only a few of our men were on guard, since it was necessary that they should be rested till it was time for them to prepare for their great effort. Also, we had little fear of any direct attack. About 8 o'clock, however, my son Roderick, one of the watch stationed in the gateway towers, who was gifted with very quick ears, reported that he thought he heard people moving on the farther side of the massive wooden doors beyond the moat. Accordingly, some of us went to listen, but could distinguish nothing, and concluded therefore that he was mistaken. So we retired to our posts and waited patiently for the moon to rise. But as it chanced, no moon rose, or rather we could not see her, because the sky was completely covered by thick banks of thunderclouds, presaging the break-up of a period of great heat. These, as the wind had now died down, remained quite stationary upon the face of the sky, blotting out all light. Perhaps another hour had passed, when, chancing to look behind me, I saw what I thought was a meteor falling from the crest of the cliff against which the palace was built, that cliff whither the head of the idol Harmac had been carried by the force of the explosion. "Look at that shooting star," I said to Oliver, who was at my side. "It is not a shooting star, it is fire," he replied in a startled voice, and as he spoke, other streaks of light, scores of them, began to rain down from the brow of the cliff and land upon the wooden buildings to the rear of the palace that were dry as tinder with the drought, and, what was worse, upon the gilded timber domes of the roof. "Don't you understand the game?" he went on. "They have tied firebrands to arrows and spears to burn us out. Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm!" It was done, and presently the great range of buildings began to hum like a hive of bees. The soldiers, still half asleep, rushed hither and thither shouting. The officers also, developing the characteristic excitement of the Abati race in this hour of panic, yelled and screamed at them, beating them with their fists and swords till some kind of control was established. Then attempts were made to extinguish the flames, which by this time had got hold in half a dozen places. From the beginning the effort was absolutely hopeless. It is true that there was plenty of water in the moat, which was fed by a perennial stream that flowed down the face of the precipice behind. But pumping engines of any sort were quite unknown to the Abati, who, if a building took fire, just let it burn, contenting themselves with safeguarding those in its neighbourhood. Moreover, even in the palace, such articles as pails, jugs, or other vessels were comparatively few and far between. Those that we could find, however, were filled with water and passed by lines of men to the places in most danger, that is, practically everywhere, while other men tried to cut off the advance of the flames by pulling down portions of the building. But as fast as one fire was extinguished, others broke out, for the rain of burning darts and of lighted pots or lamps filled with oil descended continuously from the cliff above. A strange and terrible sight it was to see them flashing down through the darkness like the fiery darts that shall destroy the wicked city in the day of Armageddon. Still we toiled on despairingly. On the roof we 4 white men and some soldiers under the command of Japhet were pouring water onto several of the gilded domes, which now were well alight. Close by, wrapped in a dark cloak, and attended by some of her ladies, stood Maqueda. She was quite calm, although sundry burning arrows and spears, falling with great force from the cliff above, struck the flat roofs close to where she stood. Her ladies, however, were not calm. They wept and wrung their hands, while one of them went into violent hysterics in her very natural terror. Maqueda turned and bade them descend to the courtyard of the gateway, where she said she would join them presently. They rushed off, rejoicing to escape the sight of those burning arrows, one of which had just pierced a man and set his clothes and hair on fire, causing him to leap from the roof in his madness. At Oliver's request, I ran to the Child of Kings to lead her to some safer place, if it could be found, but she would not stir. "Let me be, O Adams," she said. "If I am to die, I will die here. But I do not think that is fated." And with her foot she kicked aside a burning spear that had struck the cement roof, and rebounding, fallen quite close to her. "If my people will not fight," she went on with bitter sarcasm, "at least they understand the other arts of war, for this trick of theirs is clever. They are cruel also. Listen to them mocking us in the square. They ask whether we will roast alive or come out and have our throats cut. Oh," she went on, clenching her hands, "oh, that I should have been born the head of such an accursed race. Let Sheol take them all, for in the day of their tribulation no finger will I lift to save them." She was silent for a moment, and down below, near the gateway, I heard some brute screaming, "Pretty pigeons, pretty pigeons, are your feathers singeing? Come then into our pie, pretty pigeons, pretty pigeons," followed by shouts of ribald laughter. But it chanced it was this hound himself who went into the pie. Presently, when the flames were brighter, I saw him, in the midst of a crowd of his admirers, singing his foul song, another verse of it about Maqueda, which I will not repeat, and by good fortune managed to put a bullet through his head. It was not a bad shot, considering the light and circumstances, and the only one I fired that night. I trust also that it will be the last I shall ever fire at any human being. Just as I was about to leave Maqueda and return with her message to Orme, to the effect that she would not move, the final catastrophe occurred. Amongst the stables was a large shed filled with dry fodder for the palace horses and camels. Suddenly this burst into a mass of flame that spread in all directions. Then came the last hideous panic. From every part of the palace the mountaineers, men and officers together, rushed down to the gateway. In a minute, with the single exception of Japhet, we four and Maqueda were left alone upon the roof, where we stood overwhelmed, not knowing what to do. We heard the drawbridge fall. We heard the great doors burst upon beneath the pressure of a mob of men. We heard a coarse voice, I thought it was that of Joshua, yell, "Kill whom you will, my children, but death to him who harms the child of kings. She is my spoil." Then followed terrible sights and sounds. The cunning Abati had stretched ropes outside the doors. It was the noise they made at this work which had reached Roderick's ears earlier during the darkness. The terrified soldiers, flying from the fire, stumbled and fell over these ropes, nor could they rise again because of those who pressed behind. What happened to them all, I am sure I do not know, but doubtless many were crushed to death, and many more killed by Joshua's men. I trust, however, that some of them escaped, since, compared to the rest of the Abati, they were as lions are to cats, although, like all their race, they lacked the stamina to fight an uphill game. It was at the commencement of this terrific scene that I shot the foul-mouthed singer. "You shouldn't have done that, old fellow," screamed Higgs in his high voice, striving to make himself heard above the tumult, "as it will show those swine where we are." "I don't think they will look for us here anyway," I answered. Then we watched a while in silence. "Come," said Orme at length, taking Maqueda by the hand. "Where are you going, O Oliver?" she asked, hanging back. "Sooner will I burn than yield to Joshua." "I am going to the cave city," he answered. "We have nowhere else to go, and little time to lose. 4 men with rifles can hold that place against 1,000. Come." "I obey," she answered, bowing her head. We went down the stairway that led from the roof, on which the inhabitants of the palace were accustomed to spend much of their day, and even to sleep in hot weather, as is common in the East. Another minute and we should have been too late. The fire from one of the domes had spread to the upper story, and was already appearing in little tongues of flame, mingled with jets of black smoke, through cracks in the crumbling partition wall. As a matter of fact, this wall fell in just as my son Roderick, the last of us, was passing down the stairs. With the curiosity of youth, he had lingered for a few moments to watch the sad scene below, a delay which nearly cost him his life. On the ground floor we found ourselves out of immediate danger, since the fire was attacking this part of the palace from above and burning downward. We had even time to go to our respective sleeping places and collect such of our possessions and valuables as we were able to carry. Fortunately, among other things, these included all our notebooks, which today are of priceless value. Laden with these articles, we met again in the audience hall, which, although it was very hot, seemed as it had always been, a huge empty place, whereof the roof, painted with stars, was supported upon thick cedar columns, each of them hewn from a single tree. Passing down that splendid apartment, which an hour later had ceased to exist, lamps in hand, for these we had found time to fetch and light, we reached the mouth of the passage that led to the underground city without meeting a single human being. Had the Abati been a different race, they could perfectly well have dashed in and made us prisoners, for the drawbridge was still intact. But their cowardice was our salvation, for they feared lest they should be trapped by the fire. So I think at least, but justice compels me to add that, on the spur of the moment, they may have found it impossible to clear the gateways of the mass of fallen or dead soldiers over which it would have been difficult to climb. Such, at any rate, was the explanation that we heard afterwards. We reached the mouth of the vast cave in perfect safety, and clambered through the little orifice which was left between the rocks, rolled thither by the force of the explosion, or shaken down from the roof. This hole, for it was nothing more, we proceeded to stop with a few stones in such a fashion that it could not be forced without much toil and considerable noise, only leaving one little tortuous channel through which, if necessary, a man could creep. The labour of rock carrying, in which even Maqueda shared, occupied our minds for a while, and induced a kind of fictitious cheerfulness. But when it was done, and the chilly silence of that enormous cave, so striking in comparison with the roar of the flames and the hideous human tumult which we had left without, fell upon us like sudden cold and blinding night upon a wanderer in windy, sunlit mountains, all our excitement perished. In a flash we understood our terrible position, we who had but escaped from the red fire, to perish slowly in the black darkness. Still we strove to keep our spirits as best we could. Leaving Higgs to watch the blocked passage, a somewhat superfluous task, since the fire without was our best watchman, the rest of us threaded our way up the cave, following the telephone wire which poor Quick had laid on the night of the blowing up of the god Harmac, till we came to what had been our headquarters during the digging of the mine. Into the room which was Oliver's, whence we had escaped with so much difficulty after that event, we could not enter because of the transom that blocked the doorway. Still, there were plenty of others at hand in the old temple, although they were foul with refuge of the bats that wheeled about us in thousands, for these creatures evidently had some unknown access to the open air. One of these rooms had served as our store chamber, and after a few rough preparations we assigned it to Maqueda. "Friends," she said, as she surveyed its darksome entrance, "it looks like the door of a tomb. Well, in the tomb there is rest, and rest I must have. Leave me to sleep, who, were it not for you, O Oliver, would pray that I might never wake again. Man," she added passionately, before us all, for now in the face of the last peril, every false shame and wish to conceal the truth had left her, "man, why were you born to bring woe upon my head and joy to my heart?" Well, well, the joy outweighs the woe, and even if the angel who led you hither is named Azrael, still I shall bless him who has revealed to me my soul. Yet for you I weep, and if only your life could be spared to fulfill itself in happiness in the land that bore you, oh, for you I would gladly die. Now Oliver, who seemed deeply moved, stepped to her and began to whisper into her ear, evidently making some proposal, of which I think I can guess the nature. She listened to him, smiling sadly, and made a motion with her hand as though to thrust him away. "Not so," she said, "it is nobly offered, but did I accept, through whatever universes I may wander, those who came after me would know me by my trail of blood, the blood of him who loved me. Perhaps, too, by that crime I should be separated from you for ever. Moreover, I tell you that though all seems black as this thick darkness, I believe that things will yet end well for you and me, in this world or another. Then she was gone, leaving Orme staring after her like a man in a trance. "I dare say they will," remarked Higgs, sotto voce, to me, "and that's first rate so far as they are concerned. But what I should jolly well like to know is how they are going to end for us who haven't got a charming lady to see us across the Styx." "You needn't puzzle your brain over that," I answered gloomily, "for I think there will soon be a few more skeletons in this beastly cave, that's all. Don't you see that those Abati will believe we are burned in the palace?" End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19, Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard, Chapter 19. Starvation. I was right. The Abati did think that we had burned. It never occurred to them that we might have escaped to the underground city, so at least I judged from the fact that they made no attempt to seek us there until they learned the truth in the fashion that I am about to describe. If anything, this safety from our enemies added to the trials of those hideous days and nights. Had there been assaults to repel and the excitement of striving against overwhelming odds, at any rate we should have found occupation for our minds and remaining energies. But there were none. By turns we listened at the mouth of the passage for the echo of footsteps that never came. Nothing came to break the silence so intense that at last our ears, craving for sound, magnified the soft flitter of the bats into a noise as of eagle's wings, till at last we spoke in whispers, because the full voice of man seemed to affront the solemn quietude, seemed intolerable to our nerves. Yet for the first day or two we found occupation of a sort. Of course, our first need was to secure a supply of food, of which we had only a little originally laid up for our use in the chambers of the old temple, 10 meats that we had brought from London and so forth, nearly all consumed. We remembered that Makeda had told us of corn from her estates, which was stored annually in pits to provide against the possibility of a siege of Mur, and asked her where it was. She led us to a place where round stone covers, with rings attached to them, were let into the floor of the cave, not unlike those which stop the coal chutes in a town pavement, only larger. With great difficulty we prized one of these up. To me, it did not seem to have been moved since the ancient kings ruled in Mur. After leaving it open for a while, for the air within to purify, lowered Roderick by a rope we had to report its contents. Next moment we heard him saying, "Want to come up, please? This place is not pleasant." We pulled him out and asked what he had found. "Nothing good to eat," he answered. "Only plenty of dead bones and one rat that ran up my leg." We tried the next 2 pits with the same result. They were full of human bones. Then we cross-examined Makeda, who, after reflection, informed us that she now remembered that about 5 generations before, a great plague had fallen on Mur, which reduced its population by 1/2. She had heard also that those stricken with the plague were driven into the underground city in order that they might not infect the others, and supposed that the bones we saw were their remains. This information caused us to close up those pits in a great hurry, though it really did not matter whether we caught the plague or no. Still, as she was sure that corn was buried somewhere, we went to another group of pits in a distant chamber and opened the first one. This time our search was rewarded, to the extent that we found at the bottom of it some moldering dust that years ago had been grain. The other pits, 2 of which had been sealed up within 3 years as the date upon the wax showed, were quite empty. Then Makeda understood what had happened. "Surely the Abati are a people of rogues," she said. "See now, the officers appointed to store away my corn which I gave them have stolen it. Oh, may they live to lack bread even more bitterly than we do today." We went back to our sleeping place in silence. Well, might we be silent? For of food we had only enough left for a single scanty meal. Water there was plenty, but no food. When we had recovered a little from our horrible disappointment, we consulted together. "If we could get through the mine tunnel," said Oliver, "we might escape into the den of lions, which were probably all destroyed by the explosion, and so out into the open country." "The Fung would take us there," suggested Higgs. No, broke in Roderick. "Fung all gone, or if they do, anything better than this black hole, yes, even my wife." "Let us look," I said, and we started. When we reached the passage that led from the city to the Tomb of Kings, it was to find that the wall at the end of it had been blown bodily back into the parent cave, leaving an opening through which we could walk side by side. Of course, the contents of the tomb itself were scattered. In all directions lay bones, objects of gold and other metals, and overturned thrones. The roof and walls alone remained as they had been. "What vandalism!" exclaimed Higgs, indignant even in his misery. "Why wouldn't you let me move the things when I wanted to, Ormy?" "Because they would have thought that we were stealing them, old fellow. Also, those mountaineers were superstitious, and I did not want them to desert. But what does it matter anyway? If you had, they would have burned in the palace." By this time, we had reached that end of the vast tomb where the hunchbacked king used to sit, and saw at once that our quest was in vain. The tunnel which we had dug beyond was utterly choked with masses of fallen rock, and we could never hope to remove, even with the aid of explosives, of which we had none left. So we returned, our last hope gone. Also, another trouble stared us in the face. Our supply of the crude mineral oil which the Abati used for the lighting purposes was beginning to run low. Measurement of what remained of the store laid up for our use while the mine was being made revealed the fact that there was only enough left to supply 4 lamps for about 3 days and nights, 1 for Makeda, 1 for ourselves, 1 for the watchman near the tunnel mouth, and 1 for general purposes. This general purpose lamp, as a matter of fact, was mostly made use of by Higgs. Truly, he furnished a striking instance of the ruling passion strong in death. All through those days of starvation and utter misery, until he grew too weak and the oil gave out, he trudged backward and forward between the old temple and the Tomb of Kings, carrying a large basket on his arm. Going out with this basket empty, he would bring it back filled with gold cups and other precious objects that he had collected from among the bones and scattered rubbish in the tomb. These objects he laboriously catalogued in his pocketbook at night, and afterwards packed away in empty cases that had contained our supplies of explosives and other goods, carefully nailing them down when filled. "What on earth are you doing that for, Higgs?" I asked petulantly as he finished off another case. I think it was his 20th. "I don't know, Doctor," he answered in a thin voice. For, like the rest of us, he was growing feeble on a water diet. "I suppose it amuses me to think how jolly it would be to open all these boxes in my rooms in London after a first-rate dinner of fried sole and steak cut thick." And he smacked his poor hungry lips. Yes, he went on, "to take them out one by one and show them to, and he mentioned by name officials of sundry great museums with whom he was at war, and see them tear their hair with rage and jealousy, while they wondered in their hearts if they could not manage to seize the lot for the crown as treasure trove, or do me out of them somehow," and he laughed a little in his old pleasant fashion. "Of course I never shall," he added sadly, "but perhaps one day some other fellow will find them here and get them to Europe, and if he is a decent chap, publish my notes and descriptions, of which I have put a duplicate in each box, and so make my name immortal. Well, I'm off again. There are 4 more cases to fill before the oil gives out, and I must get that great gold head into one of them, though it is an awful job to carry it far at a time. Doctor, what disease is it that makes your legs suddenly give way beneath you, so that you find yourself sitting in a heap on the floor without knowing how you came there? You don't know? Well, no more do I, but I've got it bad. I tell you, I'm downright sore behind from continual and unexpected contact with the rock." Poor old Higgs. I did not like to tell him that his disease was starvation. Well, he went on with his fetching and carrying and cataloging and packing. I remembered that the last load he brought in was that golden head he had spoken of, the wonderful likeness of some prehistoric king which has since excited so much interest throughout the world. the thing being too heavy for him to carry in his weakened state, for it was much over life size. He was obliged to roll it before him, which accounts for the present somewhat damaged condition of the nose and semi-Egyptian diadem. Never shall I forget the sight of the professor as he appeared out of the darkness, shuffling along upon his knees where his garments were worn into holes, and by the feeble light of the lamp that he moved from time to time, painfully pushing the great yellow object forward, only a foot or two at each push. "Here it is at last," he gasped triumphantly, whilst we watched him with indifferent eyes. "Japhet, help me to wrap it up in the mat and lift it into the box. No, you donkey. Face upward so. Never mind the corners. I'll fill them with ring money and other trifles." And out of his wide pockets he emptied a golden shower, amongst which he sifted handfuls of dust from the floor and anything else he could find to serve as packing, finally covering all with a goat's hair blanket which he took from his bed. Then, very slowly, he found the lid of the box and nailed it down, resting between every few strokes of the hammer, whilst we watched him in our intent but idle fashion, wondering at the strange form of his madness. At length the last nail was driven, and seated on the box, he put his hand into an inner pocket to find his notebook, then incontinently fainted. I struggled to my feet and sprinkled water over his face till he revived and rolled onto the floor, where presently he sank into sleep or torpor. As he did so, the first lamp gave out. "Light it, Japhet," said Makeda. "It is dark in this place." "O child of kings," answered the man, "I would obey if I could, but there is no more oil." Half an hour later, the second lamp went out. By the light that remained, we made such arrangements as we could, knowing that soon darkness would be on us. They were few and simple: the fetching of a jar or two of water, the placing of arms and ammunition to our hands, and the spreading out of some blankets on which to lie down side by side upon what I for one believed would be our bed of death. While we were thus engaged, Japhet crawled into our circle from the outer gloom. Suddenly, I saw his haggard face appear, looking like that of a spirit rising from the grave. "My lamp is burned out," he moaned. "It began to fail whilst I was on the watch at the tunnel mouth, and before I was halfway here, it died altogether. Had it not been for the wire of the thing that speaks which guided me, I could never have reached you. I should have been lost in the darkness of the city and perished alone among the ghosts." "Well, you're here now," said Oliver. "Have you anything to report?" "Nothing, Lord, or at least very little. I moved some of the small rocks that we piled up and crept down the hole till I came to a place where the blessed light of day fell upon me. Only one little ray of it, but still the light of day. I think that something has fallen upon the tunnel and broken it, perhaps one of the outer walls of the palace. At least I looked through the crack and saw everywhere ruins that still smoke. From among them I heard the voices of men shouting to each other. One of them called out to his companion that it was strange, if the Gentiles and the child of kings had perished in the fire, that they had not found their bones, which would be known by the guns they carried. His friend answered that it was strange indeed, but being magicians, perhaps they had hidden away somewhere. For his part, he hoped so, as then sooner or later they would be found and put to death slowly, as they deserved, who had led astray the child of kings and brought so many of the heaven-descended Abadi to their death. Then, fearing lest they should find and kill me, for they drew near as I could tell by their voices, I crept back again, and that is all my story." We said nothing. There seemed to be nothing to say, but sat in our sad circle and watched the dying lamp. When it began to flicker, leaping up and down like a thing alive, a sudden panic seized poor Japhet. "O Walda Nagasta," he cried, throwing himself at her feet. "You have called me a brave man, but I am only brave where the sun and the stars shine. Here in the dark amongst so many angry spirits, and with hunger gnawing at my bowels, I am a great coward. Joshua himself is not such a coward as I. Let us go out into the light while there is yet time. Let us give ourselves up to the prince. Perhaps he will be merciful and spare our lives, or at least he will spare yours. And if we die, it will be with the sun shining on us." But Makeda only shook her head, whereon he turned to Orme and went on. "Lord, would you have the blood of the child of kings upon your hands? Is it thus that you repay her for her love? Lead her forth. No harm will come to her who otherwise must perish here in misery." "You hear what the man says, Maqueda," said Orme heavily. "There is some truth in it. It really does not matter to us whether we die in the power of the Abadi or here of starvation. In fact, I think we should prefer the former, and doubtless no hand will be laid on you. Will you go?" "Nay," she answered passionately. "A hand would be laid on me, the hand of Joshua, and rather than that he should touch me, I will die 100 deaths. Let fate take its course, for as I have told you, I believe that then it will open us to some gate we cannot see. And if I believe in vain, why, there is another gate which we can pass together, O Oliver, and beyond that gate lies peace. Bid the man be silent, or drive him away. Let him trouble me no more." The lamp flame sank low. It flickered once, twice, thrice, each time showing the pale, drawn faces of us 6 seated about it, like wizards making an incantation, like corpses in a tomb. Then it went out. How long were we in that place after this? At least 3 whole days and nights, I believe, if not more, but of course we soon lost all count of time. At first we suffered agonies from famine, which we strove in vain to assuage with great draughts of water. No doubt these kept us alive, but even Higgs, who it may be remembered was a teetotaler, afterwards confessed to me that he has loathed the sight and taste of water ever since. Indeed, he now drinks beer and wine like other people. It was torture. We could have eaten anything. In fact, the professor did manage to catch and eat a bat that got entangled in his red hair. He offered me a bite of it, I remember, and was most grateful when I declined. The worst of it was also that we had a little food, a few hard ship's biscuits, which we saved up for a purpose, namely to feed Maqueda. This was how we managed it. At certain intervals, I would announce that it was time to eat, and hand Maqueda her biscuit. Then we would all pretend to eat also, saying how much we felt refreshed by the food and how we longed for more, smacking our lips and biting on a piece of wood so that she could not help hearing us. This piteous farce went on for 48 hours or more until at last the wretched Japhet, who was quite demoralized and in no mood for acting, betrayed us, exactly how I cannot remember. After this, Maqueda would touch nothing more, which did not greatly matter as there was only 1 biscuit left. I offered it to her, whereon she thanked me and all of us for our courtesy toward a woman, took the biscuit, and gave it to Japhet, who ate it like a wolf. It was some time after this incident that we discovered Japhet to be missing. At least we could no longer touch him, nor did he answer when we called. Therefore, we concluded that he had crept away to die, and I am sorry to say thought little more about it. After all, what he suffered, or had suffered, we suffered also. I recall that before we were overtaken by the last sleep, a strange fit came upon us. Our pangs passed away, much as the pain does when mortification follows a wound, and with them the horrible craving for nutriment. We grew cheerful and talked a great deal. Thus, Roderick gave me the entire history of the Fung people and of his life among them and other savage tribes. Further, he explained every secret detail of their idol worship to Higgs, who was enormously interested and tried to make some notes by the aid of our few remaining matches. When even that subject was exhausted, he sang to us in his beautiful voice, English hymns and Arab songs. Oliver and Maqueda also chatted together quite gaily, for I heard them laughing and gathered that he was engaged in trying to teach her English. The last thing that I recollect is the scene as it was revealed by the momentary light of one of the last matches. Maqueda sat by Oliver. His arm was about her waist, her head rested upon his shoulder, her long hair flowed loose, her large and tender eyes stared from her white, wan face up toward his, which was almost that of a mummy. Then, on the other side, stood my son, supporting himself against the wall of the room, and beyond him, Higgs, a shadow of his former self, feebly waving a pencil in the air and trying apparently to write a note upon his Panama straw hat, which he held in his left hand, as I suppose imagining it to be a pocketbook. The incongruity of that sun hat in a place where no sun had ever come made me laugh, and as the match went out, I regretted that I had forgotten to look at his face to ascertain whether he was still wearing his smoked spectacles. What is the use of a straw hat and smoked spectacles in Kingdom Come? I kept repeating to myself, while Roderick, whose arm I knew was about me, seemed to answer. The Fung wizards say that the Sphinx Harmac once wore a hat, but my father, I do not know if he had spectacles. Then, a sensation as of being whirled round and round in some vast machine, down the sloping sides of which I sank at last into a vortex of utter blackness, whereof I knew the name was death. Dimly, very dimly, I became aware that I was being carried. I heard voices in my ears, but what they said I could not understand. Then a feeling of light struck upon my eyeballs, which gave me great pain. Agony ran all through me as it does through the limbs of one who is being brought back from death by drowning. After this, something warm was poured down my throat and I went to sleep. When I awoke again, it was to find myself in a large room that I did not know. I was lying on a bed, and by the light of sunrise, which streamed through the window places, I saw the three others, my son Roderick, Orme, and Higgs, lying on the other beds, but they were still asleep. A body servant entered the room bringing food, a kind of rough soup with pieces of meat in it, of which they gave me a portion in a wooden bowl that I devoured greedily. Also, they shook my companions until they awoke, and almost automatically ate up the contents of similar bowls, after which they went to sleep again, as I did, thanking heaven that we were still alive. Every few hours I had a vision of these men entering with the bowls of soup or porridge, until at last life and reason came back to me in earnest, and I saw Higgs sitting up on the bed opposite and staring at me. "I say, old fellow," he said, "are we alive, or is this Hades?" "Can't be Hades," I answered, "because there are a body here." "Quite right," he replied. "If the body go anywhere, it's to hell, where they haven't whitewashed walls and four-post beds. Oliver, wake up. We are out of that cave anyway." Orme raised himself on his hand and stared at us. "Where's Makeda?" he asked, a question to which of course we could give no answer, till presently Roderick woke also and said, "I remember something. They carried us all out of the cave. Japhet was with them. They took the child of kings one way and us another. That is all I know." Shortly afterwards, the Abadi servants arrived, bearing food more solid than the soup, and with them came one of their doctors, not that old idiot of a court physician who examined us and announced that we should all recover, a fact that we knew already. We asked many questions of him and the servants, but could get no answer, for evidently they were sworn to silence. However, we persuaded them to bring us water to wash in. It came, and with it a polished piece of metal, such as the Abadi use for a looking-glass, in which we saw our faces, the terrible wasted faces of those who have gone within a hair's breadth of death by starvation in the dark. Yet, although our jailers would say nothing, something in their aspect told us that we were in sore peril of our lives. They looked at us hungrily, as a terrier looks at rats in a wire cage of which the door will presently be opened. Moreover, Roderick, who, as I think I have said, has very quick ears, overheard one of the attendants whisper to another, "When does our service on these hounds of Gentiles come to an end?" To which his fellow answered, "The council has not yet decided, but I think tomorrow or the next day, if they are strong enough. It will be a great show." Also, that evening about sunset, we heard a mob shouting outside the barrack in which we were imprisoned, for that was its real use. "Give us Gentiles! Give us the Gentiles! We are tired of waiting!" Until at length some soldiers drove them away. Well, we talked the thing over, only to conclude that there was nothing to be done. We had no friends in the palace except Makeda, and she, it appeared, was a prisoner, like ourselves, and therefore could not communicate with us. Nor could we see the slightest possibility of escape. "Out of the frying pan and into the fire," remarked Higgs gloomily. "I wish now that they had let us die in that cave. It would have been better than being baited to death by a mob of Abadi." "Yes," answered Oliver with a sigh, for he was thinking of Makeda. "But that's why they saved us, the vindictive beasts, to kill us for what they are pleased to call high treason." "High treason!" exclaimed Higgs. "I hope to goodness their punishment for the offense is not that of medieval England. Hanging is bad enough, but the rest, I don't think the Abadis studied European history, I broke in. But it is no use disguising from you that they have methods of their own. Look here, friends, I added. I have kept something about me in case the worst should come to the worst. And I produced a little bottle containing a particularly swift and deadly poison done up in tabloids and gave one to each of them. My advice is, I added, that if you see we are going to be exposed to torture or to any dreadful form of death, you should take one of these, as I mean to do, and cheat the Abadi of their vengeance. That is all very fine, said the professor, as he pocketed his tabloid. But I never could swallow a pill without water at the best of times, and I don't believe those beasts will give one any. Well, I suppose I must suck it, that's all. Oh, if only the luck would turn, if only the luck would turn. 3 more days went by without any sign of Higgs' aspiration being fulfilled. On the contrary, except in one respect, the luck remained steadily against us. The exception was that we got plenty to eat and consequently regained our normal state of health and strength more rapidly than might have been expected. With us, it was literally a case of let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Only somehow I don't think that any of us really believed that we should die. Though whether this was because we had all, except for poor Quick, survived so much, or from a sneaking faith in Makeda's optimistic dreams, I cannot say. At any rate, we ate our food with appetite, took exercise in an inner yard of the prison, and strove to grow as strong as we could, feeling that soon we might need all of our powers. Oliver was the most miserable among us. Not for his own sake, but because, poor fellow, he was haunted with fears as to Makeda and her fate, although of these he said little or nothing to us. On the other hand, my son Roderick was by far the most cheerful. He had lived for so many years upon the brink of death that his familiar gulf seemed to have no terrors for him. All come right somehow, my father, he said airily. Who can know what happened? Perhaps Child of Kings drag us out of mudhole. For after all, she was very strong cow. Or what do you call it? Heifer? And I think toss Joshua if he drive her into corner. Or perhaps other thing occur. What other thing, Roderick? I asked. Oh, don't know. Can't say. But I think Fung thing. Believe we not done with Fung yet. Believe they not run far. Believe they take thought for morrow and come back again. Only, he added sadly, hope my wife not come back, for that old girl too full of lofty temper for me. Still, cheer up. Not dead yet by long day's march. And meanwhile, food good, and this very jolly rest after beastly underground city. Now I tell professors some more stories about Fung religion, den of lions, and so forth. On the morning after this conversation, a crisis came. Just as we had finished breakfast, the doors of our chamber were thrown open, and in marched a number of soldiers wearing Joshua's badge. They were headed by an officer of his household, who commanded us to rise and follow him. Where to? Asked Ormy. To take your trial before the Child of Kings and her council, Gentile, upon the charge of having murdered certain of her subjects, answered the officer sternly. That's all right, said Higgs, with a sigh of relief. If Makeda is chairman of the bench, we are pretty certain of an acquittal, for Ormy's sake, if not our own. Don't you be too sure of that, I whispered into his ear. The circumstances are peculiar, and women have been known to change their minds. Adams, he replied, glaring at me through his smoked spectacles. If you talk like that, we shall quarrel. Makeda changed her mind indeed. Why, it is an insult to suggest such a thing. And if you take my advice, you won't let Oliver hear you. Don't you remember, man, that she's in love with him? Oh, yes, I answered. But I remember also that Prince Joshua is in love with her, and that she is his prisoner. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Queen Sheba's Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 20, The Trial and After. They set us in a line, 4 ragged-looking fellows, all of us with beards of various degrees of growth. That is, all the other 3, for mine had been an established fact for years, and everything having been taken away from us, we possessed neither razor nor scissors. In the courtyard of our barrack we were met by a company of soldiers, who encircled us about with a triple line of men, as we thought, to prevent any attempt of escape. So soon as we passed the gates, I found, however, that this was done for a different reason, namely, to protect us from the fury of the populace. All the way from the barrack to the courthouse, whither we were being taken now that the palace was burned, the people were gathered in hundreds, literally howling for our blood. It was a strange, and in a way a dreadful sight to see even the brightly dressed women and children shaking their fists and spitting at us with faces distorted by hate. "Why do they love you so little, father, when you do so much for them?" asked Roderick, shrugging his shoulders and dodging a stone that nearly hit him on the head. "For 2 reasons," I answered. "Because their lady loves one of us too much, and because, through us, many of their people have lost their lives. Also, they hate strangers, and are by nature cruel, like most cowards, and now that they have no more fear of the Fung, they think it will be safe to kill us." "Ah," said Roderick, "yet Harmac has come to Mur," and he pointed to the great head of the idol seated on the cliff. "And I think where Harmac goes, Fung follows, and if so, they make themselves pay plenty for my life. For I great man among Fung myself husband of Sultan's daughter. These fools, like children, because they see no Fung, think there are no Fung. Well, in 1 year, or perhaps 1 month, they learn." "I dare say, my boy," I answered, "but I am afraid that won't help us." By now we were approaching the courthouse, where the Abati priests and learned men tried civil and some criminal cases. Through a mob of nobles and soldiers who mocked us as we went, we were hustled into the large hall of judgment that was already full to overflowing. Up the center of it we marched to a clear space reserved for the parties to a cause, or prisoners and their advocates, beyond which, against the wall, were seats for the judges. These were 5 members of the council, one of whom was Joshua, while in the center, as president of the court, and wearing her veil and beautiful robes of ceremony, sat Makeda herself. "Thank God she's safe," muttered Oliver with a gasp of relief. "Yes," answered Higgs, "but what's she doing there? She ought to be in the dock, too, not on the bench." We reached the open space, and were thrust by soldiers armed with swords to where we must stand, and although each of us bowed to her, I observed that Makeda took not the slightest notice of our salutations. She only turned her head and said something to Joshua on her right, which caused him to laugh. Then, with startling suddenness, the case began. A kind of public prosecutor stood forward and droned out the charge against us. It was that we, who were in the employ of the Abati, had traitorously taken advantage of our position as mercenary captains to stir up a civil war, in which many people had lost their lives, and some been actually murdered by ourselves and our companion who was dead. Moreover, that we had caused their palace to be burned, and, greatest crime of all, had seized the sacred person of the Walla Nagasta, Rose of Mur, and dragged her away into the recesses of the underground city, whence she was only rescued by the chance of an accomplice of ours, one Japhet, betraying our hiding-place. This was the charge which, it will be noted, contained no allusion whatever to the love entanglement between Makeda and Oliver. When it was finished, the prosecutor asked us what we pleaded, whereon Oliver answered as our spokesman that it was true there had been fighting and men killed, also that we had been driven into the cave. But as to all the rest, the Child of Kings knew the truth, and must speak for us as she wished. Now the audience began to shout, "They plead guilty! Give them to death!" and so forth, while the judges, rising from their seats, gathered around Makeda and consulted her. "By heaven! I believe she is going to give us away," exclaimed Higgs, whereon Oliver turned on him fiercely and bade him hold his tongue, adding, "If you were anywhere else, you should answer for that slander." At length the consultation was finished. The judges resumed their seats, and Makeda held up her hand. Thereon an intense silence fell upon the place. Then she began to speak in a cold, constrained voice. "Gentiles," she said, addressing us, "you have pleaded guilty to the stirring up of civil war in Mur, and to the slaying of numbers of its people, facts of which there is no need for evidence, since many widows and fatherless children can testify to them today. Moreover, you did, as alleged by my officer, commit the crime of bearing off my person into the cave, and keeping me there by force to be a hostage for your safety." We heard and gasped, Higgs ejaculating, "Good gracious, what a lie!" But none of the rest of us said anything. "For these offences," went on Makeda, "you are all of you justly worthy of a cruel death." Then she paused, and added, "Yet, as I have the power to do, I remit the sentence. I decree that this day you and all the goods that remain to you which have been found in the cave city and elsewhere, together with camels for yourself and your baggage, shall be driven from Mur, and that if any one of you returns hither, he shall, without further trial, be handed over to the executioners. This I do, because at the beginning of your service a certain bargain was made with you, and although you have sinned so deeply, I will not suffer that the glorious honor of the Abati people shall be tarnished even by the breath of suspicion. Get you gone, wanderers, and let us see your faces no more for ever." Now the mob gathered in the hall shouted in exultation, though I heard some crying out, "No, kill them, kill them!" When the tumult had died down, Makeda spoke again, saying, "O noble and generous Abati, you approve of this deed of mercy, you who would not be held merciless in far lands. O Abati, where, although you may not have heard of them, there are, I believe, other peoples who think themselves as great as you. You would not have it whispered, I say, that we who are the best of the world, we, the children of Solomon, have dealt harshly even with stray dogs that have wandered to our gates? Moreover, we called these dogs to hunt a certain beast for us, the lion-headed beast called Fung, and to be just to them, they hunted well. Therefore spare them the noose, though they may have deserved it, and let them run hence with their bone, say you, the bone which they think that they have earned. What does a bone more or less matter to the rich Abati, if only their holy ground is not defiled with the blood of Gentile dogs? Nothing at all, they shouted. Tie it to their tails and let them go. It shall be done, O my people. And now that we have finished with these dogs, I have another word to say to you. You may have thought or heard that I was too fond of them, and especially of one of them. And she glanced towards Oliver. Well, there are certain dogs who will not work unless you pat them on the head. Therefore I patted this one on the head, since, after all, he is a clever dog who knows things that we do not know. For instance, how to destroy the idol of the Fung. O great Abati, can any of you really have believed that I, of the ancient race of Solomon and Sheba, I, the child of kings, proposed to give my noble hand to a vagrant Gentile come hither for hire? Can you really have believed that I, the solemnly betrothed to yonder prince of princes, Joshua, my uncle, would for a moment even in my heart have preferred to him such a man as that?" And once again she looked at Oliver, who made a wild motion as though he were about to speak. But before he could so much as open his lips, Makeda went on. "Well, if you believed, not guessing all the while I was working for the safety of my people, soon shall you be undeceived, since tomorrow night I invite you to the great ceremony of my nuptials, when, according to ancient custom, I break the glass with him whom on the following night I take to be my husband." And rising, she bowed thrice to the audience, then stretched out her hand to Joshua. He, too, rose, puffing himself out like a great turkey-cock, and taking her hand, kissed it, gobbling some words which we did not catch. Wild cheering followed, and in the momentary silence which followed, Oliver spoke. "Lady," he said in a cold and bitter voice, "we Gentiles have heard your words. We thank you for your kind acknowledgment of our services, namely, the destruction of the idol of the Fung at the cost of some risk and labor to ourselves. We thank you also for your generosity in allowing us, as the reward of that service, to depart from Mur with insult and hard words, and such goods as remain to us, instead of consigning us to death by torture, as you and your council have the power to do. It is indeed a proof of your generosity, and of that of the Abati people, which we shall always remember and repeat in our own land, should we live to reach it. Also, we trust that it will come to the ears of the savage Fung, so that at length they may understand that true nobility and greatness lie not in brutal deeds of arms, but in the hearts of men. But now, Walda Nagasta, I have a last request to make of you, namely, that I may see your face once more, to be sure that it is you who has spoken to us, and not another beneath your veil, and that if this be so, I may carry away with me a faithful picture of one so true to her country, and noble to her guests, as you have shown yourself this day." She listened, then very slowly lifted her veil, revealing such a countenance as I had never seen before. It was Makeda without a doubt, but Makeda changed. Her face was pale, which was only to be expected after all she had gone through. Her eyes glowed in it like coals, her lips were set. But it was her expression, at once defiant and agonized, which impressed me so much that I never shall forget it. I confess I could not read in it the least, but it left upon my mind the belief that she was a false woman, and yet ashamed of her own falsity. There was the greatest triumph of her art that in those terrible circumstances she should still have succeeded in conveying to me, and to the hundreds of others who watched, this conviction of her own turpitude. For a moment her eyes met those of Orm, but although he searched them with pleading and despair in his glance, I could trace in hers no relenting sign, but only challenge not unmixed with mockery. Then, with a short hard laugh, she let fall her veil again and turned to talk with Joshua. Oliver stood silent a little while, long enough for Higgs to whisper to me, "I say, isn't this downright awful? I'd rather be back in the den of lions than live to see it." As he spoke, I saw Oliver put his hand to where his revolver usually hung, but of course it had been taken from him. Next he began to search in his pocket, and finding that tabloid of poison which I had given him, lifted it toward his mouth. But just as it touched his lips, my son, who was next to him, saw also. With a quick motion he struck it from his fingers, and ground it to powder on the floor beneath his heel. Oliver raised his arm as though to hit him, then, without a sound, fell senseless. Evidently Makeda noted this also, for I saw a kind of quiver go through her, and her hands gripped the arms of her chair till the knuckles showed white beneath the skin. But she only said, "This Gentile has fainted because he is disappointed with his reward. Take him hence, and let his companion, the Dr. Adams, attend to him. When he is recovered, conduct them all from Mur as I have decreed. See that they go unharmed, taking with them plenty of food, lest it be said that we only spared their lives here, in order that they might starve without our gates." Then waving her hand to show that the matter was done with, she rose, and followed by the judges and officers, left the court by some door behind them. While she spoke, a strong body of guards had surrounded us, some of whom came forward and lifted the senseless Oliver onto a stretcher. They carried him down the court, the rest of us following. "Look," jeered the Abati as he passed, "look at that Gentile pig who thought to wear the bud of the rose upon his bosom. He has got the thorn now, not the rose. Is the swine dead, think you?" Thus they mocked him and us. We reached our prison in safety, and there I set to work to revive Oliver, a task in which I succeeded at length. When he had come to himself again, he drank a cup of water, and said, quite quietly, "You fellows have seen all, so there is no need for talk and explanations. One thing I beg of you, if you are any friends of mine, and it is that you will not reproach or even speak of Makeda to me. Doubtless she has reasons for what she did. Moreover, her bringing up has not been the same as ours, and her code is different. Do not let us judge her. I have been a great fool, that is all, and now I am paying for my folly, or rather I have paid. Come, let us have some dinner, for we don't know when we shall get another meal." We listened to this speech in silence, only I saw Roderick turn aside to hide a smile, and wondered why he smiled. Scarcely had we finished eating, or pretending to eat, when an officer entered the room and informed us roughly that it was time for us to be going. As he did so, some attendants who had followed him threw us bundles of clothes, and with them 4 very beautiful camel-hair cloaks to protect us from the cold. With some of these garments we replaced our rags, for they were little more, tying them and the rest of the outfit up into bundles. Then, clothed as the body of the upper class, we were taken to the gates of the barrack, where we found a long train of riding camels waiting for us. The moment I saw these beasts, I knew that they were the best in the whole land, and of very great value. Indeed, that to which Oliver was conducted was Maqueda's own favourite dromedary, which upon state occasions she sometimes rode instead of a horse. He recognized it at once, poor fellow, and coloured to the eyes at this unexpected mark of kindness, the only one she had vouchsafed to him. "Come, Gentiles," said the officer, "and take count of your goods, that you may not say that we have stolen anything from you. Here are your firearms, and all the ammunition that is left. These will be given to you at the foot of the pass, but not before, lest you should do more murder on the road. On those camels are fastened the boxes in which you brought up the magic fire. We found them in your quarters in the cave city, ready packed, but what they contained we neither know nor care. Full or empty, take them, they are yours. Those," and he pointed to 2 other beasts, "are laden with your pay, which the Child of Kings sends to you, requesting that you will not count it till you reach Egypt or your own land, since she wishes no quarrelling with you as to the amount. The rest carry food for you to eat. Also there are 2 spare beasts. Now mount, and be gone." So we climbed into the embroidered saddles of the kneeling dromedaries, and a few minutes later were riding through Mur towards the pass, accompanied by our guard and hooting mobs that once or twice became threatening, but were driven off by the soldiers. "I say, Doctor," said Higgs to me excitedly, "do you know that we have got all the best of the treasure of the Tomb of Kings in those 25 crates? I have thought, since I was crazy when I packed them, picking out the most valuable and rare articles with such care, and filling in the cracks with ring money and small curiosities. But now I see it was an inspiration of genius. My subliminal self knew what was going to happen, and was on the job, that's all. Oh, if only we can get it safe away, I shall not have played Daniel and been nearly starved to death for nothing. Why, I'd go through it all again for that golden head alone. Shove on, before they change their minds. It seems too good to be true." Just then a rotten egg thrown by some sweet Abati youth landed full on the bridge of his nose, and dispersing itself into his mouth and over his smoked spectacles, cut short the professor's eloquence, or rather changed its tenor. So absurd was the sight that in spite of myself I burst out laughing, and with that laugh felt my heart grow lighter, as though our clouds of trouble were lifting at length. At the mouth of the pass we found Joshua himself waiting for us, clad in all his finery and chain armour, and looking more like a porpoise on horseback than he had ever done. "Farewell, Gentiles," he said, bowing to us in mockery. "We wish you a quick journey to Sheol, or whatever such swine as you may go. Listen, you Orm. I have a message for you from the Walda Nagasta. It is that she is sorry she could not ask you to stop for her nuptial feast, which she would have done had she not been sure that, if you stayed, the people would have cut your throat, and she did not wish the holy soil of Mur to be defiled with your dog's blood. Also she bids me say that she hopes that your stay here will have taught you a lesson, and that in future you will not believe that every woman who makes use of you for her own ends is therefore a victim of your charms. Tomorrow night, and the night after, I pray you think of our happiness, and drink a cup of wine to the Walda Nagasta and her husband. Come, will you not wish me joy, O Gentile?" Orm turned white as a sheet, and gazed at him steadily. Then a strange look came into his grey eyes, almost a look of inspiration. "Prince Joshua," he said in a very quiet voice, "who knows what may happen before the sun rises thrice on Mur? All things that begin well do not end well, as I have learned, and as you also may live to learn. At least, soon or late, your day of reckoning must come, and you too may be betrayed as I have been. Rather should you ask me to forgive your soul the insult that in your hour of triumph you have not been ashamed to heap upon one who is powerless to avenge them." And he urged his camel past him. As we followed, I saw Joshua's face turn as pale as Oliver's had done, and his great round eyes protrude themselves like those of a fish. "What does he mean?" said the prince to his companions. "Pray God he is not a prophet of evil. Even now I have a mind— No, let him go. To break my marriage vow might bring bad luck upon me. Let him go." And he glared after Oliver with fear and hatred written on his coarse features. That was the last we ever saw of Joshua, uncle of Makeda, and first prince among the Abati. Down the pass we went, and through the various gates of the fortifications, which were thrown open as we came and closed behind us. We did not linger on that journey. Why should we, when our guards were anxious to be rid of us and we of them? Indeed, so soon as the last gate was behind us, either from fear of the Fung, or because they were in a hurry to return to share in the festivities of the approaching marriage, suddenly the Abati wheeled round, bade us farewell with a parting curse, and left us to our own devices. So, having roped the camels into a long line, we went on alone, truly thankful to be rid of them, and praying, every one of us, that never in this world or the next might we see the face or hear the voice of another Abati. We emerged onto the plain at the spot where months before we had held our conference with Barung, Sultan of the Fung, and where poor Quick had forced his camel onto Joshua's horse and dismounted that hero. Here we paused a while to arrange our little caravan and arm ourselves with the rifles, revolvers, and cartridges which until now we had not been allowed to touch. There were but 4 of us to manage the long train of camels, so we were obliged to separate. Higgs and I went ahead, since I was best acquainted with the desert and the road. Oliver took the central station, and Roderick brought up the rear, because he was very keen of sight and hearing, and from his long familiarity with them, knew how to drive camels that showed signs of obstinacy or a wish to turn. On our right lay the great city of Harmac. We noted that it seemed to be quite deserted. There, rebuilt now, frowned the gateway through which we had escaped from the Fung after we had blown so many of them to pieces, but beneath it none passed in or out. The town was empty, and although they were dead ripe, the rich crops had not yet been reaped. Apparently the Fung people had now left the land. Now we were opposite to the valley of Harmac, and saw that the huge Sphinx still sat there as it had done for unknown thousands of years. Only its head was gone, for that had moved to Mur, and in its neck and shoulders appeared great clefts, caused by the terrific force of the explosion. Moreover, no sound came from the enclosures where the sacred lions used to be. Doubtless every one of them was dead. "Don't you think," suggested Higgs, whose archaeological zeal was rekindling fast, "that we might spare half an hour to go up the valley, and have a look at Harmac from the outside? Of course, both Roderick and I are thoroughly acquainted with his inside, and the den of lions and so forth, but I would give a great deal just to study the rest of him and take a few measurements. You know one must camp somewhere, and if we can't find the camera, at dawn one might make a sketch." "Are you mad?" I asked by way of answer, and Higgs collapsed, but to this hour he has never forgiven me. We looked our last upon Harmac, the god whose glory we had destroyed, and went on swiftly till darkness overtook us almost opposite to that ruined village where Shadrach had tried to poison the hound Pharaoh, which afterwards tore out his throat. Here we unloaded the camels, no light task, and camped, for near this spot there was water and a patch of maize on which the beasts could feed. Before the light quite faded, Roderick rode forward for a little way to reconnoitre, and presently returned, announcing shortly that he had seen no one. So we ate of the food with which the Abati had provided us, not without fear lest it should be poisoned, and then held a council of war. The question was whether we should take the old road towards Egypt, or, now that the swamps were dry, strike up northward by the other route of which Shadrach had told us. According to the map, this should be shorter, and Higgs advocated it strongly, as I discovered afterwards, because he thought there might be more archaeological remains in that direction. I, on the other hand, was in favour of following the road we knew, which, although long and very wearisome, was comparatively safe, as in that vast desert there were few people to attack us, while Oliver, our captain, listened to all we had to say and reserved his opinion. Presently, however, the question was settled for us by Roderick, who remarked that if we travelled to the north, we should probably fall in with the Fung. I asked what he meant, and he replied that when he had made his reconnaissance an hour or so before, although it was true he had seen no one, not 1,000 yards from where we sat he had come across the track of a great army. This army, from various indications, he felt sure was that of Barung, which had passed there within 12 hours. Perhaps my wife with them, so I no want to go that way, father, he added with sincere simplicity. Where could they be travelling? I asked. Don't know, he answered, but think they go round to attack Mur from other side, or perhaps to find new land to north. We will stick to the old road, said Oliver briefly. Like Roderick, I have had enough of all the inhabitants of this country. Now let us rest a while. We need it. About 2 o'clock we were up again, and before it was dawn on the following morning we had loaded our camels and were on the road. By the first faint light we saw that what Roderick had told us was true. We were crossing the track of an army of many thousand men who had passed there recently with laden camels and horses. Moreover, these men were Fung, for we picked up some articles that could have belonged to no other people, such as a headdress that had been lost or thrown away, and an arrow that had fallen from a quiver. However, we saw nothing of them, and travelling fast, to our great relief, by midday, reached the river Eber, which we crossed without difficulty, for it was now low. That night we camped in the forest lands beyond, having all the afternoon marched up the rising ground at the foot of which ran the river. Towards dawn, Higgs, whose turn it was to watch the camels, came and woke me. Sorry to disturb you, old fellow, he said, but there is a most curious sky effect behind us, which I thought you might like to see. I rose and looked. In the clear starlit night I could just discern the mighty outline of the mountains of Mur. Above them the firmament was suffused with a strange red glow. I formed my own conclusion at once, but only said, "Let us go to tell Orm," and led the way to where he had lain down under a tree. He was not sleeping. Indeed, I do not think he had closed his eyes all night, the night of Maqueda's marriage. On the contrary, he was standing on a little knoll, staring at the distant mountains and the glow above them. "Mur is on fire," he said solemnly. "Oh, my God, Mur is on fire." And turning, he walked away. Just then Roderick joined us. "Fung got into Mur," he said, "and now cut throat of all Abati. We well out of that, but Pig Joshua have very warm wedding feast, because Barung hate Joshua, who try to catch him not fairly, which he never forget. Often talk of it." "Poor Maqueda," I said to Higgs. "What will happen to her?" "I don't know," he answered. "But although once, like everybody else, I adored that girl, really as a matter of justice she deserves all she gets, the false-hearted little wretch. Still it is true," he added, relenting, "she gave us very good camels, to say nothing of their loads." But I only repeated, "Poor Maqueda." That day we made but a short journey, since we wished to rest ourselves and fill the camels before plunging into the wilderness, and feeling sure that we should not be pursued, had no cause to hurry. At night we camped in a little hollow by a stream that ran at the foot of a rise. As dawn broke, we were awakened by the voice of Roderick, who was on watch, calling to us in tones of alarm to get up as we were followed. We sprang to our feet, seizing our rifles. "Where are they?" I asked. "There, there," he said, pointing toward the rise behind us. We ran round some intervening bushes and looked, to see upon its crest a solitary figure seated on a very tired horse, for it panted and its head drooped. This figure, which was entirely hidden in a long cloak with a hood, appeared to be watching our camp just as a spy might do. Higgs lifted his rifle and fired at it, but Oliver, who was standing by him, knocked the barrel up so that the bullet went high, saying, "Don't be a fool. If it is only one man, there's no need to shoot him, and if there are more, you will bring them on to us." Then the figure urged the weary horse and advanced slowly, and I noticed that it was very small. A boy, I thought to myself, who was bringing some message. The rider reached us, and slipping from the horse, stood still. "Who are you?" asked Oliver, scanning the cloaked form. "One who brings a token to you, lord," was the answer, spoken in a low and muffled voice. "Here it is." And a hand, a very delicate hand, was stretched out, holding between the fingers a ring. I knew it at once. It was Sheba's ring, which Maqueda had lent to me in proof of her good faith when I journeyed for help to England. This ring, it will be remembered, we returned to her with much ceremony at our first public audience. Oliver grew pale at the sight of it. "How did you come by this?" he asked hoarsely. "Is she who alone may wear it dead?" "Yes, yes," answered the voice. A feigned voice, as I thought. "The child of kings whom you knew is dead, and having no more need for this ancient symbol of her power, she bequeathed it to you, whom she remembered kindly at the last." Oliver covered his face with his hands and turned away. "But," went on the speaker slowly, "the woman Maqueda, whom once it is said you loved—" He dropped his hands and stared. "The woman Maqueda, whom once it is said you loved, still lives." Then the hood slipped back, and in the glow of the rising sun we saw the face beneath. It was that of Maqueda herself. A silence followed that in its way was almost awful. "My Lord Oliver," asked Maqueda presently, "do you accept my offering of Queen Sheba's ring?" Note by Maqueda. Once called Walda Nagasta and Taklawada, that is, Child of Kings and Bud of the Rose, once also by birth ruler of the Abati people, the sons of Solomon and Sheba. I, Maqueda, write this by the command of Oliver, my lord, who desires that I should set out certain things in my own words. Truly, all men are fools, and the greatest of them is Oliver, my lord, though perhaps he is almost equalled by the learned man whom the Abati called Black Windows, and by the doctor, son of Adam. Only he who is named Roderick, child of Adam, is somewhat less blind, because having been brought up among the Fung and other people of the desert, he has gathered a little wisdom. This I know, because he has told me that he alone saw through my plan to save all their lives, but said nothing of it because he desired to escape from Mur, where certain death waited on him and his companions. Perhaps, however, he lies to please me. Now for the truth of the matter, which, not being skilled in writing, I will tell briefly. I was carried out of the cave city with my lord and the others, starving, too weak to kill myself, which otherwise I would have done rather than fall into the hands of my accursed uncle, Joshua. Yet I was stronger than the rest, because, as I have learned, they tricked me about those biscuits, pretending to eat when they were not eating, for which never will I forgive them. It was Japhet, a gallant man on one side, but a coward on the other like the rest of the Abati, who betrayed us, driven thereto by emptiness within, which, after all, is an ill enemy to fight. He went out and told Joshua where we lay hid, and then, of course, they came. Well, they took away my lord and the others, and me too they bore to another place, and fed me till my strength returned. And oh, how good was that honey which first I ate, for I could touch nothing else. When I was strong again came Prince Joshua to me and said, "Now I have you in my net, now you are mine." Then I answered Joshua, "Fool, your net is of air, I will fly through it." "How?" he asked. "By death," I answered, "of which 100 means lie to my hand. You have robbed me of one, but what does that matter when so many remain? I will go where you and your love cannot pursue me." "Very well, child of kings," he said, "but how about that tall Gentile who was caught your eyes, and his companions? They too have recovered, and they shall die every one of them after a certain fashion, which I, Maqueda, will not set down, since there are some things that ought not to be written. If you die, they die. As I told you, they die as a wolf dies that is caught by the shepherds. They die as a baboon dies that is caught by the husbandmen." Now I looked this way and that, and found that there was no escape. So I made a bargain. "Joshua," I said, "let these men go, and I swear upon the name of our mother, she of Sheba, that I will marry you. Keep them and kill them, and you will have none of me." Well, in the end, because he desired me and the power that went with me, he consented. Then I played my part. My lord and his companions were brought before me, and in the presence of all the people I mocked them. I spat in their faces, and, oh, fools, 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 they believed me. I lifted my veil and showed them my eyes, and they believed also what they seemed to see in my eyes, forgetting that I am a woman who can play a part at need. Yes, they forgot that there were others to deceive as well, all the Abati people, who, if they thought I tricked them, would have torn the foreigners limb from limb. That was my bitterest morsel, that I should have succeeded in making even my own lord believe that of all the wicked women that ever trod this world, I was the most vile. Yet I did so, and he could not deny it, for often we have talked of this thing till he will hear of it no more. Well, they went with all that I could give them, though I knew well that my lord cared nothing for what I could give, nor the doctor, child of Adam, either, who cared only for his son that God had restored to him. Only Black Windows cared, not because he loves wealth, but because he worships all that is old and ugly, for of such things he fashions up his God. They went, for their going was reported to me, and I entered into hell because I knew that my lord thought me false, and that he would never learn the truth, namely, that what I did to save his life, until at length he came to his own country, if ever he came there, and opened the chests of treasure, if ever he opened them, which perhaps he would not care to do. And all that while he would believe me the wife of Joshua, and— oh, I cannot write of it. And I should be dead, I could not tell him the truth until he joined me in that land of death, if there men and women may talk together any more. For this, and no other, was a road that I had planned to walk. When he and his companions had gone so far that they could not be followed, then I would tell Joshua and the Abati all the truth, in such a language as should never be forgotten for generations, and kill myself before their eyes, so that Joshua might lack a wife, and the Abati a child of kings. I sat through the feast of preparation, and smiled and smiled. It passed, and the next day passed, and came the night of the feast of marriage. The glass was broken, the ceremony was fulfilled. Joshua rose up to pledge me before all the priests, lords, and headmen. He devoured me in his hateful eyes, me who was already his. But I handled the knife in my robe, wishing, such was the rage in my heart, that I could kill him also. Then God spoke, and the dream that I had dreamed came true. Far away there rose a single cry, and after it other cries, and the sounds of shouting and of marching feet. Far away tongues of fire leapt into the air, and each man asked his neighbor, "What is this?" Then from all the thousands of the feasting people rose one giant scream, and that scream said, "Fung! Fung! The Fung are on us! Fly! Fly! Fly!" "Come!" shouted Joshua, seizing me by the arm. But I drew my dagger on him, and he let go. Then he fled with the other lords, and I remained in my high seat beneath the golden canopy alone. The people fled past me without fighting. They fled into the cave city. They fled to the rocks. They hid themselves among the precipices, and after them came the Fung, slaying and burning, till all Mur went up in flames. And I sat and watched, waiting till it was time for me to die also. At last, I know not how long afterwards, appeared before me Barung, a red sword in his hand, which he lifted to me in salute. "Greeting, child of kings," he said. "You see Harmac is come to sleep at Mur." "Yes," I answered, "Harmac is come to sleep at Mur, and many of those who dwelt there sleep with him. What of it? Say, Barung, will you kill me, or shall I kill myself?" "Neither, child of kings," he answered in his high fashion. "Did I not make you a promise yonder in the pass of Mur, when I spoke with you and the western man? And does a Fung sultan break his word? I have taken back the city that was ours, as I swore to do, and purified it with fire." And he pointed to the raging flames. "Now I will rebuild it, and you shall rule under me." "Not so," I answered, "but in place of that promise I ask of you 3 things." "Name them," said Barung. "They are these. First, that you give me a good horse and 5 days' food, and let me go where I will. Second, that if he still lives, you advance one Japhet, a certain mountaineer who befriended me and brought others to do likewise, to a place of honour under you. Thirdly, that you spare the rest of the Abati people." "You shall go whither you desire, and I think I know where you will go," answered Barung. Certain spies of mine last night saw 4 white men riding on fine camels toward Egypt, and reported it to me as I led my army to the secret pass that Harmac showed me, which you Abati could never find. But I said, let them go. It is right that brave men who have been the mark of the Abati should be allowed their freedom. Yes, I said this, although one of them was my daughter's husband, or near to it. But she will have no more of him who fled to his father rather than with her, so it was best that he should go also, since, if I brought him back, it must be to his death. Yes, I answered boldly, I go after the Western men. I who have done with these Abati. I wish to see new lands. And find an old love who thinks ill of you just now, he said, stroking his beard. Well, no wonder, for there has been a marriage feast. Say, what were you about to do, O child of kings? Take the fat Joshua to your breast? Nay, Barung, I was about to take this husband to my breast, and I showed him the knife that was hidden in my marriage robes. No, he said, smiling, I think that knife was for Joshua first. Still, you are a brave woman who could save the life of him you love at the cost of your own. Yet, bethink you, child of kings, for many a generation your mothers have been queens, and under me you may still remain a queen. How will one whose blood has ruled so long endure to serve a Western man in a strange land? That is what I go to find out, Barung, and if I cannot endure, then I shall come back again, though not to rule the Abati, of whom I wash my hands for ever. Yet, Barung, my heart tells me I will endure. The child of kings has spoken, he said, bowing to me. My best horse awaits her, and 5 of my bravest guards shall ride with her to keep her safe till she sights the camp of the Western men. I say happy is he of them who was born to wear the sweet-scented bud of the rose upon his bosom. For the rest, the man Japhet is in my hands. He yielded himself to me who would not fight for his own people because of what they had done to his friends, the white men. Lastly, already I have given orders that the slaying should cease, since I need the Abati to be my slaves, they who are cowards, but cunning in many arts. Only one more man shall die, he added sternly, and that is Joshua, who would have taken me by a trick in the mouth of the pass. So plead not for him, for by the head of Harmac it is in vain. Now hearing this I did not plead, fearing lest I should anger Barung, and but waste my breath. At daybreak I started on the horse, having with me the 5 Fung captains. As we crossed the market-place I met those that remained alive of the Abati, being driven in hordes like beasts, to hear their doom. Among them was Prince Joshua, my uncle, whom a man led by a rope round his neck, while another man thrust him forward from behind, since Joshua knew that he went to his death, and the road was one which he did not wish to travel. He saw me, and cast himself down upon the ground, crying to me to save him. I told him that I could not, though it is the truth, I swear it before God, that notwithstanding all the evil he had worked toward me, toward Oliver my lord and his companions, bringing to his end that gallant man who died to protect me, I would still have saved him if I could. But I could not, for although I tried once more, Barung would not listen. So I answered, Plead, O Joshua, with him who has the power and Mur today, for I have none. You have fashioned your own fate, and must travel the road you chose. What road do you ride, mounted on a horse of the plains, Makeda? Oh, what need is there for me to ask? You go to see that accursed Gentile, whom I would I had killed by inches, as I would that I could kill you. Then calling me by evil names, Joshua sprang at me as though to strike me down, but he who held the rope about his neck jerked him backwards, so that he fell, and I saw his face no more. But oh, it was sad, that journey across the great square, for the captive Abati by hundreds, men, women, and children together, with tears and lamentations cried to me to preserve them from death or slavery at the hands of the Fung. But I answered, Your sins against me and the brave foreign men who fought so well for you, I forgive. But search your hearts, O Abati, and say if you can forgive yourselves. If you had listened to me and to those whom I called in to help us, we might have beaten back the Fung and remained free forever. But you were cowards. You would not learn to bear arms like men. You would not even watch your mountain walls, and soon or late the people who refuse to be ready to fight must fall and become the servants of those who are ready. And now, my Oliver, I have no more to write, save that I am glad to have endured so many things, and thereby win the joy that is mine today. Not yet have I, Maqueda, wished to reign again in Mur, who have found another throne. End of chapter 20. Recording by Todd. End of Queen Sheba's Ring by H. Rider Haggard.